Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to Prosperous Living. You're new here, make sure you hit that subscribe button as always. Show some love, share because you care, and comment below. Make sure to like as well. So I stream on TikTok, Prosperous Living with _T. Over here we deconstruct from all religious organizations, specifically Christianity. So understand that the Bible is a psychological book. It is revealing God as man or mind, however you want to say it. That is what the Bible does. It reveals God as man, or man as God, or God is mind. That is what it reveals. So over here we tap and clap, because on TikTok, tapping is clapping. And on YouTube, just make sure to subscribe, hit that like button, hit that share button, and comment, engage. And say interesting, yes. All is mind, the world is mental, everything proceeds from thought. Thought is the creator in man. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, 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 Kevin. Divine Rising. Grand Rising. Good day, great day. Yes, the Bible is not a historical text. It is a psychological one. And it is the story of you. It's the story of me. It's the story of the I am. Great is the mystery, says Paul. God manifested in the flesh. That's every being born of a woman. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, hey, Mr. Ronnie. How are you, Mr. ATL? Yep. The emerald tablets. That's it. Thought. Right? The Hermetica, the Upanishads, right? Bhagavad Gita, the Torah, the Quran, all of those. All of those books remind you of who you are, who the I am is. Hey, hey, hey. Good morning, Grand Rising, Mr. Plotter, aka Walter. How are you doing, sir? Oh, well, we say God desired form, even though God didn't desire form, but we say desire is the sap of life. Desire is why things come into your experience, because you want to experience something, right? That's how you manifest, as they say. We manifest with our mind, right? Manifest with our minds. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful, 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 beautiful thing. Isn't that right? Oh, yes, the universe, one verse of God experiencing itself. Love that, love that. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. Thank you for the compliments. Yes, it's a wonderful day. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. So it's a wonderful day to be alive, to remember who you are, to experience the life you desire. And we are all metaphysicians on this third dimensional plane that we call the third rock from the sun, the planet rock. Planet rock to the planet rock, we call Earth. What is God? Energy, source, mind, the universe. So whatever you want to call it. God means generator, operator, demonstrator. Some people would say destroyer. I prefer demonstrator, because as the script says, I didn't come to destroy anything, but I came to fulfill all things. To fulfill all things. God feels all things. Because what did God make How did God make the world? What did God use to create the world? Itself, itself, consciousness, awareness, the elements, the particles, the molecules, the electrons, the atoms, the ethers. It's all God. Who is God? I am God. And beside me, there is no other God. God is mind. God is consciousness. God is your awareness. God is whatever you want to be. For some people, God is a sky daddy. That's not a God to me, but for some people, God is a sky daddy, right? God is a punisher. God is an angry person. God is jealous. God is full of wrath. For some people, that's how their God is. I don't know such a God, but I know humans have those characteristics, so then that would make humans God. Because those are the only beings I know get mad and jealous and get full of wrath and always want to unalive, always got a war going on. War. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. But for some people, war makes a lot of people rich. So what is war for? Oh, it's to make a lot of people rich. I know war. They use wars to make people pockets fat. They become fat cats with a little war here and a little war there, Yes, my God is unconditional. Yes, 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 yes. Double, double, double tap the screen. Hello, welcome, welcome, knowledge. Hello, welcome, welcome. Is that Lost Him? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Araya, welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Welcome, welcome, welcome all. Double, double tap the screen over here on TikTok. Tapping is clapping. Make sure you share the live. Let's share out the live. Share the live. This is how we help the algorithm over here on TikTok. Share it out. Tap it out. Like it out. Share, 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 share. Hit that share button. Over here on YouTube, make sure you like the live as well. You can also share the live, comment below, and subscribe, Yes, comment below and subscribe. I like to rhyme a little from time to time. I like to do a little rhyme. No, maybe your use of the word God is not skillful, especially if you're a Christian. Are you a Christian? Because if you're a Christian, you believe in Sky Daddy. So I can see why you would say that my use of the word is not useful. God is not even a word, it's a acronym. Are acronyms words? No, they're not words. Generator, operator, demonstrator. That's what it is. It's the air you breathe. It's the sun you see. It's the moon you uphold. It's that waterfall. It's that bridge. It's that baby that comes out of the womb of the woman's belly. That's God. It's that bird you see. It's that crocodile you see. Because I am everything, and everything is I am. Yes, Alan Watts said when you realize you beating your heart, you shining the sun. Ooh, yes. Oh no, religion is divisive now. Religion is divisive because religion tells you my God is bigger than your God, and we have to have wars to find out who God is the bigger God. No, this actually unites us and shows us that we're all one. Because if we all recognize that we're come from the same source, the one cause, and God are many, and the many are God, the one became many, that the many will realize they are one, that we're all connected. The only way you get division is you think you can be somebody else's God. That's the problem. It's when somebody tries to use up authority over another. That's where division comes in. because you think you're separate from creation when you recognize you're one with it. Hello, DNA. Welcome, welcome, welcome. No, it's if you intend to be divisive, then you will be. It's the intention, not the word. What is your intended use of it? My intended use is to show people who they are, to remind people who they are. I really ain't got to show people anything. I'm really not here to show people anything. I'm really just here sharing my truth. Either you resonate with it or not, you know. But everyone is, if you're not ready to hear this, people are just going to find a reason to, you know, be contrarian just for the sake of being contrarian. And for those people, you just got to leave them where they are. Because you can't convince someone against their own will. I can't make you see this. Either you resonate with it or you don't. So, you know, I can't turn anyone around. I'm not trying to win Christians. I'm not trying to convert anyone. That's where me and Christians are different. Christians are looking for converts. I'm not proselytizing. I know you can't tell someone they're God. That's a self-realization that only comes from within. No one told me I was God. I recognized that I was energy. And I recognized that, oh yeah, they said energy is never created, thus can never be destroyed, is only transformed. That sounds like the characteristics of a God. So that was self-revelation. That came from within. And no one told me that. I realized that in myself. Because what science won't say is that we're energy. I don't know what, you know, even though they say we're a collection of atoms and we have electrons and all of this. So they need to say that we're energy. They tell us what energy is. I don't know if they actually say humans are energy, but you know, could be wrong. Maybe they do say that. Maybe science does say that we're all a bunch of I think they do say we're just a collection of atoms, right? We're just a collection of, so that would make us energy, right? And that means we could have never been created or destroyed, but maybe that's a bridge too far for scientists to say. But they definitely call us a bunch of atoms. So, you know. And some Christians I have, after talking to me, some Christians have come to the realization that what I was saying resonates. Some of them had said, I have to go do some more research. You know? Some of them were. And you know that they're just going to be some people that just are dogmatic in their perspective. And that's okay. Right? Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Nope, no street preachers here. I get what you're saying, but it sounds like a pairing phenomenon. You want me to be like Christians and go around trying to make people know this. It's not my, you know, I do what I do by sharing what I know, sharing this truth. And even I am, because actually I am doing like the Christians are doing. You know, the Christians point out error from their perspective. I point out error from my perspective. But the difference between myself and a Christian is I'm not here to condemn anyone. I'm not here to tell them to leave their belief system. I'm not here to convert anyone, convince anyone, dissuade or persuade. That's not my job. My job is like Paul said, I plant the seeds. I can even water the seeds. But it's God who gives the increase. So that's about all I can do is share the truth and let the seeds fall where they may. And what they say is 4 different types of ground the seed is going to fall on, right? I'm not responsible for where the seeds fall. Some of them have stony hearts. Some of them have rocky hearts. Some of them have fertilized hearts. I forget the 4th one. I can never remember all 4, but the parable of the sower, sowed seed and some fell on this ground and said, right? I'm not responsible for where the seed falls. All I do is just plant the seed. Sand is the 4th one. Okay. Thank you. Welcome to Prosperous Living with Toyia on YouTube. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, share button, like button, and always comment below. Over here on TikTok, it's Prosperous Living with _T, where tapping is clapping. Double tap the screen. Oh, wow, we're already past. Okay, so the panel is open and available. I didn't realize we reached the 10K so quickly. All right. Let's go. Woohoo. Hey. Hello, Liz. So, did you mean to come up? I don't think they meant to come up. Well, welcome. Okay, no problem. Hello.
Yeah, my take on religion is the currency of control. You know, you got a billion people.
Well, hold on. How are you?
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome.
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Nice.
Okay. So
yeah, I like what you're preaching.
Okay.
I even know you're not preaching, but
Yeah.
yeah, but religion is the currency of control. You know, you throw some kind of God into it. And
wait a minute. I want to hold on. Who that? So on my platform, when we come up, we mute, and then I ask you to unmute so I can greet you, and so we're not all trying to communicate at the same time, so we can have a wonderful conversation. If you're not unable to do that, I will just drop you. It's okay. It's no need that we have to talk to each other. That's completely fine. If you cannot stay muted, then that's okay. Then
yes, ma'am.
And I see that you can't stay muted. Not you, who that. I see that you can't stay muted, so I'm just gonna drop you because I don't want to keep repeating myself. It just makes things much more easier once you come up on the platform that you just mute up, and then we allow the discourse between 2 people, and then once those 2 people are through communicating, we go on to the next. And the 2 people is myself and the other guest. Those are the 2 people. Me and the other guest.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, who that? Go ahead. You can continue.
Okay, yeah, just what I learned about religion, it's just a currency of control, to govern a population that the government wants to control.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's about some God, you pray to and you give your money to, because church is a business, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Church is a business, and they always want you to tithe and give your money and so give to the church and whatnot, for your tithes and the 10% of what you owe or what you make, and that's just my opinion. That's it.
Yeah, I agree.
Soft and swiftly,
Yeah,
that's it.
I agree with you. Yep, that's all the go ahead.
It does have its value, but at the end of the day, it's a business and you treat it as such,
Absolutely.
Because you got to pay bills, and so if you lack the sensibility to pay your bills, you can't be giving extra to the church, thinking that okay, there's some miracle gonna come and you're gonna win the lottery or something,
I mean, you may win the lottery, but you got to play it. You got to.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you got to play to win.
Yeah. Just as they say, play responsibly.
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't have to go through a church to do it, right? You don't have to give your hard-earned money, your 10% of your income to a church, thinking that's going to, move the hand of God and make, God soften his heart or her heart. to
Yeah,
give you a blessing, like
that's right.
unnecessary.
That's right. Yeah, and they use rhetoric to like what's his name Aristotle's appeals. I think they appeal to child uh, child and sexuality and like and child enslavement and good they appeal to emotions. You know what I'm saying? They try to get you to buy into what they're trying to preach using appeal to emotion, appeal to logic, appeal to to appeal to all this stuff. And they're like, oh, we're going to different countries and we're helping young children get water, fresh water, and so it's like give to this, and so it's like, and then they create videos about it and stuff like that. It's like who knows what they're really doing, They're just trying to get you to buy into their scheme to give them money and
Mhm.
and so on and so forth.
Yep.
That's just my opinion, though.
Yeah, I mean, life has definitely turned into a business, the business of living. All right. Everything is transactional.
Transactional, yeah, yes, ma'am.
Yep. So, and you have to decide if you want to play in that game, which again,
Yeah,
no judgment. It's your life. You can play in that pool, or you can decide to run your own bath water and then
yeah,
make up your own rules.
yeah,
So it's totally up to you in which pool of water you want to play.
yeah. Where you want to water?
Where do you want to water? Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where am I going to water? I
Are
mean,
you
it's good to
playing?
have a
Yep.
charity.
Mhm.
It's always good to have a charity. Some sense of charity. Like whether that's giving to the man on the corner with the help sign up, or your family member that's not doing so well, or so on and so forth. A charity is a healthy prospect. But I mean, church could be your charity, because they got to turn the lights on, they got to keep the lights on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, but what I come to realize about the Bible, it wasn't a historical. It's not a historical text. Never was, never will be. I
yeah,
know
I
it.
agree.
I know it mentions historical figures, historical places, but the events in them of themselves are not historical. None of those
Yeah,
things took place in time and
yeah.
space.
Somebody made up that book to manipulate the population to
No, it was
feed the church.
used. No, there's a difference. It was used to
Yes, ma'am.
manipulate, but that's not the purpose of the book. The purpose of the
Okay,
book is for the awakened mind, not for the
okay,
sleeping mind. The sleeping mind
okay.
uses it to manipulate those who are still asleep. The point of the
Yeah,
book is to remind you of who you are and that your thoughts are creative. The book is all about the mind and tells you how the mind operates, how it creates, and when you think a
okay.
certain way.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
see the Bible as a psychological book. And when you read it from
Mm.
that context, then yes, it is the blueprint to a peaceful heavenly state of being.
Okay, okay. I accept that.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So
I like that.
yeah, that's what the book is about. And so
Yeah.
yes, the religious minded will try to convince you that it was some sky daddy that created this earth in 6 days or 6,000 years.
Sky Daddy.
6,000 years, and they tell you that it's
That's good. I like that. Sky Daddy
yeah, they
created
waiting for
heaven and
his
the earth.
son to return in the sky, right? They waiting for
Yeah,
Jesus to come
yeah.
on
And
a winged horse named
if
Pegasus.
Jesus, if Jesus ascended, where did he go? Would he still be here? Where'd he go?
He had
What
to
he just
disappear
he
for
just
a couple of thousand years. I don't
did
know.
he get abducted?
Hey, yeah, alien abduction.
It's like,
He's on a
okay,
flying
Jesus, he rose.
saucer.
Okay, so he died and he rose from the dead or whatever. So where'd he go? He just disappeared. He's just like, I'm bouncing out. I'm bouncing out all these brothers.
Yeah.
Where'd he go? The Bible doesn't say where he went. So he ascended. Like, okay, where is that? So he must have died because he ain't here no more.
Lordy, lordy. But for me, that guy never existed. He's
Yeah,
just,
and then
it's just a
in
story.
Genesis, the talking snake, you know what I'm saying, like a talking serpent was talking to Eve, like a talking snake. Seriously, I was supposed to believe that? Like that's the brunt of your whole book. A talking snake was kicking it with Eve, and made her eat some tree that she wasn't supposed to, and then she gave it to Adam, and then he ate some too.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, it's a good
I'm throwing
bedtime
money at that,
story, I
right?
guess. I guess I wouldn't read. I mean, I would be careful reading this book to children, especially for the literal minded, But hey,
Yeah.
and the fact that they want to keep this book in schools or bring it back to schools. This is not a book that should be read to children. Like, what are we doing? I mean, you gonna read the book of Leviticus and Deuteronomy to children?
I don't know about
The,
you, but I've never seen a snake talk to me.
that part. I mean, only
I've
in
never
comic book
seen a
strips.
slithering, shedding, little tube snake thing, talk to me. That's for damn sure.
Mm. So now they're talking about, here comes the name. A witch. What is it? What is a witch anyway? What is witchcraft? Y'all be saying stuff. What is a witch? What does that mean? What is a witch?
I think it's a
Please do
loose
tell
word.
us. Please tell us
I
what it
think
is. Because they said originally that word, the etymology of the word means wisdom, a
yeah,
wise woman. But I just want
yeah.
to know when they say witch, what does that mean? People just be saying stuff and they think you're supposed to be offended by something. I can't be offended by something that I know I'm not. So
Yeah.
you calling names doesn't
They
like
calling you a witch?
like now all of a sudden over here on YouTube.
They calling you a witch?
Yeah, they said
What?
this is witchcraft.
That's ridiculous.
But I'm not offended because if it means wise woman, then I most certainly hold that title.
Well, then I'd be a warlock then.
There you go.
You know
There
what
you
I'm saying?
go. There you
I
go.
believe in magic. You know
Do
what I'm saying?
you
That's cool.
believe in magic in a young
In
girl's
a young
heart?
girl's heart.
Yes.
We don't know the rest of it, but we know that part.
Yes, Cheryl. Hey, Cheryl. Mythology is still alive and well in 2026. Like they said, we have all this information. It's just willful ignorance at this time. It's just willful ignorance. But here's what I recognize. People search out information that confirms their biases. People don't look to be wrong. So
Hey, that's called cognitive dissonance.
right, yeah, no one's, when I was a Christian and I started having questions, I started looking for things that didn't agree with it anymore. And I said, why are there atheists? What is the contradictions in the scripture that they're referring to? And lo and behold, it was Google wasn't even around at this time, because this is when I had AOL. You're talking about, early 2000s. So when I'm searching
Yeah.
up looking for the contradictions of script, and then it
Yeah.
comes up, and shows you, aligning it between Paul and Jesus, and how they didn't, or even Jesus himself will appear to have contradictions in the script, especially if you take it literally. When you
Yeah.
understand this book is not a literal text from a historical perspective, it's literal from a psychological one.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, but believe it's basically just to establish a belief system in yourself, so you can, and it's like love thy neighbor as thyself, saying to support good values in you, and to celebrate just good life living, where you're at,
Yeah.
and let it spread from there.
Exactly. Yes. So I appreciate the conversation, Huda. We have another caller on the panel, so I'm
All right, I'll
gonna
shut
go
up.
there. Okay.
All right, I'll shut up.
Oh, no problem. Hello, Rodney. Welcome.
Hi.
How are
How are
you?
you today?
Oh, I'm doing
Good.
great. How are
Doing
you?
awesome. Good. I just wanted to say you've done your studies and your research, and you've proven yourself worthy. I love listening to you, and I appreciate you sharing your knowledge, because that's what you're supposed to do.
Yes. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
you're doing a good job, and I'm right along. A lot what you tell me resonates. I know I don't know the Bible inside out, but I know enough, and I've been exposed enough that I know what you're telling me.
I'm right with you, Rodney. I don't know it inside out either. I know enough of it too to know that it's not a historical text.
And another thing that really, it's always bothered me as a child is why they pretend to drink blood and eat flesh every week, and they think that's okay to do, and then make a child sit in the pew if he's not of their religion. Why they all go do it? What do they think that makes that child feel like? It's like, what did I do wrong? I got to sit here, and everybody else has got to walk up and get their whatever it is, and I got to sit here. Oh, that made me feel real good.
Right.
They just don't understand what they do to children. They just don't understand.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, I'm a witch, but you're the one pretending to drink blood and eat bodies.
Exactly.
But I'm the witch. I'm not not pretending to eat no longer. I mean, I used to when I was a Christian. I will say I was guilty of it. Can't lie. I cannot lie. And I did drink the grape juice and eat the wafer and thought I was drinking blood and eating the body of the Christ. I mean, I was hypnotized too. I was mesmerized by the doctrine as well. I feel guilty to it as well. So, but as Paul said, when I was, when I was a child, I did childish things, but when I became fully grown, I put away the childish things.
Thank you. Amen.
And those are childish things to be sitting up here thinking doing cannibalism. Spiritual cannibalism. You're doing spiritual cannibalism. Stop it.
It's a ritual that means absolutely nothing.
Victoria said, I was hungry. That's why I did it. Because I was a little hungry that Sunday morning. So I didn't get breakfast. They had me hungry. She said, my tummy was rubbling a little bit. She said, ooh, it's going to satisfy for a couple of hours.
I don't know. It didn't look like it was whatever the bread was, looked like it was very big they were getting.
Oh my goodness. But no, there was no young lady impregnated by a spirit and gave birth to a son. Just didn't happen. Sorry.
Yep. And wasn't
it must have been her side piece. She got her pregnant. She got on the Holy Spirit.
Wasn't the book about the ark that was all written long before it was even written in the Bible? Isn't that true?
Let me say that again.
Probably.
That the story of the ark and the flood was written long before it was even put in the Bible.
Oh yeah, but you are the ark, and the flood is your thoughts.
No, I understand all that.
Yeah,
they take it literally, though. No,
yeah, they take it literally. Yeah.
That was my point.
Yeah.
I get.
Yeah.
I'm getting there.
You're getting there. I love it. But here's the thing: you don't even need to even understand the Bible in order to live a happy existence. It's probably best that you don't even read the book, especially if you're going to read it as a historical text. It's like it's going to make your hair blow back because but we've been so desensitized that we think that the stuff that happens in the Bible is normal. Like some God telling a group of people that, I'm gonna give you some land, and when you go into that land, I don't care who's there, slay it all. Babies, children, men, women, beasts of burden, cattle, everything. Just get rid of it all.
Right.
And because that has been a part of human history, we say, well, yeah, of course the God would say that because people doing it every day, all day. We have that happening here today. Yep. Right? So yes, that's the only thing that has been repetitive in the Bible is the wars. We don't see talking snakes. We don't see talking donkeys. We don't see people walking on water. We don't see people turning water into wine. We don't see people living 3 days in the belly of the earth and coming back to tell about it. We don't see people buried 4 days in a tomb and coming back to tell about it. But we do see wars. That is the thing that's the only thing that has been repeated out of that Bible. Everything else, one and done. It's a one and done thing. It never happens again.
Yep.
None of the miracles, it's all one and done. All these supernatural occurrences, because there's nothing supernatural about war.
Water into wine.
Right.
And then the feeding of the 5,000 or something like that from one loaf of bread and feed 5,000. Like, there's been some hungry mother suckers.
Exactly.
from 5 loaves of bread.
Exactly.
5,000.
Those things just don't take place. Yeah.
No. I don't know about that.
It's a parable. Yep. But we have some more guests on the panel. I'm going to go to Rainbow. Rainbow, are you there? Are you there? You can unmute. Are you there, Rainbow? If not, I'll go to the next guest. You can unmute. I guess not. Maybe they didn't mean to come up. So we have El Boogeyman. Welcome.
Hey, host.
Hello. How are you?
I'm fine. I think you are really pretty.
Oh, thank you.
All right. I wanted to respond to I heard somebody say something about Christ being born of an angel or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Uh, the Bible clearly explains all throughout that Christ is the seed of man. Um, so Joseph was his biological father. I just think people's understanding of what Matthew 1 and then Luke was, I think Luke 2 and 30 was explaining, but it was definitely the seed of Joseph.
Okay, so why do people think that Mary was impregnated by the Spirit of God?
Well, because there's a certain doctrine that came from Roman Catholicism that once said that. But if we look, um, starting off, I think the part where they get is where it says before they came together, she was with child. That just basically means before she came under his household, the marriage ceremony. That was the custom at the time of the Jews. Now, if you look, Mary was from the tribe of Levi, but Joseph was from the tribe of Judah.
Okay.
When Christ came, Christ also from the tribe of Judah. You can only be an Israelite if your father is an Israelite. That's what Numbers 118 says.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
But all throughout the scripture, he says that he was the seed of man. New Testament to Old Testament, John 1 and 4, Romans 1 and 3. I think it's Acts 13. It's all throughout the scripture that he's the seed of man.
Okay. But you still believe he was crucified for the sins of the world, and he had this miraculous rebirth where he came out of the earth after 3 days and 3 nights and then ascended into the heavens.
I don't believe that he died for the world as far as the entire world. The world in context in John 3:16 just means the world of his people. So if you look, that was Nicodemus and Jesus Christ speaking to each other, and Christ was quoting Isaiah 45 and 17, where Isaiah called all the tribes, the 12 tribes, he called them the world. It says, Israel shall never be a shamed nor confounded world without end. And then also in the books that were taken out called the Apocrypha, the Israelites were also called the world. So in context, it was two Jews speaking, and they knew what the world were. Because if that's the case, he says, when Christ says, I pray for them and I pray not for the world, then we'll have to see, well, what world is he talking about then?
Okay.
So
But what
word has
about?
context.
Okay, I get that. So what about when he says, "I have sheep that are not of this fold"? Who's he referring to?
When he says, I have sheep that is not of this fold, so mind you, when Christ came and he was speaking, he only spoke to the Jews.
Right.
But remember, right, but there was 12 tribes. So the Jews are only just 3 tribes. The Jews are the tribe of Levi, the tribe of Judah, and the tribe of Benjamin. That's the southern kingdom. They were called Jews. But the northern kingdom Israelites were Simeon. They were Simeon, Naphtali.
But where is
Manasseh.
Jesus making this distinguishment between the 12 tribes? Where is that in the God that he's distinguishing between? Yeah, the whole house of Israel is not all 12 tribes. Now you're saying the whole house of Israel is divided, and now
No,
he's
you,
only
you
talking
asked,
about different sections of the house of Israel.
so you asked me a question of where you said he was talking about the Jews, right? What was the question again? So I can kind of
Oh,
reiterate.
like I have sheep that are not of this fold, but you're saying the
Right.
sheep is still of the fold. They're just different sections of the fold. That's not, because you're still saying they're Israelites. You're still, I mean, you're differentiating between what different sections are Israelites, because you're saying, well, one is Jew, one is a Simeonite. Okay, but they're still all of the house of Israel, which is who he came for, right? He came for the house of Israel, but then he says, I did not only come for the house of Israel, because I have sheep that are not of this fold. So
Right.
so that's what I'm saying. I don't get what you're saying, because you're trying to now explain scripture as opposed to give me scripture in the gospels that support what you're saying.
Okay, so when Christ was speaking, with the context of that is basically, so the Jews had an understanding when the northern kingdom was cast out, they were they were no longer part of the fold. Remember, that's in Hosea 1:10. If we look, he said because of, or actually also Jeremiah 2:21. It said because of their unbelief they were cast out. They went off into dumb idols. So they started praising and worshiping other gods. So the Most High God, it shows in 1:10, in Hosea 1:10, that they were casted off as a people and they were no longer part of the fold.
So God divorces his people. Is that what you're telling me? God divorces them?
He put them off. It was like a separation. But
Divorce. That's what. So you're okay. So even though the Bible says, "I never leave you nor forsake you," you're saying, "Oh yes, he does leave and forsake. He will cast you aside." That's what you're telling me. So that's what I'm saying. When you make the Bible literal, and you start saying, well, God is loving some people and hating other people, and he's holding this section close and stiff arming this section over here, and he's putting them far away from them, and it's like, and for a God that's supposedly all knowing, and is now all of a sudden so surprised at some of the things that his people are doing, even though he would know what they would do, he would know what they would choose, since he's all knowing. And again, I guess how you're saying it, people will have to be so totally aware of this, of the Bible, in a way that you are, right? Like, you would really have to study this Bible full on to get this understanding that you're giving us now.
Well, you just have to read the text.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You will have to study it. You will have to, and then draw these puzzle pieces together and say, oh, okay. But here's the thing. And I get with you. I really appreciate you drawing that out, because yes, that would make sense from a literal perspective, what you're saying. But I just don't see the Bible as a historical text. I see it as psychological, because even though you give a great argument, I appreciate how you're breaking down text with us from that historical lens. I still would not want to serve a God that says, yeah, I'm gonna create all human beings because I'm the God of all flesh. But this is what I'm gonna do. I'm only gonna take a special small section of that humanity and give them, and they're gonna be my people. And everyone else, to hell with you. I'm only dealing with you. Even though you're telling me you love me, but I guess he doesn't love all humanity. He only loves a section of that humanity. And then we're going to go one step further. I love you so much. I'm going to give you these commandments. I'm going to tell you not to do these lists of demands. I call them demands. Christians and those who believe in this God call them commands. Even though he does not uphold the demands he gives his people. Because when he does it, he's just. When you do it, you're unjust. And I'm going to give you these list of demands. And the moment you step outside of that, the moment you don't obey what I do, I don't know forgiveness unless it comes through blood. I need blood before I will ever forgive. I'm going to need the blood of bullocks. I'm going to need the blood of doves. And then ultimately, I'm going to need the blood of my only begotten son. Yeah, no. No, thank you.
Nope.
I don't have anything to do with that God. That's not a just God to me. And it's gaslighting to keep telling me, but he loves you, but he loves you, but he had to punish you and put you at the hands of the enemy for 400 years because you're just a disobedient, stiff-necked person. When I'm like, I don't know who his we is, but when people try to justify the enslavement of 400 years, love to speak French all of a sudden and want to say, no, you, because you believe in that God. So speak for yourself, because I don't know that God. He don't know me. I don't know him. We don't know each other. We have nothing in common with one another.
May I answer a question?
Oh, right. It was still my turn.
Go ahead. Go ahead, El Boogie.
Right. So if if you had children, right, and you told them, hey, if you guys go outside without doing your chores and X, Y, and Z, and after I told you not to do it, I'm gonna whoop you, and then they do it anyway, right? And then you whoop them. Are you a just parent?
Absolutely not. Because here's the thing, absolutely not. Because I wish I was not raised with that mentality. That in order to correct my children, I have to beat them or hit them to get them to understand that there is a better way to communicate and a better way to correct.
Which
There's
way
a
would
better
it
way to communicate and to correct disobedience other than hitting.
but it would have been a
And
punishment though, right? It would have been some form of
I
punishment.
mean, it would have been it really is, it's really abuse. We want to call it punishment, but it's really abuse when you're trying to get someone's attention through might.
Right. Okay.
Through
But what I'm
might.
saying
You're
is,
using your might in order. And again, like I said, I was raised that way. So I raised my children that way. But I know now there is so much a better way. If
Thank
I
you.
could
what's the
do it
same way?
over
The same way it
again,
would
I
be.
definitely wouldn't operate from that mindset. I
Right.
definitely would have broken that curse of thinking that the only way my children can learn is I have to hit them in order to
Right.
get them to understand.
Let's
No.
take away the whooping then. Let's take away the whooping. Let's say you take their phone, their iPad, their phone, whatever the case is, right? So you told them, hey, if you guys break my rules, I'm going to take away your iPad. Isn't that a punishment?
Okay, taking away the iPad and physically hitting them are just totally
Right.
different
Let's
things.
just
Okay, but yes, that would be a consequence for their actions if I felt the need to give them a consequence. But I could
Right.
not give them a consequence. I could just not
Okay.
give them a consequence. I could just talk to them and say, hey, I get reason with them, help them understand why I gave them the instructions and understand why they decided not to uphold them. Let me find out why they thought they shouldn't do it. Let's come and reason together. Let me talk to my children and find out, well, why did you make that decision to go out? Well, everybody was having fun, Ma. And I just thought, maybe I get in before you would see me, or I thought I could get away with it, or I thought you wouldn't get in. And I'm like, okay, if I'm a child, I probably had that same mindset. You're exactly right. I'm stuck in the house and my friends all out there and they having a great time. And I just got so caught up and didn't do the chores. And then we come to understanding about how, no one is keeping you from the fun. No one is saying that you couldn't have fun. I'm saying, but you do have responsibilities. And so I would just appreciate, take care of your responsibilities before you go out and have the fun, because I want you to have fun too. You're a child, you should have fun. You should have fun with your friends. And that can be a conversation. And then maybe if I give them the opportunity to self-correct, they would, without being abusive, without being punishing, just correct in love. Just have the conversation and give them the opportunity to self-correct, which is something God doesn't do. He did not give Eve and Adam an opportunity to self-correct. The moment they did not obey, they were excommunicated out of the garden, which is interesting to me because I'm just trying to figure out, how did Satan end up in the garden? If we're gonna call it the serpent Satan, and I believe Revelations is the book that draws out that Satan and serpent were the same being. But how does the being that gets cast out of heaven end up in paradise that he created for human beings? That boggles my mind as well. Because what? He shouldn't be chilling up in here with me. I'm in paradise, but evil is present. And then you got the nerve to punish me for you allowing evil to be present, and then getting mad because I don't even have the knowledge of evil. But then you're going to punish me for now getting the knowledge of evil? Yeah, no. It's so many things wrong with this book when you take it literal. So many things wrong with it.
Okay. So what if now you had that talk with them, right? After you figured out why they do.
I'm going to say my children self-corrected. We're not going into, they didn't listen, they didn't learn. No, I'm going to say I reasoned with them, and the outcome was, they saw my point of view. We had the conversation. They understand why that, they should do because it's their room, it's part of the house. We want a clean house. We want to keep it looking presentable. They're going to be like, yeah, Ma, I get it. I won't do that again.
Right.
I'm going to say that they self-corrected through the communication, through the conversation.
Right. After they self-corrected, and then next week, same situation. Don't go outside. Don't do this. Don't do that until the chores is finished. And they did it again. Now what?
It's another conversation. Right. Here's the thing. You do you wait a minute, hold on. Do you know 1 Corinthians 13, chapter 4 through the 8th verse? The description of love. It's one verse in there that says, love keeps no records of wrong. So Them doing it this time has nothing to do with what they did last time. Because so we forget about the last time, because that's what love does. Love is not going to keep remembering the past. Love only operates from the now. It only operates from this moment. It only operates from this moment. That's how I know that those who say they know the Bible and know the character of God don't know the Bible and don't know the characteristics of God. Because if God is love and the characteristics of love is to keep no records of wrong, but you're telling me, no, God actually remembers all the wrong you've ever done and he's going to judge you accordingly. Well, then that's not love. Not according to the script. Now, if you're going to tell me something outside of the script that, corroborates the statement of God is keeping record of everything you ever did, and he's going to hold it up against you in the court of his law, well, then that goes against the book of 1 Corinthians, the 13th chapter, the 4th through the 8th verse, because now God is not operating in love.
Okay, so if we can, because that's Paul speaking, right? But if we can look at 1 John, I think it's 5, and it'll tell you what love is.
The Christ demonstrates it all the time. He said, if you without sin come cast the first stone, anybody throw a stone, okay, I'm gonna go your way and sin no more. Christ was always healing, which means he was not looking at past experiences and he was operating in the now. Because he did not say, well, how did you become paralyzed? How did you get blind? Give me the history of your situation. Never did. He said, do you believe I can do it? Yes, then it's done. Do you want this thing? Yes. Then it's done unto you as you believe. Your faith makes you whole. There was no, let's go back into the past and let's see all the things you ever did before I'm going to give you this blessing. No, the only question was, do you believe I can do it? Oh yeah, I believe you can do it. Okay, then it's done then. You got it. It's yours.
The Bible doesn't say that though. The Bible doesn't say just believe and then everything is all good.
Yes, it does. It actually does say that. Have you read Mark 11:24? Out of the mouth of Jesus. After the central figure of the says, he said, therefore I tell you, whatever you desire, when you pray, believe you received it and you will. Yeah. Everything will be just great if you just ask for it. Yup, that's what it says. Yup.
That's not what you just said though. You said that all we got to do is just believe and then everything is all good now.
Yeah, that's what the Bible says. The book says it. I didn't say it. I'm quoting the script. I just gave you the script. You can go read it yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. I told you where it's found at. It's Mark 11:24. It's also Matthew 21 and 22. Yeah, the only condition is that you have to believe it. That is a condition. Belief is required. Without faith, it is impossible to please him. So yes, faith is a necessary ingredient. That is part of the recipe. Acceptance is key. Because that's all belief is, just accepting the thing is true. And so you want me to believe you. You want me to accept your version of the Bible, correct? You want me to accept the way you're interpreting script. But I'm not getting you to accept, but I'm trying to get you to my perspective. I'm going to rock with my perspective. And I'm sure you're going to rock with your perspective, regardless of what either one of us says, right? You're going to walk away accepting, no, I study scripture. I accept that God is a punisher. I accept that God being just is punishing people for disobedience. And I disagree with that.
So you don't like it just because he decides to punish people? Is that why you don't want to rock with it?
Oh, it's more than that. He just punishing folks. He unaliving folks. Like, what are we doing? And he has favorites. He only has a certain selective people. So what kind of God? So what? So you like, he only has a special selective group of people that he likes, and he hates everybody else. God is a hater. He is a hater. He hates those. He hates those that don't belong to him. If you're not for God, then you're against God. He hates.
Romans 9, it literally tells you that
Can I say something, please?
Hold on. 1 second. I'm gonna get to you.
Look at Romans 9. It says that he created certain vessels to honor and some to dishonor. So he's done everything that that he wanted to do. It's not that he just, I just don't like them guys. No, he made some to honor and some to dishonor.
Well, right. So you're again supporting my perspective. He made some to hate. What are we what? You just proved my point. Yes, he created some specifically not to honor. Yeah, no thank you.
Yeah, no,
Exactly. You just said he created something he's gonna honor, and he's gonna create something he dishonor. Duh. I know that. I just said that. I just said that. He decided he's gonna make a whole bunch of people, and he's gonna have a select few that he gonna like. I said that already. All you're doing is giving me a scripture to back up what I said. I appreciate you. Thank you. But I'm gonna go to the next. You can stay. I'm gonna go to the next guest. I don't know if she has something that she wants to ask you or not. I don't know if she has something she wants to ask you. So let her ask you the question, and then you can ask her, or say you can ask her one more question once she's done.
Okay, so we can have a dialogue. Okay, perfect. Come on.
Hello, Truth Trillionaire. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, how are you all?
Doing great. Doing great. Thank you.
Good. I just wanted to say, when you all were talking about sheep, I have sheep that is not of this fold. When I think it was like a couple of years ago, I was reading and I was learning about sheep, and I said, I wonder what this thing is. So sometimes when you just have that spirit in you, the spirit will lead you to the truth. And so sheep basically, the ones when you said the sheep hear my voice. So some mothers of some sheep, they don't like their babies. Just like some people throw their babies in the trash, left them on the front doorstep, and people hear stories like that, that where parents or some mothers have abandoned their kids, so some of the sheep's mothers, they'll abandon them. They'll kick them if the sheep try to go get milk from their breast. They won't let them get milk. They'll bite them, kick them, and they just won't take the baby. And what the farmer does is he'll go get that baby sheep because the mother doesn't want it, and then he would have to be the one to nurse it, give it milk, and and things like that, and talk to it. The sheep will be around him so long that they will recognize his voice when he talks. Like if he comes out and they call the sheep, they'll come to him. And this happens more than what people realize, that sheep will abandon their babies. And so that's when they get where they get my sheep knows my voice. And so when people, and then sheep also, they let you do things to them, like shear them, take their wool off and stuff. They'll stand still, let you just take the wool off. They don't really fight or anything. They won't fight you. And so when you start likening people to sheep, and things like that, I kind of find that to be what to my and myself. I wouldn't like to consider myself a sheep. So when people say, well, which sheep are you talking about? The children of Israel or whatever sheep, it's like you're just saying to me, like, you just kind of abandoned. You don't have a mom, or you have been abandoned in some way, and then you'll just let anything happen to you. You need a shepherd. You need direction. You're not in your full capacity. You don't know what to do. You need someone to be there for you, and things like that. And I hear us all the time arguing the Bible and talking about what God is saying, what he's not saying, and who he's talking about, who is his favorite and who is not. Which, if you read the Bible, you will see that he does have favorites. You will see that, everybody, people say, well, we all are loved by God. And it's not true. According to those writings, if you're going to read that book, not everybody, because he didn't say not in, especially in the Old Testament. So everybody had to look at a book, right? And I look at Bible study as a book club. Like, it's a book club. We're going to discuss this book. It's not about, I'm going to force you to believe what I believe, and we all got to believe the same way. And it doesn't work like that. In reality, it doesn't work like that. Everybody believe in the same way, because everybody will read it and they'll get something different from it. And when you read it, you have to really read it for what it is. You have to understand words. You have to understand the meanings. You have to understand, like, just everything about cultural linguistics. You have to understand what was going on at the time according to the book that you're reading, not according to what you feel it should be. You got to look at that book, and then when you look at that book and you read it for what it is, And I think you'll be more sober-minded, more vigilant, more watchful, and be more in more reality, and stop thinking like, well, he was telling us. Stop looking at things that way, because if you read it correctly, I think you will level up more than where you are if you stop looking at it like, well, we're the children of Israel, and we were cursed, and then he was mad at us, and we no, because if you're basically claiming that you are suffering, and then all these things are happening to you because you did something bad, or your ancestors did something bad and they deserved it. I just feel like for people to think that way, and to feel that you deserve something from a God, and or that of an almighty God that is a God. We talking about in the definition of what people think God is. It's like we talking about a God that needs to punish you because you didn't say good morning to him. And he's jealous of, he threw a pissy fit because whatever, for whatever reason. And we're talking about an almighty God that created everything, the oceans and the vast rivers and oceans and all mountains and skies and all these different things that would be so petty. And you're saying that you have a loving God and he loves you, and God do this for a reason, make me suffer. I don't know. I just feel like, mothers and fathers who do these to their kids, they call them abusers, and they are angry at them. They don't want to have nothing to do with them, and things like that. And that's just like, so when you talk about gods and stuff, people normally give a God something to get something from. So God, if I'm coming to worship you and praise you, come on now. We always like, come on, hallelujah, come on, like this. Okay, I praise you today. Don't you send that evil man my way to come and be bothering me to prove that you can put more on me than I can stand. I don't want to stand that. Come on now, you don't need to abuse me every day to prove that you got my back, or whatever. So I think when people are arguing the Bible and saying we this and we that, I just think people should speak for themselves. Like, don't put lump all of us in and say we need to believe in God said to us, we the children of Israel, so we should suffer. I don't know who the children of Israel are. I've never met them, the Hebrews, any of them, I am that I am. I just don't want to be lumped in with people who should feel like they should be punished and abused and mistreated.
I second that emotion.
I
second that emotion.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's where I stand.
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, L Boogie.
Of course, I don't necessarily agree with all that she said. It was it was kind of just a bunch of, oh well, just don't say we're this and this and that. But I didn't come up here doing that. I just I addressed one thing as far as the seed of Christ being the biological son of Joseph, and then we went off into something different. But I was having a conversation to address because I spoke with you yesterday, host. You kicked me, but anyways, I was speaking about.
I drop a lot of people. I don't remember, but go ahead.
I was going to say that does anybody ever say you look like Remy Ma?
That has been said like this year. Not prior to this year. No, I've been told I look like different people throughout my life. Okay, depending on my age and hairstyle, I've been told I resembled a few beautiful Black women.
Yeah,
but that's been one of the most recent ones. Yeah.
Yeah. But so I mean, I don't necessarily try to group everybody into being an Israelite. If you don't want to identify as an Israelite, the Bible even says that 2/3 of the people gotta perish anyway because of their disbelief. Now, it's anybody's option to choose if they want to serve that God in the Bible. If you don't want to serve it, that's fine. But the whole goal for Israelites is to wake us up to who we are, and we know that by the certain curses and punishments that the Israelites would have to go through.
Why? Why is that a have to? What do you mean have to? Why? Well, you don't have a choice in the matter, huh? It's just a part of being God's people. You just gotta suffer in this way.
Yourself, though? But can you just speak for yourself?
I never spoke for you, truth.
No,
Like I never spoke.
right? He said
one time.
Israelites. He is saying Israelites. So I don't identify with one. So So I know he's not
No,
referring to me. So go ahead.
we know that the Israelites had a contract with this God of the Bible, and that if they kept their contract, that they would get all these blessings, and they would get everything, basically being above every nation of the earth. I would say, but if they broke the contract, they would get all these curses
So I have a
and curses.
question. Is this a collective thing? Do everybody
Yes.
have to be in lockstep? So if you as an individual, you doing the right thing. You doing everything you say that you're obeying your God to a T. You doing exactly what is being asked of you. Are you going to suffer because you're only a part of the whole? And since the whole isn't doing it, you have to suffer as a part because the
Well, yes,
whole is not representative of what
well,
God wants.
well, the reason why is because the offspring went into the captivity. So once so mind you, one of the curses were slavery on slave ships.
You're
And so
you're getting into a question that you're answering something I didn't ask. I said you personally. I don't, but that's a yes or no answer. I don't need the backstory. I already know this. You believe me, you're not the first Hebrew Israelite on my panel. I'm very familiar with that mindset. The question I asked was, you singularly honoring God, do you get the blessings upon blessings, or are you going to be cursed with everyone else that is not honoring God in the way God says it should be done?
Can I further explain to you?
No, I don't. No, I don't. That's yes or no. Yes, I get blessed. No, I don't get blessed. Like, well, why is that so hard? Why do I need a dissertation on a yes or no answer?
But it's a no. You don't. So if I decide to keep the stuff, the law stuff, I'm still not going to get it because there was a punishment of 400-year captivity, and so until that punishment
When is the 400 up for you? 400 years. When is the 400 years up?
So we don't necessarily know. So our
I
understanding.
mean, because if you want to say the 1600s, we already in the 2000s. Like, damn, like when is this curse?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, when Christopher Columbus supposedly sailed the ocean blue 1492. Damn, that's more than 600. I mean, if y'all really counting time, like, and so what? How long do this curse last? Like, and when did it start? Like,
So it's about 430 years, right?
Y'all holding on to that narrative. It's like,
That's
damn.
And that's what I'm saying. But you know what? Nobody. One thing I noticed is nobody even look at that particular scripture that reads that when the children of Israel wanted another king, or wanted a king that they can see like the other nations, they rejected Yahuwah, which they call Jehovah of the Old Testament, the one that said, "I chose my people." Then you got other gods that other people got gods too in the Old Testament. If you read, it's like they kind of what you call it, divided up people, and then it's like, these are my people, these are my people, and these are my people. You all are my chosen ones. And then it's like, and they like, we want a God like the other nations, a God that we can see. He said, okay, well, if you want a God that you can see, then what's going to happen to you, since you want the same thing? These are the things they're going to do to you and do to your offsprings and your generations and generations, because these are the kind of things that these people do. And so I think everybody's ignoring that, which means that if you just stop accepting all these earthly kings and all these presidents and things like that.
Explain, because I was cut off, and you just basically said all this other stuff that just doesn't necessarily have to do with anything. I just want to explain, because everybody's asking, well, 400 years is up, right? So, mind you, the 1619 to 2019 would be the exact 400 years, but it didn't say exactly 400 years. But we know that in the past, when the Israelites were in Egypt, they were 430 years. So right now, when we start to see, I'm not sure if you guys even remember the whole hashtag in 2019. It says "Time's Up," and then all these nations literally started fighting against each other. We're starting to see the so-called state of Israel even being taken down now. This is all Bible prophecy that's come to pass. Even the Euphrates River being dried up. So these are all things that have to come to pass once the Israelites come out of their captivity. But there's going to be a day of vengeance against the
So
people who
y'all looking to continue to fight and unalive folks.
Well, do
See
you
that? No,
mind if we just read one
I
scripture?
think you're skipping. What I'm saying is that the reason why they were suffering because they rejected Yahuwah. I'm asking you, are you going to go back to Yahuwah so you don't have to be suffering no more? Because they said they rejected him. That's why they had to go through that. So are you going to go back and just, stop rejecting them and then so you can stop suffering?
Yes, true. That's the whole doctrine of the Bible. So once it said,
Well, all
we
you
wake
got
up
to
in the
do is
land
just
of
accept them, stop rejecting them, and don't worry about it.
Stop cutting me off, and I'll finish explaining to you. I said in the land of our captivity, we'll bethink ourselves. Basically, we'll remember who we were in the land of our captivity, and then we'll get back to the agreement or the contract that was with God, and then we'll be able to get the blessings and things that we were promised. But if you look at Revelation 13, there's a day of vengeance where Isaiah 61, Isaiah I think 63, it's a couple of things that literally says it's a day of vengeance. So once we come up out of our captivity, it's going to be a day of destruction, but it's not against his people. It's against the people that held us captive.
All right. So y'all looking for another war. Okay.
So let that happen, but all you gotta do is go back and then stop. Don't abandon Yahuwah. Just go back and then do that, and then and it'll be over.
That's what's getting done now.
But have you done that?
What's the problem? Yeah, I'm doing that now. I don't get what's the problem with me doing that though? Is what I'm asking.
Because the reason why I'm saying is because you're talking about things. You're talking about the book of Revelations and all these scriptures when all he said was, you rejected me. You went out and you got kings. You wanted kings like other nations that you can see. So you rejected me. And I told you what they was going to do to you, to your generations and generations. Because one thing I know for sure is that the word tells you that the children's teeth are set on edge because their parents ate sour grapes. So my kids' teeth should not be set on edge because I ate a lemon. I'm just saying. So what I'm saying to you is,
but then he cut that out though. He said no longer with the children's teeth be set on. No longer will you be punished for the sins of the fathers.
Right.
But somehow that got lost on folks because he had to send his only begotten son.
So no longer, absolutely. So he said no longer, like I said, I ate the sour lemon. So my offspring's teeth shouldn't be set on edge. They shouldn't have to deal with that because I ate the lemon, not them. So why don't you just go ahead and accept Yahweh? Don't reject them because that's what they did to put them in that punishment according to that book. So what I'm saying is don't worry about it. Let that all take cover and you go ahead on and you live your life now in abundance.
Hold on, what's the problem? I never said that I wasn't.
I think that when we set our minds on things like constantly, like we do have that, you live it. You live it inside your kingdom, inside your body.
What am I living?
Life of pain, the life of the suffering of
any life of pain, any suffering. I know that what our people have been through. That's all I did was come up here and explain what the scriptures are saying and line it up with what Black people here in America are actually going through.
Well, this is what I will say, El Boogie. Like Truth Trillionaire said, I'm not identifying with that cult. That's what I'm going to call it, a cult.
That's fine. You don't have to.
Yeah, because I don't know why we want to continue to associate with a group of people that wants to propagate captivity, destruction, punishment, and allegiance to a God that could just forgive. Like, could just, he changed his mind all the damn time. Change your mind on this dude. You regretted the day you made man. So what you do, you flood the damn earth. And then you don't start all the way over. You still keep some of the folks. You keep 8 of them. And then say, I'm going to redo it again with these 8. But they ass ain't perfect either. It's like God just keep missing the mark. And then blaming us for his mistakes. Dude, this you. You want to blame the product and not the manufacturer.
Just destroy the wicked people. Just destroy all those wicked people who doing all these things. Just get rid of them.
You go by T? Is that what it is?
Yes.
T?
Yeah, Toyia. My name is Toyia.
Toyia, I want to inbox you. I want to give you my phone number.
Oh, no, thanks. No. We don't need to talk outside of this app.
Serious.
Like what do we need to have a private conversation for?
I can't get to know you.
I really don't think my husband would like that, and I wouldn't like it either.
Oh, you married? Okay. All right. That's my fault. Oh, you go, girl.
No.
Look at you. He better put a ring on it.
Not you trying to speak game. You are funny. Not you trying to see. Let me see where this can go. I need to talk to you. Let me holler at you, sister. You funny.
I'm just saying,
Listen, hey, El Boogie, nobody is denying that people are going through things on the earth. And I think one of the biggest tricks of all of this psychological warfare is so many people are going through things and it's being overlooked. It's like, okay, our people do go through things. Many people go through things, but you know, I'm just saying that's going to be happening. That happens. It's a life. It happens, and we're not ignoring that. I just think that reading a book constantly all of our lives, and all of a sudden we start attaching ourselves to these people who are suffering, and we'll say, well, that's us, you know, or that's me, because someone clever wrote this book very well, somewhat, and then we start to live that melancholy life. We start to feel all these things of these people, and we start adopting all of these things of these
That's
people.
not what we're doing, though. That's not us as a people. We're not
No,
doing.
not you. What I'm saying is that's what happens. And I'm not saying that you are.
That's not what the Israelites are doing. Is what I'm explaining to you.
Israelites were in the book. If the book never told us about Israelites, we would not be talking about Israelites right now. So what I'm saying is, my point is, we have taken, I think, in our minds, we have to take our minds back, and then like try to say, if you never read that book before ever in your life, what would your life be like if you've never ever picked up that book and read it? And I'm just saying, I think life would be such a beautiful place.
What would it be like if we never read the book? Then we would still be in captivity, being mistreated and being hung on trees.
I think somewhat the book, when you read these books and people spread it, like say I've never read it, and then you've read it, and then you read a lot of things. So you came to me and you said, well, this is what God wanted me to tell you. Hold on for a second. And I'm saying,
what God wanted me to tell
not you. I didn't say you. What I'm saying is, it'll tell people, go and spread this stuff. What I'm saying is, you're reading the Bible, the book, and the book is talking to you. So the book is not talking to me because I'm not the one reading it, but it's talking to you because you picked it up and you read it. So that's as far as it should go. It should not go where I'm going to go and spread this to people who have never picked up that book. Because if you don't pick up the book, you're going to walk in your spirituality anyway. And then that is your best life. That's why so many people, when you look at history, you'll see a lot of writings on the wall and pictures and things like that. So I think that the less we read, to be honest with you, I think the less we read. I think we'll walk more in the spirit. We'll walk more in the spirit if we just put down all the ideas of other men. People wrote stuff of what they felt and what testimonies of things they went through. But we're not to take the testimony of Ezekiel and then say, this is my testimony because it was Ezekiel's testimony.
Okay,
but
can I ask you a couple questions?
Walk your own spiritual truth. Walk your own spiritual truth.
Right.
Okay, that's fine. Truth. Can I ask you a couple questions?
I agree. I like the way you said that. True.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead if you want to. If I can, I'll try.
I just want to, if yes or no, we don't have to necessarily expound on them too much if we don't want, but Isaiah 65:17 or 15 says that the Israelites would lose their name as a curse, right? So was there people that went through a service slavery that lost their name and never recovered it?
You said, okay, see, again, it's a book. And someone wrote. No, hold on. No, you said I can choose to answer yes or no, or I can expand on it.
I would like for this to be yes or no.
No, you can't just change it now. Hold on. There's still a book that someone wrote. I'm just trying to say to you, I'm just trying to get you to see something. There's still a book that someone wrote, and what has happened is, because it's called a script, a writing, just like I'm in a play, someone give me the script and I act it out. What happened is people started acting it out. When you start reading, you start acting it out. Then you go to a church, which is supposed to be an assembly.
So we started acting out slavery?
people started acting out what's in the book.
So we started who started who
People
acted
have been
slavery?
enslaving people since throughout human history.
But there's never been a chattel slavery.
Now we're going to compare which one was worse. I mean, people were. You had cannibalism and barbarian. It's really, humans have been doing unhumane things to one another since the beginning of time. And now, but here's the thing. I'm going to go to the next caller that came up on the panel, because I you know, you just keep reverting back to, it's like you just want to like get it through our thick skulls that we are captive people, but there's no we in this situation. There's only there's only I am. There's only I am. So all you can do is really speak for you. You can't speak for anyone else, like she was saying. You read the book, and so you should live by the book, but you're trying to get other people to live by a book that they didn't read or don't see it from your perspective, or to see it from your perspective. So then why are you sharing it then? Why do you keep saying we? How come you're not saying my people? I am the people of God, but you keep referring to this text as a we situation when it's really just those who agree to it. It's their situation. It's your situation. You should only be speaking first person when you talk about it, but you don't speak first person. You don't say the people of God. You don't just say Israelites. You say, well, which people was this? Who was, you know, who went into this captivity? Who? The people in that book. That's it. The people in that book. Because you're trying to convince us that the story that they tell about what happened on this landmass is absolutely true. Because you call them liars, except when it comes to this. Oh, they're liars from the beginning. They're evil people, except when they come to this. Then they're telling the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help them God. This is the only lie you willing to take as a truth. This is the only lie, because it aligns to your belief that God is a punisher and he wants to keep you down until everybody you claim is an Israelite get their life right. Damn, that may never happen. Can you imagine getting everybody, thousands, millions of people all to think the same way? Get them all to do the same thing. That's why it's been like a couple of thousand years. Are you still waiting on Jesus to come back? Oh, maybe not.
Are you asking me?
Maybe not. That's really rhetorical. I'm gonna go to the next guest. Honey Bunny, welcome. Are you there? Hello. How are you?
I'm good. God bless you, Prosperity. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing amazing.
Okay, so lovely. So I'm gonna start by saying my background, so people understand where I am spiritually.
Wait a minute. What you mean your background?
Like my spiritual background, because I'm a Christian, but I also believe in metaphysics. Because when I did not believe in Christ, I studied the game of life and how to play it.
Okay.
Neville Goddard.
Mm-hmm.
All those manifestation books. You got it. I read it.
Okay. And so then you went back to Christianity. Is that what you're telling me?
Correct. I did. I did.
Okay, so that's enough. I don't really need any more history than that. I do have a question. Like, why did you? I mean, you can tell us why you went back to Christianity after, applying or not applying or not. I don't know. Why did you go back? I'm not even going to try to assume why you went back. Why did you go back?
Why did I go back is because I had an experience while I was traveling. I was outside of my apartment, and I had this feeling. I was playing gospel music because I was raised in church. So I was looking for this other song, but God showed me another song instead. And I just started crying. And I just started asking just God for forgiveness of all my sins and the darkness and all of it. I was just rebuking everything. And then suddenly, God be my witness, something came out of my heart, literally. God strike me down now. Like something came out of my heart, like zoom. And I was like, wait a minute. What's going on? I've never felt this before because I was raised apostolic Pentecostal, but now I'm Catholic Orthodox. I'm still figuring out which one I am, to be honest, because I deserve a freedom that comes with Orthodoxy and Catholicism, and I believe in pure salvation. Now,
I mean, that was a total. I mean, man, you did a smorgasbord because you was at an apostolic Pentecostal, and now you are an Orthodox Catholic.
Oh yes.
And you studied Neville Goddard and Florence Scovel Shand.
Yes.
Oh, so okay. And so, do you see any similarities in those different ideologies?
Of course.
And so, my takeaway is that they're all saying the same thing, but you're saying that they're different.
No, I'm not saying that they're different at all.
Okay.
I believe that when it comes to manifestation, it's all true because it's in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
They're just interpreting it in a different way. Manifestation is real. I do manifestation every single day. I write down in my journal. What I want to manifest and what is supposed to happen to me. That is the real things. It says the power, that is life and death in the power of the tongue. Okay. No matter what people want to say about Christianity, it is, even though, because when I was younger, I didn't know that God was real, to be honest, until I had that encounter with him. But I studied mysticism and everything you could find. I've studied even not like I've studied hoodoo, I've studied voodoo, I've studied the dark paths as well, and I'm going to go back to studying the dark paths.
Okay, so not dark paths, interesting. Okay, so the only difference between the religious aspect and that what you would call the spiritualist aspect, and I don't know if you call it that, because I don't deal with either one of them. I don't call myself a spiritualist. I don't call myself a religion. You know, I did at one point consider both options. Of course, I used to be a Christian many moons ago. And then when I started on this path, I was identifying with spirituality until I noticed it was not unlike religion. So I stopped associating myself with that perspective. Yeah. So what you're telling me is that you freed yourself from a savior and you went back to a savior.
No, I didn't free myself. I didn't free myself from a savior. I never knew. Okay.
Being apostolic Pentecostal would mean you would have to believe in a crucified savior, that Jesus came so you didn't.
No, but I was raised. No, but listen, I was raised as a child, and plus, one of my close relatives, I had to look after them, so I wasn't really paying attention if Christ was real or not. I was wondering, why is my life a living hellhole, until I finally got a break and I turned my face to the Father. But it's not like let's say freeing yourself from a savior. I believe they all work in unison. Me and you, I don't care who you are. You're my sister. I don't give a fuck if you do witchcraft, hoodoo, voodoo, you believe in mysticism. As long as to me, everybody is on their journey. Not everybody's going to be Christian. That's fine. But all I'm trying to say is that as long as you're giving out positive energy, then I feel like as a Christian, I should be like, oh no, you shouldn't give out positive energy because it's the devil. I don't think that way. I feel like positive energy is positive energy, especially amongst Black people, witch or not, Christian or not. Because when it comes to manifestation, if you say I am, it gives the opposite effect. Like God is trying to clear out all the dust and gunk and gore and stuff. That's why manifestation doesn't happen properly. That's why negativity happens.
Wait a minute. Wait. Say that again. Why doesn't manifestation happen properly?
I mean, when it comes to...
No, I just want you to repeat what you said. What did you say? You said, I'm trying to understand what you're...
Black people, especially Black people suffer when it comes to manifestation because lack of understanding, not knowing that their words is true are spells. and I don't even say I am actually, even though it's Neville Goddard, it gives a opposite reaction. I just go straight to wisdom, health, wealth, and dignity, and that's all I say in my mind personally to manifest. But all I'm saying is, sometimes when manifesting, Black people are doing it wrong, and I feel like they need.
And so how should they be doing it?
How should they be doing it?
Mm-hmm. You said they're doing it wrong.
They should be studying. They should be studying as a part of even studying their Bible. Not only studying their Bible, but looking at Florence Scovel Shinn, Neville Goddard, manifestation books, hidden knowledge, this and that, early Christianity, because all of this
but wait a minute, you just discounted Neville Goddard because you said you don't even say I am when manifesting. But I guess my thing is
hold on. But I mean it as like personally, I don't take listen, I think all religions are real. And I'm not even gonna lie. As a Christian, I feel all religions were real, because at the end of the day, people ain't random seeing things and they're writing things on walls because they see them. It's obviously that that's true, but there is only one source. There is only one source, and also a broken clock is right twice a day. And I'm not saying Neville Goddard and Florence Scovel Shinn is a broken clock, but I take it outside of the Bible. I take everything that I read with a pinch of salt. Not everything
Then why are you suggesting that they read it if what you read is you take with a pinch of salt? Why would you even suggest it? You don't even take it.
Everything you read. You shouldn't trust everything you read. But
you sound a little double-minded. I will say you sound you sound, yes, because on one hand you say they don't get it right, these metaphysicians because that's what you originally said, which is why you went back to Christianity. And then as you continue to talk, now is all religions are the same. They're all saying the same thing. And then you say, no. I did let you talk. Hold on. I need you to be quiet for a moment, because I'm going to regurgitate back to what you've been telling us, is that you were apostolic Christian, then you went to spirituality, then you went back to Christianity through orthodoxy. Got it. And then you start to say you made it more specific to Black people, the reason why they fail at manifestation. And then I asked you, well, why are they failing at manifestation? And you specifically start saying because they don't read these authors. When at just moments ago you were telling us that these authors didn't really help you. You only got help when you cried out to Jesus and you felt like something dark out of you came out. It sounds like you're trying to play both sides. It's like you want to be inclusive of all, but still trying to pick and choose. And it's okay. It's your life. You get to do what you want to do. But it's kind of hard to take advice from you when you're saying you're condemning one, and then at the next very statement, now you're encouraging it. So which one is it? Do they listen to Neville Goddard and Florence Scovel Shinn and people from that ilk, or do they just study the Bible and get closer to God, and then that'll help the manifestation? Or you're saying they get to do whatever they want to because it's their own road, it's their own life, and then they'll figure it out? Because that's what I would say. But hey, what are you saying?
That's basically what I just said. I said, as a Christian, I think everybody has their own personal journey to Christ. Everyone has.
Then why did you say Black people were doing it wrong? That's not what you said, because you say Black people are doing it wrong.
Black people, because I'm a Black woman, and I.
But you didn't say that they. But you. I guess this is a hard conversation. If every time I say it, you say something, you say, no, I didn't say that, when clearly you did. And then you just want to be contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. So it's going to be very hard to have this conversation, because you specifically said Black people failed at manifestation. And I asked you, well, how do they make that right?
All right. How do they make it right? They study the Bible, which is the foundation, and then they study different books. Like, I said.
No, but then you said, no, hold on. And then you said that you should, no, because I'm going to interrupt whenever I hear you say something opposite that you said moments before, because you said that we should be careful about what we read, because when you read, you take it with a grain of salt, take it with a pinch of salt. So again, that's double-mindedness, because you're telling me to read it and then at the same time, but don't really take it in, because you really shouldn't be reading it, because what you read, you only take with a pinch of salt. That's what you said. Like, which one is it? Do we read it or don't we read it? Or when we read it, don't really take it in because it really ain't saying much, so you really don't have to read it? Like, which one is it?
Could you please listen for a moment?
I was listening, and you're all over the place. That's why I'm trying to get clarity.
No, I'm not against you. I'm trying to.
I'm gonna say you was against me. I said you're all over the place, is what I said.
Okay, that's fine. Let me try be in place as well. Give me a chance for me to be in place. All I'm saying is, as a Black person, and I'm not sure how the Black economics is where you are from, or the Black spirituality where you are from, but there is a gap in the Black community where we are spiritual as hell. We read all these books, Christian or not, but we don't own anything. And that's what I'm trying to get to. Positive energy, I say, take it with a pinch of salt, because not everything, to be honest, the only thing I don't read without a pinch of salt is the Bible. And if you listen to scholars, they said everything you read should not be, you have your own opinion on it. You have your own studying on it. So that's why I take other books with a pinch of salt. But I'm telling you that Neville Goddard, the Florence Scovel Shin, it is positive energy, and Black people should use it. But at the end of the day, because I say with a pinch of salt, because in their books, they talk about magic. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm like, all right, but that's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying, I've got to be careful. I personally have got to be careful because I'm a Christian now. But all I'm saying is, if we put down the bullshit of Christian and non-Christian, spiritualist, hoodoo, voodoo, Muslim, whoever the hell you are, and we come together and we actually sit down and work together, we will realize we are not as separate as we seem. That's what I'm trying to say. We are not as separate as we seem. Christians need to take a little bit of manifestation, and manifestation needs to take a little bit of Jesus. Because at the end of the day, when we was in Egypt, Egypt in the Bible, well, I see it as this. Egypt is in the Bible as a Black person. We had all the technology, we had all of it, and then we got led into the wilderness, and God taught us everything in Egypt. They gave us all the technology in Egypt, but we did not use it for ourselves. And then we became selfish to the Messiah, or we just forgot about the Messiah completely. But I'm saying is,
who is we? You talking about Black people? Who is we? You talking about? Oh, this is only to Black people. Everybody else got it down pat. Everybody else got it down pat. Black folks screwed it up. Got you. Okay. All right.
But yes, Black people screwed it up because we because we turned our backs on God, but we're coming back to God. But people think, oh, this is Neville Goddard. Oh, this is Florence Scovel Shin. Oh, this is that. No.
Then why are you telling them to read it? I don't understand. Why are you telling them to read it if you don't have anything good to say about it? Like, what is going on? Why are you?
There's only one source. You're not listening. There's only one.
Okay, then I'm gonna stop talking to you, since I cannot listen and I have clearly no understanding of what you're saying. I'm gonna move on from this conversation because I'm not listening, I'm not understanding, and I truly don't want to. I'm kind of done with the conversation because clearly I lack comprehension skills. Clearly, what I'm hearing, I'm not hearing. Right? So we're gonna move along. Cause what? Like, no. Hello, Kern Dog. Welcome. Kern Dog, you can unmute.
How you doing?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. So what's the prompt? Because I see like metaphysicism versus Christianity, but like what's the topic of discussion?
Revelation, God as man. I am God having a human experience. That's the prompt. What you mean, what about it?
Is that a verse from the Bible?
Does it need to be a verse from the Bible?
No, I'm asking like, what's the point of the conversation? Like, what's your standpoint?
Oh, that the Bible is about me. It is. It's about you.
It's about you.
It's about you. It's about the I am that put on form. The Bible is not a historical text. The Bible is a psychological one. It's a beautiful story about the mind, the consciousness that fell into duality and then awakens to oneness.
I mean,
Old Testament duality, New Testament unity, union with the I am. The lower consciousness becomes aware that there was never no separation. It was all one.
I mean, I really wouldn't say that it's one or the other. I say they both, like both of those statements you just said, they apply to the Bible. It's definitely history.
Definitely not history for me, but you get to see it as that way. But definitely not history for me. It has no historical, nope, not one single iota. Now it may name some historical figures. It may even name some historical places, but the events therein are not historical. It's a message.
What is an iota?
Small, very little, none of it. and I told you what the iota was. The iota is just they mention historical persons like Pontius Pilate, Caesar. They may talk about the Euphrates River, the Red Sea, Mount Sinai. But yeah, Moses, Jacob, Jesus, Adam and Eve, Steve. Let me stop. I know Steve isn't mentioned, but Hezekiah, David. None of those people ever existed in time and space.
How did you come to that conclusion though?
When I stopped reading the Bible from a historical text. I mean, just like I was told that the Bible was history, just like when someone told me that, it's like, hey, this book is all about God, and it's telling you about the creation of humankind and how it all fell apart. Read this book because everything in here is true. It's the truth. It's the God truth. And then I heard, well, actually, it's not history. It's psychological drama. So I read both perspectives. And what resonates with me is, it makes so much more sense that this is psychological and no sense when I take it literal as historical. It makes absolutely no sense. But it makes so much more sense when I read it from a psychological perspective for me. Now, I'm not here trying to convince anyone to see it from my perspective, but that's how I live my life. From viewing the Bible, there's no savior, ain't nobody coming to save me. Things got right in my life when I decided to think differently. That's how I know I stopped living the struggle bus life when I let go of religion, when I stopped operating in condemnation, guilt, sin, remorse, and regret. When I stopped operating from that mindset, yes, life becomes so much more enjoyable. I recognize I don't have problems if I don't create them. So guess what? I have no problems. Why? Because I don't create any.
I mean, following religion, that doesn't mean you create problems. Problems.
Oh yes, you do. You most certainly do. You most certainly do create problems because you're told that you're a sinner from the beginning. You're shaped in iniquity, that you have to please this God who's never pleased, who's always angry and full of wrath and just jealous. And yes, you're never worthy. Religion tells you you're not good enough. How dare you think good of yourself? There's no one that's good. Only God is good. How dare you? How dare you? Religion? With the religion I came from. I can only speak from my personal experiences being a Christian, and that was my personal experience as being a Christian. That's all I got. All I got is my experience. I don't have no one else. No one else gets to live my life just like I can't live someone else's life. I can only go by my own personal experience, and that's how I see it. That's all I got.
That's understandable. I mean, that's all we can do. But from that experience and having that mindset towards it being just a set rule book, it's probably because the people that were leading you and they made it seem like that. And of course,
I mean, I read it too. I mean, the script does say, he said, he said, why call me good? He said, good teacher. Hey, hold up. Why are you calling me good? There's no one that's good but God. It's right there in the script.
Right. Okay, I know that verse that you're talking about, and there's a meaning below the surface or above the surface, whichever one you want. The meaning that he was saying is because he was implying that, if you're going to say that, that must mean you're saying that I'm God. That's why he asked that question. It was a rhetorical question because he knows that saying that you're claiming to be God.
Right, but he did. But then he did not deny being God, because in John 34, when they're picking up stones to hit him with it, and he's like, "Why are you trying to stone me? Is it because of the works I do?" And he said, "No, because you, being mere man, making yourself equal with God." So they knew he was calling himself God, which is why they were seeking to stone him, and that's why he quoted Psalm 82:6. But is it not written in your script that I have said, "Ye are gods"? And if it's written in the script, then it cannot be changed. So yeah, the Bible is telling you you're God. That's the point I'm making. The Bible is telling you you're God. Religion is telling you you're a sinner. See how different? That's so different.
Absolutely.
To be told you're a sinner and be told that you're God are two different dichotomies. They are opposing viewpoints.
I can give you my interpretation.
And also, hold on, one thing. You know what? Excuse me, 1 second. You know.
Hold on. Go ahead, Karen. Go ahead, Karen. Hold on. Shoot, let me have this conversation with him. Go ahead.
When it says, does it not say ye are gods? He wasn't saying that we all are God. That's not what it was saying, from my understanding.
What was it saying?
I mean, I would have to go back to it because I read it before. I had a conversation about it, Bible study and everything. Mm-hmm. It slipped my mind. I haven't read that in a while.
Okay, well, let me give you another scripture that's going to also cement that you're God, but then tell me what you think this means. This is Paul speaking now. He said, "Let this mind be in you that was also in Christ Jesus, who, being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God." So what mind are you supposed to be having that's just like Christ?
I mean, it depends. It's situation based. If we're talking about spreading the word, of course it's supposed to be spread in love and kindness. And that's what Jesus did for the most part. He only went off on the Pharisees because he had to fulfill prophecy and he knew what they would do by what he said to them. So that's not like a direct answer because it's situation based. Because there are certain things that we can and can't do. When it comes to casting out demons, people love to say that they can cast out demons, but you're not doing that of your own power, though. You're doing that of the power of Jesus. They're scared of him. They don't fear us. there's
wait a minute.
Things that we can do.
Oh, really? So when he said these signs shall follow them that believe, they shall cast out demons. But you're telling me they shouldn't be able to do this.
Yes.
Because this is a sign that follows them. They should lay hand on the sick and they should recover. They should raise the dead. But now you're saying, no, they shouldn't be able to do these things. So what? Okay, so God left you down here with the devil. Wait on, God left you down here with the devil, and you have no power over the devil.
I'm not saying that, but when it comes to certain things that we do, we're not doing it of our own power. We're empowered by him. When it comes to casting out demons, we're not just casting out demons because we have that power and we were born with it. We're casting out demons because he's empowering us to do so.
Okay, regardless of where the power comes from, you have the power to do it, right?
Yeah, that's.
I mean, I think you're trying to argue something that no one's arguing. Because here's the thing, because if God here's the thing, I think what Christians miss the mark. You want to say God in you is not that he is not you that live, but Christ in you that lives. It is in him I live, move, and have my being, but you want to make it a separate thing. You want to say, oh, I have the Spirit of God dwelling in me. I have that power of God that's in me, but somehow this thing is separate from me. Yeah. But how can it be separate from you if it's in you? You are real, because here's the thing. If you're possessed by a devil, you want to be set free from the devil because the devil is causing you to do things that are not of God, right? But when you're possessed of God, you're going to say that now you're separate from God?
So correct me if I'm wrong. Metaphysics, that's like the study of things that happen outside the laws of nature, correct?
Beyond the physical. No, it's not operating outside the laws of nature.
Yes.
Because God and science are not separate, no matter what a Christian wants to say.
You said what's not separate?
God and science. They're one and the same. God is science, science is God. They're one and the same. They're not separate.
I mean, he created it, yes. But the point that I was gonna go to is like metaphysicality, or whatever you want to call it.
Metaphysician. It's pronounced metaphysician. Just like you're saying physician. Meta, just put meta in front of it. Metaphysician.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the study of things that aren't natural. But
things that aren't physical. First of all, it's not natural. No, you're trying to redefine the word, and I'm telling you what it beyond physicality, not the naturalness of life. It's not beyond the naturalness of life. It's the ability to see beyond the physical world, which means you do it all the time too, because you talk about the past a lot. You're seeing beyond the physical. When you talk about the future, you're seeing beyond the physical. That's what it means, and everybody does it. It's not just specific to me. It's specific to every being born of woman. We use our mind to think forward, backward, and in the present all the time. We're always doing it. We're always using our mind. That's what it means.
Hey sis, can I speak real quick?
Who is this? Sorry, you're like the last one. You're the
sorry.
you're the last one. You're the last one on the panel. So I'm
Okay.
sorry, you're not next. The next person would be Raw Sports Radio.
Am I allowed to finish my point? Or
Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, my point that I was making by saying the definition of metaphysicality, whatever you want to call it,
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying what you were saying about how we can't do anything of our own power and us having God.
I never said that. You said that. Please don't put words in my mouth. You're talking about doing stuff under your own power. You said that you can. It's God doing it, and I never argued that point. I never said anything when you made that reference. But don't say something I didn't say. I never said anything.
I didn't say that you said it.
You did, Lord. Y'all just do not hear yourselves.
I said what you were talking with the statement that you made. I didn't say that you said it. I said regarding the statement that you made.
Regarding the statement that I made, or you said it, is the same damn thing. Are we being serious now? Regarding the statement that you made, or you said this, is saying the same damn thing. You just using different words. Like, please, come on. Think about what you're saying before you just want to be contradictory and you want to just argue. Please just think about what you're saying. That's all I ask, because that means the exact same damn thing.
I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to make my point. You keep interrupting me.
Yeah, because yes, I'm going to interrupt you with your point that you're making. I'm going to need you to listen to what you're saying.
What I'm saying, though. I'm sure if I make my point, you'll understand what I'm saying. I apologize for misrepresenting you. I do, but I'm just trying to make my point. Trust me. You'll understand it after I make the point. Am I allowed to?
I'm listening.
All right. So you said us not being able to do it on our own power. Yes, the statement that I made, and you rebutted with like, how can you not do it of your own power? You have God within you. Isn't that like outside? Isn't that metaphysicality? Of course, it doesn't make sense, but it's possible because God can do anything. He's empowering us. Like, what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what he's saying, but the only thing he can't do is make a talking snake happen again. He can't make somebody walk on water now. He ain't causing people to turn water into wine. Yeah, he's not allowing people to live 3 days in the belly of the earth and come back and to live to tell about it. Yeah, he ain't calling wings of chariots to fly up in the earth and no longer up into the sky and not be seen again. Yes, there's some things he cannot do, which is repeat the shit that happened in that book. Other than wars, the only thing he can do is continue the wars upon this earth. But when it comes to the supernatural things that happen in the book, yeah, he can't do that. He's yet to do it. It's a one and done thing in that book. You're only going to see these supernatural events in the book.
When he ascended to heaven, that was like a one-time thing. Like, why would he come back just to ascend again?
I mean, I don't see no talking donkeys.
I'm just saying, like, of course, it would be nice if God came.
I mean, it would be so easy for somebody to turn water into wine. You mean tell me people drink wine all the time, but we know it to come from grapes. But how come somebody just can't take a glass of water, a big old barrel of water and say, hey, we ran out of wine, y'all. y'all. Hey, just watch me work, y'all. Jesus did it. He said the works that he did, I can do too. You know, just watch me do it, because Jesus did it. He said the works he did, I can do them, and I can do greater. Okay, we need wine, y'all. Boo, woo,
Yeah,
there it is.
He can do that and greater. He didn't say that we were going to be able to turn water into wine, because then we'll just have a bunch of winos running around. Like, why would he do that? Why would he let us make wine out of water?
He said you couldn't do what he did. Is that what you said?
You just said he can do these works and greater. Yes, he did.
No,
that.
I said he said you could do these works and greater. Have you not read the book?
What verse is that?
Okay, I'm gonna let you go find it. Google is free. So I'm going to the next guest. You could just Google it. You could just Google it. It's not. I'm not a Christian. I don't need to know the verse. Hello, Ross Sports Radio. Hello, welcome.
What's going on?
Oh, everything is everything.
Hey, so I'm entertained. I'm just sitting back listening. But I got a question for you. I'm not really doctrinated, but from my experience, now I do also, let me add, I do agree with my main two scriptures about the John, when the Pharisees and everybody came up to him, stoned him to death, saying he committed blasphemy and everything, and Jesus ordered him. So is it not written in your books, Psalms 82 and 6 chapter, where he gave them the responsibilities and the role, their job description as gods. He said, all of you, like the young dude that was in here, he said, all of you are the children of the Most High. You know what I'm saying? We got a responsibility to speak up for the voiceless people, speak up for the orphans, and the motherless, everybody. So that is the role of God, just doing simple things. You ain't got to do nothing supernatural. Just feed the poor. Just look out for people. Just you know what I'm saying. Be a brother. You know what I'm saying. No greater love than the man that lay his life down for another. Charity. All of those things. But I say this: in my walk, in my searching, I find I have an issue with the Catholic Church who took over the gospel, like Paul, who never met Jesus. And they started to, next thing you know, like we get this Holy Trinity, which is basically sexuality. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's misogynistic, it's just God, man, and the Holy Spirit. Where is that? That throws off the balance. It says as above, so below. So there was man, woman, and child. Where would we get all these three men? This Roman Catholic joining the churches where it's three men. Where do we get this from? So me, from my experience, I get more results from praying to Mother God, not just Father God. I pray to Mother God, just like anybody else, family. If you want something done ASAP, you go to your mama. They're dead out working. Like I tell, my lady, I ain't, not, mocking, but I'm like, God seemed to be too busy, a little callous, you know what I'm saying? He'll get to you eventually, but if you want something fast, go to Mother God. Okay. You get the results right away. But I don't try to learn God just strictly, like I partially wanted to agree with the lady before. She's still searching. She's trying to land. But I can't, she was saying take it a grain of thought. She was saying just use it for balance, you know what I'm saying? But you were right when, you know what I'm saying, everything that you said. She was all over the place, but she's searching. A person who's searching ain't going to have it together like you. It is, but
I just wanted her to realize that she was saying one thing and then in the next breath speaking against the very thing that she was saying. And,
she didn't.
It was kind of hard to follow that because it's like, you're coming up to give advice, but the advice isn't flushed out. So people gonna leave more confused than when they came because, just keep it real simple. I'm about keeping it super simple. I'm all about kiss over here. Keep it super simple. Make it real plain. Stop adding to it and taking away. Just say what you mean what you say, and life will be real simple that way.
Yeah, and another thing, like I don't judge God based on what I read in the Bible or what I might run across in the Quran, because this is man who wrote the Bible. So I can't say if I get to heaven and I run into God and I say, well, you said this right here in the book of Matthew 14th chapter, you said this. Come on now. I'd be looking crazy to sit here and accuse him of saying something that he had nothing to do with. And we noticed that he had nothing to do with it. This man.
It's God or he.
Right, man. Like I said, Mother God, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm referring to the he that they referring to. But yeah.
The he would be me. I am God. And beside me, there is no other God. I am she. And beside she, there is no other he. There's only me. It's me, myself, and I. I got me, myself, and I. That's all I got until the end. That's what I found out. That's all I know. All I know is me, myself, and I. I don't know no other God. I only know the God of I am, and that's me. That's
Before
it.
we form our gender, aren't we like something like homorphics or whatever?
That's what they say. That's what science say. But hey, I don't remember what it was. I don't know what was going on up in there. All up in there.
Okay.
Up in here.
Okay.
Up in here. I have no idea.
That's like I tell my sister. Yeah, that's what I tell my sister when you say man. You know what I'm saying? When I refer to the man could also refer to a woman. You know what I'm saying? Just a different version of a man. But yeah.
Yeah, to me, all is mine. God is mine. God is the imagination. That's who God is. Generator, operator, demonstrator. Some people say destroyer. I say demonstrator of the truth of who I am. I'm always demonstrating my truth. Everyone is always demonstrating their truth. That's why it was put in the mouth of the central figure. I am the truth. I am the truth. I am the way. And I am the life. No manifestation comes to me unless the Father, which is my own consciousness, draws it. Don't nothing get here by accident.
And you know, that's funny because the way that I view that scripture now is like, you know, like when a woman goes through pregnancy, there's no way that a child can get to their father but through the mother. You know what I'm saying? Even though we carry the seed, but there's no way that they can meet their father without going through the mother womb to get to us. And that's the same thing I see as the mother God. How are we gonna get to God without going, you know, through her?
Yeah, the womb of creation. The womb of creation. The her would be the subconscious mind. Yes, they're tandem. They go together like white and rice. Ain't no separating the divine feminine from the divine masculine. They're a unit. They operate as one. That's a unity of the spirit. We just fragment it for the point of discussion to discuss creation, creativity, how we create in this reality.
Right. So I don't know how we got to all men and, you know, this Holy Trinity and then everybody worshiping Jesus. And I just don't get that I worship the one who Jesus worshiped. So I don't understand. Jesus said we all basically.
I mean, yeah, well, everybody's not worshiping Jesus. That's a Christian thing. Everybody's not Christian, but I get what you're saying.
Okay, yeah, right.
Everybody not white. Everybody don't see Jesus as God. Just go ask the Muslim and the Jew. They don't see it the same way. So, you know.
Yeah, I mean, everybody is God though, and you know what I'm
that
saying?
part. That part.
But you know, I don't think Jesus would actually want us to be worshiping him, but I guess he said he that worship me in truth and spirit. I guess if that was his words. But he was trying to tell us we could do the same thing he could do, but greater. So, you know, I don't get how this all turned to Jesus and away from, you know, the Most High to one man who was mortal just like us. I don't get it, but that's all I wanted to say on this.
All right.
Back to work. Gotta get back to work.
All right. Thank you for joining. Enjoy. Work. All right. Hello, Messenger. Welcome. You can unmute. Are you there?
Good day. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm fantastic, my dear. Let me start by saying, you know what? You do a great job. You spread a great word, and I appreciate having you out there. The only thing that I disagree with you on is Jesus. I do believe that Jesus walked this earth. I do believe that he came down to show us the way, and he also came down to show us that we are all eternal souls. We are all truly a part of God. God divided himself into the many so he could experience himself through himself and do it through limitation. But Jesus did come to show us the way. I do believe he did walk the earth.
Mm, okay. But you believe what he was born of Mary and
Oh,
Joseph?
he was definitely born of a woman, but I believe he incarnated on this planet
No, I'm saying was
because
his father Joseph or was the father the Holy Spirit?
uh listen, you know what? My beliefs do differ from yours a little bit in terms of outside interference. I don't believe that we're alone in this universe, and I do believe there are other dimensional beings, and Jesus, being the ascended master that he was, is technically another dimensional being. So his carnation, he chose to incarnate on his own, and that's kind of how I believe that went. And so I don't believe that Joseph was the father.
Okay. So he was like this perfect example that
Exactly.
none of us can attain to, because we're not
No,
perfect examples. Because here's the thing. No, I'm just showing why I don't accept that as something to look up to, because you're having me look up to it when I should be looking at it as a mirror. Because I'm not here to look up to ascended man.
Look up to it.
No. But when you call him an ascended master, you call him a perfect being. Are you also calling yourself an ascended master and you calling yourself a perfect being?
Not at this point. Like I said, I do believe that God divided himself into the many, and which is us, but it's also our job to find out who we truly are, which is a piece of God, and it's our job to be better every day. And I do believe that Jesus was just an example.
Okay.
Oh, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So you do, so by believing that, you do know that he had to go according to the laws of the physical, which means you have to come through the womb of a woman. So he basically came through there. And so you agree that we women can basically have babies without you, without men. Do you agree that we can have babies without men?
In today's world, with what's happening right now, no, I don't believe you can. But I do believe that, you know what, if there was the perfect soul that was walking this earth, that he probably came through that means, yeah.
But he definitely came through. He had to definitely respect the laws that governs here, which means you have to go through the womb.
Yeah. Okay.
Come through, right.
So,
okay.
So I just wanted the perfect soul, and not just the perfect human, but the perfect soul before he actually incarnated here. Then he had that ability.
I've just read, come across, not just read, but come across many other what we would call reincarnated beings, enlightened ones. There's been many of them that has come before. Mother Teresa was one. Martin Luther King was one. Yeah, I mean, no matter what people were, you know, but she was. As far as what's his name, Harry Krishna. There's been so many ones
you're absolutely right.
That has came and gone, that walked the earth, and even the Mormons believe that it was Joseph Smith. He came, he walked the earth. I mean, we're walking the earth right now. There's many of people who are here right now. And Krishna, he was the first Krishna that we know of, beside after Jesus. Let me say Christ, the reincarnated one, or the bag of art, not the Bhagavad Gita. That's the book from the Hare Krishna. They read the Bhagavad Gita, and then and then
okay, so believing in these ascended masters, these special supernatural beings, helps you how? That's all I want to know.
So that's what I'm saying. So these are
I mean, like, I don't. What someone else did on this third dimensional plane helps me none if I ain't doing the same thing that they did. And for what I can see, no one's doing what he supposedly did. No one's walking on water. No one's turning water into wine. No one's living 3 days in the belly of the earth and then getting up to tell about it. No one is bringing a person out of the tomb after 4 days and they jumping around to tell about it. No one's having any of these supernatural experiences. But for some reason, we want to make we have a thing for the supernatural that we never see, that we only hear about, but we have never experienced. And so my thing is when and then even if you do experience it, it's for your own personal experience. It really has nothing to do. It doesn't help humanity in any kind of way. It hasn't stopped any wars. It hasn't stopped any diseases. It hasn't stopped anything. The world is still whirling. So what I do know and what I accept, that the world is me pushed out. My world, not the world, my world.
Right.
The world
Right.
I'm looking at is mirroring me. I'm the projector. My film, my mind is the film. And what I see out there is because what's going on within here. So,
100%.
I mean, I'm not looking up to Jesus.
100%.
I'm not looking up to Jesus. Jesus is a figment of my imagination. He is the awakened mind. Well, actually, not even Jesus. The Christ is. Jesus was just supposed to be a character in the story that talked about, that inhabited the true messenger, which was the Christ, is the Christ mind. That is the spirit of truth. And every boy being born of woman will experience this truth. Now, you can call it Buddha mind, you can call it Krishna mind, you can call it the Christos. I don't care what you call it. But it's your awakened mind. It's when you come to the realization that I am God in human form. And I come here to create the reality in which I want to experience. And I'm not to look up to anyone, look down at anyone, because when I look in the mirror, I do neither. I look eye to eye. But again, you can believe whatever you want to believe. It's your life. I'm just not convinced of none of these supernatural beings, because they don't help my life. They have yet to assist me in my reality. But I know what does assist me in my reality, my own damn mind. That's what helps me.
The point I was trying to make is this: you have many people who are enlightened, and no one talks about all these people.
But I don't want to talk about them because they have nothing to do with me. And so I don't want to spend my time talking about them, because that's just conversation and commentary that does not move my life along. So that's why my platform is not to discuss those people. The reason why I talk about the Bible, because I know it is my autobiography. It is about my mind. It's a book about me. And if I were to talk about the Bhagavad Gita, I will be talking about first person present tense. If I'm going to talk about the Quran, I'm going to talk about it first person present tense. If it's going to be the Torah, it's going to be first. All of these books are about me, and they're not about some being outside of me.
Right.
So I'm gonna go to the next caller. The next caller is Hill Scott. Welcome. Hello. How are you?
Hello. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. I've been listening, and I just think I wanted to share a little bit. I was y'all basically are you talking about God? So about who is God? That's what we're talking about today, or we just talking about metaphysics, and it implies to that. What is the I just kind of jumped in earlier, and I want to get a clear understanding of what we're talking about.
That I am God.
Okay. I'm just going to give you my perspective. I normally don't interfere with people's perspectives about different things. I'm just going to share it. I think the only real God we have here today is money. That's a spiritual energy. The banking gods. Everybody on this phone talking about God doing this and that, and Bibles and books. Need to be following these UCC books and these laws, and talk about these banking gods that's controlling your energy. It's been controlling you back everywhere in the Bible with gold and silver and copper and every natural resource on the planet. And it's still this day. And here we is on this phone still arguing about this same silly mess. And these people running circles around us by creating banking notes and securities and running circles around us. That's why I take time to form my own bank, do my own thing. I'm self-wealth and I do my own thing. And if you want to become God, you got to control the currency in the land. You can call yourself God all day and night. But if you don't control this land and this money and these finances.
Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to anybody that's there in the planet, as we know physically, because I'm a realist. And I'm not disrespecting you and saying I'm applying to you, sister. I'm not. I'm just talking to some of these people coming in here talking about this stuff.
Because you should ask, because it's like a lot of your commentary is presuppositions. And first ask me what I think money is. First ask me, how do I view money? What do I see currency as, before you start saying how I should view it? Because you don't even know how I view the financial institutions. You don't know how I see currency and banks and money that is fiat. You don't know how I view my reality. See, I know the true currency is attention, and money is just a symbol of that currency. That's the true. That's what the true currency resides. Because like they say,
that
you
what
ain't
you
you're
believe
not
in?
you're not taking any of this ish with you, but while you here, enjoy it as much as you can. But what I'm not going to do is just sit here and worry about how someone else is creating their reality and then tell them they must see it from my perspective. You must do what I did because for some reason you think I'm you. But no, you're you, and you get to
No, I
create your
didn't.
reality however
No,
you see it. And if you want to condemn the banking system, you get to. It's well
no,
within
no.
your right,
I'm not doing that.
you know. But you know,
All I'm
in
asking
my
for is let me
land,
speak.
which is my world, I create my currency,
Listen,
and my currency is my
I'm not
attention.
trying to
And
take up a
yes,
lot of your
and we're
time.
going to use the banking systems that
Listen,
these constructs of financial
listen.
institutions to the best of our
I'm not
ability.
attacking you.
I didn't
I'm
say
not
that you were
attacking you.
attacking me. I didn't say that you were
Okay,
attacking
I
me.
wasn't referring. I wasn't referring to you. I wasn't. See, that's why I'm trying to tell you.
No, I asked you who, and you said who's ever. You basically said whoever's here. So you basically were saying, yes, I am talking to you indirectly, not directly, because you could have just simply said, no, I'm just speaking generally. But you said who's ever listening. Am I not listening?
Let me rephrase that. Let's get some
but it sounds like that you're coming here to put us in our place about
How
money.
you gonna let me finish? Okay, I have opportunity to come, so I'm not attacking you. I'm not even saying generally you. I'll take that back then. If you're gonna allow me to speak, see, you interrupting me when I'm speaking, and not allowing me to speak because maybe you took it personally. And I'm telling you, I'm not attacking you.
Hold on, I'm going to interrupt again. Because I'm going to interrupt again because I let you know I'm going to interrupt because I said I'm going to interrupt, and so I will interrupt. I will interrupt because I did let you. I did let you speak, which is why I was able to. Which is why I was able to comment. But you're trying to talk with me. See, what I didn't do while you were talking, I did not talk with you. I let you know when I was going to interrupt. I did not talk with you because you're right, because I didn't like where the conversation was going. You know, here's the thing what we have to understand. When you're having a conversation and you don't like it, if you're having a conversation that you're not engaged with, that you don't like what the other people are saying, you just sit there and listen. How many of y'all do that? How many do you? Someone come and tell you something and you don't like what they're talking about. Do you sit there and just listen to it? No one does that. Most people will say, I don't really like where this conversation is going. I would like to change the topic. And they want to move the conversation into another discussion.
I'm not doing that. I just told you, I just come over here to tell you my belief and my perspective. I'm not trying to tell you your perspective. I'm not trying to tell anybody else on this phone it's their perspective. I said it's mine because you asked me the question. I didn't
ask you any questions. Are you serious? I didn't ask you any questions. You asked me a question. Now here we go with revisionist history. You came up on my panel and you're saying I asked you a question. I didn't ask you any questions.
Okay. Well, you didn't ask me a question.
No, I didn't.
It seems as though, okay. I was, okay, fine, sister. Why do you want to make an argument with me? I'm not even trying to argue with you. Okay, fine. You didn't ask me a question. I'm just telling you I made a statement. Did I not make a statement when I came in here? That's all I did. And I'm making a statement now. Because you got an open platform. You're talking to people in the public. And I bothered to come in to give you a piece of my mind. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. I'm not saying none of that.
But you're assuming this is where I think the disconnect comes from. You think because you come on because I have because I have an open platform because someone comes up on my panel, I just need to sit and listen to what they say because I have an open platform. But here's the thing. This is a dictator, not a democracy. I do get to decide what conversations I want to have. No. I get to decide which conversations I get to have. And so as you were talking, I did not like the conversation. What don't we understand about that?
I didn't say you did or didn't. I'm not even assuming anything. You just assumed something.
I just told you I did not like the conversation. How is that an assumption? That's not an assumption. That's an opinion. I have an opinion about what you were saying. I didn't like the conversation, so I interrupted it. That's it. That's real simple. It's not deep. And you keep trying to say, oh, I didn't want to come to offend you. And I didn't say that you offended me. I just said I did not like where to come. This whole thing you were saying, you need to do this and you need to do that and you should do this and you don't own anything and the banking institutions own everything. And so I was like, so who are we speaking to? Because you didn't say what didn't happen. What did not happen was, this is what I do with my money, right? He wasn't speaking first person present tense. He was telling us how we should handle our money. He came in here to tell us how we, because he used the term you, right? He kept saying, you need to do this. You need to do this. You don't own, it's just like, what? So I didn't want to hear it. No, thank you. I don't need you telling me. I don't tell people what they should do with their money. It's your money. Do what the hell you want to do with it. Sleep with it. Smell it. Wipe your ass with it. I don't really care. It's your money. I don't care what you do with your money. Okay. I don't know. Maya, is that how you say that? Hello, Maya. Welcome.
Hey, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt earlier. This is my first time ever being on TikTok, so I don't really know how it works like that. I came over here from YouTube. I caught your live over there. What intrigues me was I don't catch many people's lives, but you were saying a lot of things that I agree with. Mm-hmm. And fortunately for me, I feel like it's fortunate. I didn't grow up in Christianity. And I say fortunately because my mom, she had pendulums, she had crystals, we had sage. And that's, and she was, in my opinion, she was always very peaceful with what she did, never anything negative. But I'm very thankful to have the life experience that I did and I'm nervous a little bit too.
Oh, no, you good. You sound real good. We wouldn't even know if you didn't tell us. No, we wouldn't even know if you didn't tell us. You good.
So, I'm just very fortunate, I believe, to have the life experience I did, to not be pulled any which way. And I kind of use a lot of logic, I believe, before. I've never found anything where I'm like, this is the absolute truth. This is the absolute truth. You know what I'm saying? So I really agreed with a lot of what you're saying. And I'm curious to know, if you like to read at all. Because I came across, I like to read a lot of stuff. I've read into the Bible as much as I could, but it just isn't doing anything for me. I've read the Quran, some of the Quran. I've read a lot of religious texts and stuff. And I'm a person that also likes truth. I'm like, I need something that's more concrete. And I've come across the concept of channeling for a while. And a lot of people don't believe in channeling, but I've had my own personal experiences with somebody that I was dating. It was a supernatural experience. I've had my own supernatural experiences. So I've been knowing about channeling. I'm 32, so I've been knowing about channeling for 10, maybe 7, 8 years now. And I recently came across this information called the raw contact. Have you ever heard of that? Mm-mm. Okay, so I think you would really find it interesting because you seem to be a critical thinker like me. So the raw contact was conducted in 1981. So this is before what people say, oh, that's new age stuff. Mm-hmm. To me, it doesn't fall in that category of new age. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So and I have some stuff written down, and at any point that you want to ask me or you don't want to hear it, girl, I completely get it. I'm the same way. I'm not going to give my energy to something that doesn't serve me, that I feel like is bringing me down. You know what I'm saying? So I get that. But the raw contact was supposedly a physicist named Don Elkins, mm-hmm. a woman named Carla Ruckert, and a man named Jim McCarty. And I've only gotten into, there's over 100 sessions. Okay, they range. Yes, it's so crazy.
It's like I heard of this, but I never read it. This is sounding so familiar. But go ahead.
Yes, and it started from 1981. I think it went to it says 1981 to 1984. And it says a series of 106 recorded question and answer sessions conducted by a research team who went and they weren't expecting this to happen. Like they were practicing with trance and this physicist, he was really intrigued to see if the human mind could do anything outside of what we already physically know. So like psychic stuff and things like that. And so they were doing, she was in a trance state, and this being, I'm going to say supposedly, named Ra came through. Now, I don't know if you've ever heard of Ra through Egyptology or Cometicism or anything like that, but I've heard of Ra prior to even knowing this. So I was like, I really want to hear what this is about and see like the connection. So it says, who is Ra? Ra identifies not as a god or an object of worship, but as a social memory complex, a unified soul collective from the sixth density, acting as a humble messengers of the one infinite creator. And this is the interesting thing about this. There is recordings, real recordings. You can't visually see it, but there's pictures, but there's real recordings you can find on YouTube of these, of this whole thing, this experiment that they did. And the only reason why, well, they got permission supposedly from these beings to make the book of it, to like write it out in form so people could read it. Because if you go back and listen, it comes through, like if you're in a deep trance and you're truly in a deep trance, like you can tell she's like saying one word at a time kind of slowly. So they had somebody scribe it and write everything out. So you can read it for yourself. And it is mind-blowing. It is fascinating. It is the most, out of every single thing I've read, and I have read so many things, there is nothing that I have found more fascinating than this. And I just feel that it's my duty to share a wonderful thing with people, not in the way that Christians, like I'm not here to force anybody to believe anything. I just think it's because at the end of the day, what I've learned through all this, it's free will. And you like, so I'm sorry, let me just finish reading this and then, so it says, the core premises, the law of one. So
that's who it is. The law of, I knew this sounded familiar. The law of one. Okay, that's why. Okay, I'm very familiar with this. Okay, I'm very familiar with the law. I'm like, this is a reason. I'm like, this sounded familiar. But very familiar with the law of one. Okay.
What interested me is because a lot of things that you were saying is actually the same idea and premises behind the law of one. It's like Christianity,
so a lot of people are very familiar with what you're saying. A lot of people on YouTube, in the chat, they're very familiar with the law of one. They're familiar with the text you're referring to. I'm familiar with it, never read it, because I just feel like a lot of these texts are saying the same thing, right? Like I listened to Abraham Hicks, I listened to Bashar. I've heard people like reference the law of one and give their perspective on it, what's the other one? The Course in Miracles, to me, is very similar to that as well.
I've never heard of that one.
The Course of Miracles, yes. I know Miss Kitty above you. She, I believe she talks about in one of the presidential nominees back, what her name, Mariam Williamson. Mariam, yeah, she talks about it a lot, because she's the one that believes in reparations and all of that. And she talks about the Course in Miracles, even when she was running for president, So yes, a lot of these books they're all talking about ourselves, right? They're all reminding us of how amazing, powerful, unique expressions of the divine that we are. And everyone is going to have their own unique experience of that expression, right? And I think that what these books are reminding us is not to look up to people, but look within to yourself. And sometimes when we read these books, we get so enamored with the characters in the book, we pedestalize them and we put them up here and we say, oh, they're ascended masters. Oh, they're these supernatural beings. Oh, they have these special gifts. We all do. We're all special beings. We're all ascended masters. We're all unique expressions. And it's not about looking for confirmation on the outside. It's about going within and discovering the true divinity on the inside. Go ahead, Maya. We can't hear you if you're speaking. You're breaking up, so we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now? Is it any better?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Still a little cracking there. We can't hear you now, though.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, just interrupt me if it gets too bad. Okay, but what I was saying is that I completely agree with you, and why I'm so excited about this is because it kind of got me to see in things that way that you're speaking of. Because not once does this put any other human, any other being, any other thing above or below us, besides like the Most High is in us, and we are the Most High, and we are reflections of it, and that's just God. We are, to my understanding, and I have more to read, but we are just God having the human experience. I believe we are reflection. We are God, like you said. It's crazy that people look outside of themselves to the sky, to these other people, and at the end of the day, it's within us. And I completely get what you're saying. And what I found interesting about this in particular is that I found the information in here to be too intricate and too specific on certain things that I feel like one human would even have the capacity to know. And I could be wrong, my judgment could be off, but like the fact that it was recorded in 1981, and then they just took the recordings and just basically copied it out for us to read. I think that it would, if you ever do, if it is ever of your interest, I think that you may be interested to just see what it says. Because just one more thing before I go, I wanted to read something that, because we have AI now. So what I did was I took the whole PDF, I put it in the AI, and I've only gotten through like halfway through it. But what I did was I asked AI if this material at all talks about these certain things. So I asked if it talked about Jesus, if it talked about Christianity. It talked about all that. And when I say what these beings, quote unquote, claim to say that all of these things, Jesus, Christianity was, it is so warped to our understanding of what all this stuff was. It is so warped and taken away from the true essence of what was supposed to be. And all it is love and light and love. And that is the ultimate, supposedly that is the ultimate goal for everybody. And supposedly it's more scientific than you would realize, because this has to do with planets. I mean, this has to do with the universe. And so I feel like you being a metaphysician, I don't know, I don't quite understand the definition of what that means, but I think I have an idea. It's just more of like the metaphysical, maybe. Am I correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I just feel like you would
mysticism,
have an appreciation.
Mysticism, I could say mystic, right? Or occultist.
Yeah.
Right? Same thing, yeah. Mm-hmm. I am.
Mm-hmm. So it says, one last thing I wanted to say, it says, what the Bible and how Christianity began, it said, a blend of positive truth and negative distortion. Ra explains that ancient scriptures, including the Bible, are historical recordings containing profound divine wisdom mixed with human misunderstandings and negative spiritual interference. The two Yahwehs, this is what's very interesting. The two Yahwehs in the Orion deception. The true Yahweh. So supposedly there was a Yahweh that was in the beginning of these times of the Bible, but then there was another being that disguised itself as Yahweh and changed the true essence, which is love and light and love, to all of what we know, all this negative stuff. And I know it's like a lot to wrap your head around or whatever, but it says that the two Yahwehs, a positive confederation being associated with the Council and Saturn of 9, who originally attempted to share lessons of unity and genetic aid with early humanity, and then an impersonator, an entity from the negative Orion group, which is another constellation, co-opted the name Yahweh 3,300 years ago. This entity introduced elitism, chosen people, authoritarianism, thou shalt not, fear, the rise of the church dogma, and when early political and religious institutions codified Christianity, the radical open message of Christ was turned into a rigid dogmas of fear, sin, eternal damnation. And
Maya, you getting into that archon territory? I don't agree with that. I don't agree that there's a power outside of your own mind. The negativity comes from within. I don't accept any and not to say that you have to. I'm just telling you from my standpoint. On my platform, I'm all about all accountability. That the reason why things happen in your life personally, not the world on the world stage, but your personal, individualized experience, your own path, your own road, all comes from within. Any negative things that may be occurring in your life is because you're causing it. That everything is from the mind, and it's not some other source, some other power, some external thing that this collection of beings decided to experiment and brought these things. I don't identify with that. I like to keep life simple. I'm gonna keep stuff simple, and I just know when I think something, I'm going to experience it if I consent to it. I have the ability that if something happens, I know I have the ability. I don't like what I experience. I have the power to revise it. This is repentance in the scripture, which just means to change my mind about it. I'm just all about just really, really keeping it simple. When we start talking about these hierarchies of evil and start saying that there's something secondary to my own mind that is responsible for my life, I exit stage left.
I understand. And so I won't, I'm not going to give any more of that. I guess I'll just leave it here and say that, for me, I guess how I understand it is that I personally feel that there's an inherent, not an inherent, but I feel like we all can feel when there's like the most positive energy that you could be in. And then there's like low energy that you could be in, negative things that have happened to us. And then there's really positive things. So I personally believe that there could be a negative influence at one point in time that may have influenced something that was positive and maybe meant to help us, bring us to a higher frequency or a better place. I personally think that it's possible that whatever, it's unfortunate that something negative possibly could have took something positive. And but at the end of the day, it's all about us and our own journey and what we choose to do. And I just wanted to give you that information in case it may have been of any interest to you.
Oh,
that's all.
Yeah. No, when the more you start talking about, like, okay, I've heard this before, and I was like, oh, they got right to it. They got into the archon and all that. I'm like, oh, this believing that there's this evil source. Okay, so yeah, I don't subscribe to thinking that there's a source, a separate source of evil. No, like when you're saying like, okay, so I'm high vibrational, but let me not use you. I'm gonna use me. I'm saying I'm high vibration, right? Good vibes only, right? And then I go into a space, and I'm all of a sudden like, ooh, it's so thick in here. Oh my goodness, the energy is so off. Oh, it's so low vibrational. Oh, my perspective is going to be, well, if I'm feeling it, I'm creating it. If I'm thinking it, I'm manifesting it. That there is not the room all of a sudden zapped my powers or something ciphered off my energy. I did it because I believe that there is a such thing as low vibrational energy. I believe there are evil spirits. I believe there is vampire energies. I believe in NPCs. I know that there are soulless people walking around. Well, then I can't be surprised when I experience it because that's my belief. And so I choose to just see people as people. And when I interact with them, if I smile, they're going to smile back. And if they don't smile back, I'm going to give them grace and be like, well, maybe they're going through some ish. And I'm just gonna wish them well, but like, maybe talk to them, but like, hey, how's it going? I hope you're having a great day. What's going on? And then they might tell you some things. They might be like, man, shit been rough, or yeah, it's getting better. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna wish nothing but the best for you. I want you to have a great day, that hopefully your day brightens up. And just know, if you think a little differently, you just will just really experience something differently. Like, leave light, because I am the light, instead of being taken over by what we call in darkness, because the darkness does not exist except in your own mind.
And I think, and I don't think, and I'm not at all arguing with you.
Mm-hmm.
I think I may have spoken, like, that's not quite what I mean. I don't believe that, like, I'm going to be influenced because there's, like, this greater thing that's going to, like, influence me and make my life bad. That's not necessarily what I'm saying. Like, for me, I've always wanted to be an astronaut since I was little, right? Until I kind of found out NASA lies about stuff. But but it's like, what I'm saying is more of, I'm from what I'm reading out of this is that supposedly a lot of what we think is influenced by just our reality could pop, like planets, like our Milky Way, our universe. I think that things are a lot more intricate and bigger than what people try to put God, quote unquote, in a box in. And I do believe that if the ultimate goal for all of us is to ascend to a place to be like the best version, our soul, I'm talking about our soul, not our human self, like our soul can be in, to be in this with the ultimate high. I'm not saying heaven, I'm just saying more like light, like not the physical body. I do believe that there could be something out there that could try to throw you off, whether that is the point of having what is it, free will. Maybe the aspect of what we perceive as bad is just our free will. It's really just our choice. We have to have that choice, and we perceive it as bad. So I'm trying to make sense of it at this point, but what I'm saying is, I don't necessarily think it's like an overall negative thing that's just gonna like take me over. I just acknowledge that, me personally acknowledge that there are things that, there's energy that's out there that's not so great, and then there's energy that is great, and I'm just trying to stick towards that, and so I'm on a search. Right. And wherever I can find it. So.
Right. That's where we differ. There's no energy is neutral. Energy is not good or bad. It's just your thinking makes it so, though. So if you believe that there's an energy that opposes the good and what you're going to call evil or negative, I say, well, because you're the operant power, you get to have what you say. So if that's what you say, then you get to experience it. If you're going to write that in the book of your life, and say, well, yes, I think there is something out there that can thwart my path. There's something, however we're calling it, is opposing the thing I truly want to do. Then yeah, you're right. Of course. Okay, so when you're asleep, and we don't know we're asleep until we wake up. When you're asleep, yes, you dream the Freddy Krueger dream. For most people, a lot of people dream, I don't want to say most, many people dream the Freddy Krueger dream, right? Something's out to get me. Every time I turn around, something, and it's levels to that, right? Some people have experienced some very traumatic childhoods, young adulthoods, even in their adulthood, because they didn't know that their mind was the creator of their reality. So they're subject to was the physical world, which they're thinking that the 3D is causality. Not understanding that no, the cause was always your mind. You just didn't know it was your mind. So what? You were programmed into fear, into doubt, into limitation, into what I like to say, the psychology of otherism. Is everybody else's fault. It's because the way my mother was raised me. It's because of how I was born with maybe a dis-ease, or you're giving all of these reasons for your trauma and your experiences. You're going to say it's these external things that were happening. Because it was external things that were happening, but the thing is, you were the happening. You were dreaming a horrible dream. And then you wake up And now you can write the fairy tale. You no longer have to dream Freddy Krueger anymore. You actually can be Alice in Wonderland. And now your life can be just so wonderful. Now you get to tell a different story. Now you get to let every story have an happy ending.
Well, that does make sense. I'm curious to know, like, do you think that we choose that all the path that we have before we come here?
I believe we all agree to experience the dream. I don't think the dream is fixed. I don't think it's like predestination as far as what you're going to experience in the dream. But I do believe that we all came here to dream. And it's infinite ways to experience that duality, right? When you dream the dream, you're dreaming the duality, right? So you're consuming that belief of good and evil. So yes, you will have good days, you have not so good days, what we like to call bad or horrible. You know, it's going to be levels to that because you're dreaming, but you don't know you're dreaming. That's the thing. You caught up in a dream. You have no idea you're dreaming.
Right.
And then you wake up. You say, damn, I was asleep the whole time. What the hell? And now you get to recreate the dream. Now you get to, like I said, paint a different picture. Now you get to paint with all the colors of the wind, says Pocahontas. Right?
I guess.
Paint with all the colors of the blood. Make a more beautiful picture. Stop making pictures of grotesque things. Make pictures of beautiful things.
So do you think that, I guess what I'm saying is, like, for example, like how Christianity, quote unquote, is the root of it is supposed to be good, but then it's presented as such this like negative thing, and how, I mean, I don't know how to say it, like people don't practice what they preach is what I'm saying, right? So I guess that's what I'm wondering, like, do you feel like those certain things are put here to like stunt us, or like what do you feel like the reason for that, the religion at all? Like, what is the point of it? I'm just curious. I don't have an opinion either.
Right. I mean, it's a construct. I mean, when you believe that there's a power outside of you, then we're going to create all kind of things that show us that there's a power outside of us. Religion has to be one of them. You have the government, you have academic institutions, you have everything in your life that you're saying has some type of quote unquote negative effect, or not a loving presentation, or whatever you're deciding is outside of you and maybe causing harm or trying a difficulty for you. That's a construct you built in your mind because you decided there was a such thing as a secondary power. And so that's going to demonstrate in all kind of ways. That's also going to demonstrate in infinite ways, because the cause is infinite always. And the cause was always your thinking. It was always your mind. That's the cause.
Yeah.
And then you get the cause to create the good. Now you can say, well, life is just always good. It's just always amazing. I always have a happy ending. Life is beautiful.
And I think that's actually the part that we're supposed to get at, though. Like you just said, like, not.
I mean, you can have it. It's a now thing. It's not something you have to get. It's something you have to realize. Not something you have to get. You already possess it. It's already in you. You just have to. You just have to awaken to it. You just have to accept that that's what it is. We don't create. We don't create beauty. We don't create love. We don't create those things. Just are. It's just all about taking the scales have to fall off your eyes so now you can see. I was blind, but now I see. I was deaf, now I hear. What do I hear? Sweet melody. First, I was listening to discordant harmony. Now I hear nothing but sweet melody. You know, like those three little monkeys. Hear no evil, see no evil. Speak no evil. Well, I really, really enjoyed the conversation. I'm going to the next guest.
Have a good day.
Yes, you do the same. You're welcome. Hello, Miss Kitty. Thank you for your patience. I love to laugh. Woo. You and Elizabeth, boy, I'm telling you, I need to put y'all in a little jar. You know, y'all voice is just so giddy and so like la 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 means I love you. La 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 means I love you. I love y'all voices. Oh my goodness.
Well, your awesome moderator, A-Town, invited me up. So here I am.
Here I am. Welcome.
Just a little side note, I had a girl for her little granddaughter. They were outside one time playing. She was a toddler at the time. And she was calling her. She's like, Maria, where's Maria? And Maria's like, here me are.
Aw. Here we are. That's so cute.
So here we are. I tell you, I listen to these lives, especially, and when I'm not saying anything, it's because it's just all outside my realm of where it's like I know the truth, and I'm just sticking with the truth. The path is really narrow until you get to the enlightenment stage. And I love what you said. It's not something that you get, it's something that you realize. Mm-hmm. And the wonderful thing about all of the different teachings, and I've been through quite a few, I've chanted as a Buddhist.
You want to hear about somebody that has experienced thou, Miss Kitty?
Yes, I have experienced it. Yep, you cannot believe how in my in my former years, how many retreats I went to and sat through. Oh my God. And then, of course, the Course in Miracles, and then, of course, Hinduism, which I still love and embrace. It's just too much work. With the branch that I was studying in, and I've always considered myself a mystic too, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, but it didn't crystallize until I started hanging out with you. So I think that with all of the debate and arguing and going back and forth, the people who come up to challenge what we're discussing here and what I ascribe to, is there's just this great fear of recognizing and acknowledging the God that you are or that they are, because it would mean that you have to take full responsibility for everything. All this is me? No, I can't handle that. I can't. They can't process it. So they hang on at Jesus's feet while he's hanging on the cross.
Ooh.
Just hanging on to his feet. Take me with you, Jesus. Come back, please. If I can't go, could you come back and help? And that this talk and this conversation that we're having, in their souls, they really believe it's blasphemous. Mm-hmm. It's because I can't, a wretch like me, I can't hardly believe, it's not possible that life can be sunflowers and butterflies, waterfalls and fairies. It's not possible. There's got to be some demons. There's got to be demons and devils lurking around. Yeah. What am I to do? I'm not giving up Jesus. I'm just not going to do it. Mm-hmm. And then, like you say, all of the other different teachings, as Maya or Mia was talking about, which I totally understand her completely. Mm-hmm. Because I've been there, where you divide the energy and engage in you allow this duality to exist within yourself. And that's counterproductive. It's only one. And if you want a wonderful, great life, which you're entitled to have, it is your birthright. You have to have the wherewithal and the courage to just begin to practice the thought, because that's all it is. Again, it's thought. And like you say, you just keep reminding yourself, as is it Gigi who said yesterday, you just got to practice. Every time something comes up, because it's going to come up often especially until your knowledge is solidified within yourself. So you just got to keep coming up. And every time something comes up, for lack of a better metaphor, you just punch it in the gut. and keep on going. You know, kick it to the side. I'm saying that because that's where I'm at right now. And it's going to get time. There are going to be times when it's just not going to feel like it's possible. I'm going through too much shit. How am I going to get past it? You just got to keep telling yourself, what do you mean? How are you going to get past it, God? Come on now. Come on, honey.
Come on now. Oh, yeah, I love that.
Really, you are it. You are it.
Tag. Tag.
You are it. And if you don't want to believe that, then this platform is not a place for you. It's not unless you want to, as others have done, take it and ponder it until at some point in time it begins to crystallize for you, even if it's just a little bit, because all you need is just I remember at one point in my life, things were so challenging and dark for me, and I knew things were going to turn around because I saw just a little bitty light, a little bitty light at the end of the tunnel. I literally could see it. And I started telling my friends, I know things are going to turn around because I saw this little bitty light. So at some point in time, you're going to see the light and it's going to get brighter. The closer and closer and closer you get to that truth and reality inside of yourself, the brighter the light is going to become. And next thing you know, you're a realized and enlightened being. You have realized the truth. I've been calling myself a mystic for decades. You know, so anyway, since A-Town invited me up.
We love it. We love it.
So, you know, as your Ed McMahon, we got to find me another name. But as your Ed McMahon, I just had to come up and just, you know, sprinkle a little light on it, because this going back and forth and
oh, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. I think she's closing out, but we can't hear you, Miss Kitty. So I don't know what happened to the mic. Maybe she had a phone call.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Okay, that's okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Arguing for these limitations and standing so firm in them. You know, who wants to live life like that? Afraid and scared. Always cautious because I might get punished. I don't want to live in the inferno of hell. What are you talking about? That sounds like a fairy tale to me. Sounds like some wretched cartoon, some horror story. What? Is that what you really want to believe in? Ask yourself, is that what you really, really want? Or would you rather have a life that's easy and joyful and smooth, where you can be your best and influence others, help others, be of service in a wonderful way to your family and friends? You know, wouldn't you rather have that?
Yep. Yes.
Instead of weeping in your pillow at night because you didn't do it right, because you didn't meet all the commandments, you know, going to these deep, dark, dangerous places in your imagination that only serves to create more of the same.
Yep.
So,
Casual Mike said, why would you want to go to heaven anyway? Sounds like a very boring place.
That's what this kid used to say when we were teenagers. If we talk about, if it's a such place as heaven and hell, I don't want to go to heaven where we be sitting and humming. I want to go to hell where they praying and having a good time.
They juke. It's jukebox. They juking down there. They having a good old time. We gonna go there with the old fogies that can't do nothing, can't be nowhere, got everything, all these so much restriction. No, all confined. You get to be and do whatever you want to do in hell.
Look,
give me my one-way ticket. Give me my one-way ticket to hell. Cause what?
With them heavy wings on. Who wants that?
Tell me some God, you so glorious all day, just singing hallelujah. Got to be somebody's It's like that. Who was it with the witch? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Like, he just needs constant validation. His ass just always got to be told how wonderful and great he is. Like, what the hell? Like, you know, people having an assistant, like, yes, you're so beautiful. Yes, you're so amazing. Yes, oh, you're awesome. Oh, you never do anything wrong. You always right. Oh, you're amazing. You're so glorious. Look at you. You're beautiful. That's exactly what this God wants. You just want to be told, just want to be flattered all for eternity. Who the hell want to do that?
Isn't that a narcissist? Is that what? I want happiness and good time. I want to laugh. I want to dance.
No, anybody got time for this? You got to be singing hallelujah. You're going to be hallelujah, salvation and glory, honor and power unto the Lord our God. Because you see, the Lord is glorious. Look, the Lord is glorious, and our Lord thy God is omniscient, omnipotent. The Lord our God, he is wonderful. That's all you singing. That's all you singing. It is hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Yeah. He is wonderful. That's all you're doing. Just singing how wonderful God is.
Now, how am I going to pay my car note tomorrow?
Well, no, this is what you're going to say, Miss Kitty. Well, it's just the Lord's will. He don't put no more on me than I can bear.
Than I can bear. Oh,
is it the Lord? If God on the cross, I'm gonna suffer paying my car note. Because I know I'm living beyond my means. I know I couldn't afford that $1,000, foreign vehicle I was trying to flex for my friends. Knowing I was living
knowing I'm a wretch and I don't deserve this. Oh my God, no. We're not living like that. We're not gonna do it. No. Okay, that's all I got for now. As y'all be saying, I'm gonna lay in my plane.
I know, right? So let me adapt this lingo. Let me land my plane. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let's see. Is Deborah Harvey there? Welcome. Are you there? Did you mean to come up? What you mean? A lot of people was born into poverty. It's part of the human experience for a lot of people. Probably most of creation is born into abject poverty. Let y'all tell it. How you know they were born into poverty? Were you there? Poverty is subjective. Because people want to tell you, just having a place to lay your head, having food on the table and having clothes, that isn't enough. It has to be a 3,000 square foot home or 5,000 square foot home. No, you should be wearing Gucci shoes. No, you should be sleeping in Versace. And you should be eating caviar every night. Like, they want to tell you how your life should be, like having your basic needs met. Barely having that is poverty. Because what is abject poverty? Depending on where you live. Because yes, $1,000, maybe a $2,000 a month in Alabama ain't gonna be the same as $2,000 a month in New York. Now, $2,000 a month in Alabama, you might be living on Easy Street. $2,000 a month in New York, your ass is living in a box. Like, what? It's relative. It's subjective. So let's see. Queen Hyena. Broadcast. Welcome. Hello. How are you?
Is my mic okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. It's a little echoey, but yeah, I can hear you.
I'm sorry. It's my first time. I'm at the library.
Oh, okay. Okay. Are you on speaker or you're on speaker or you have an earpiece?
I am, but this is my literally first time. It's like the other lady said, I just came off of YouTube to just come talk to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the only reason why it sounds echoey is because you're on speaker.
Oh, well, what's the?
But that's okay. You
What was it,
good.
like
You good. You
headphones?
good. You good. No, normally to get really good mic, you just have to just be on phone regularly. If you have an earpiece or you have a speaker, sometimes it's gonna be kind of hard to hear. But you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. So I think the prompt or the subject of today is the metaphysicism or the
Metaphysician.
metaphysician versus the Christianity. I hold the position that it's not too different. It's not exactly the same, but very similar. And I've spoken to you in the chat before, so I know people like to stick to the topic that they're on, but the metaphysicism was confusing me.
Okay.
So what I'm coming up here now to say, as far as sticking to your topic, is that the metaphysicism and the Christianity isn't really that different. I can't say it's like the exact same thing, the same way I couldn't say Christianity and Muslim is the same, but it's like Christianity, Muslim, metaphysics is all in the same sort of pool. You know?
Why do you think they're similar? What's the similarities?
Because I think it's all dealing with supernaturalness. It's a supernaturalness to it. That's why I'm putting it in the same bucket.
So So tell me what you know about metaphysics, the metaphysical.
Okay, and I know you have a lot of people coming through your chats and your lives, but because I be switching my names because I'm a little bandit on the internet.
Oh, okay, no problem.
I was speaking to you, it like was last week, and I was talking to you about how I had listened to people like Young Pharaoh and Nature Boy, and we had gotten to a discussion about the children with the cancer. If you remember.
Oh, okay, yeah, I do remember you. Yeah, okay, on YouTube. Yeah, I think you like use your real name or something on.
Kim West.
Yep, Kim. Yep. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it wasn't like a queen. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I do. Yep. Okay. I absolutely do remember. Yeah, you actually stayed like almost the whole live. Because I was like, oh, it seemed like we were not meeting, but you stayed and you was asking people to like the live. And I was like, oh, she's being real supportive. Okay. Yes, I do. I do remember I do remember you being there because you asked me how often do I go live too, didn't you? Yep. I definitely remember you. Yep.
So I don't, like you said, it's not argument between people, and a lot of the things you're saying I do agree with. That's the thing. I'm not a Christian person. I'm not a religious person, and someone was saying in the comments like, oh, she only want to debate with Christians. I was like, no, she doesn't just debate with Christians. She just exchange ideas. People agree, they don't agree. It's a dialogue. It's not she just disagreeing with Christians, because everybody that has a disagreement with you isn't Christian, right? To my perspective, because I'm not. So what I find as the similarities is, again, the sort of supernatural, seemingly thought process of it all. It's not the same as quote unquote, okay, I believe in this Abrahamic God, but it's the same as I believe in what I would label as supernatural conclusions or happenings. Meaning,
so have you ever heard me talk about supernatural happenings?
No, you're not labeling it as supernatural.
Yeah,
But
I say everything
is
happened in a natural, normal way. I never call anything supernatural. I say it happens in a
I'm
natural,
not
normal way. And the reason, and when it does happen in a natural, normal way, most people forget that they're the cause of the happening, because it happens
okay.
in so naturally, because it happens so naturally. So I get it. You've listened to those men. I've listened to them too, and it's a reason why I don't listen to them. Um, Unfortunately, here's the thing. Everybody's on their own journey, right? It's just like, okay, I know you say spirituality, Christianity. On both sides of the spectrum, you're always going to have denominations of it, right? You're going to have, everybody's going to have their own individual life. So everybody, like Christians, everybody reading the same book, but then you realize, depending on what brand of Christianity it is, they're not all reading the same book. Some, you have the Ethiopian Bible, then you have the Jehovah's Witness Bible, then you have the Mormon Bible, then you have the Catholic Bible, then Greek Orthodoxy has its own Bible. So not everybody reading the same Bible. So, and then I can understand why everybody would not be all maybe interpreting in the same way. But one thing is universal about that religion: they all believe in a crucified Savior. Give it a spirituality, it has its divisions, and it's quote unquote denominations, because you have people that work with herbs and crystals and astrology charts, and you have design, human design, like tarot cards. You have people that use all of those different things, and then you have people don't use any of those things, but they still believe in evil spirits, and they still believe in secondary powers. They still say that, no, okay, I don't subscribe to Satan and devils, but I do subscribe to needing protection for evil spirits. Are supernatural forces out there that we can't explain. We're not the only ones here. That there is something other than, there's more than one source of, there's only one power, and however they're describing this power, like I said, religion would call it demons and devils and evil and Satan. Religious people, spiritualists would call it evil spirits, vampires, NPCs, soulless people, right? So to me, spiritual, religion, I say they're two sides of the same coin. Metaphysicians, mystics, the lane I find myself on is that I take, as Miss Kitty was saying, full accountability for my life. I'm not blaming anybody for anything that happens in my life. I'm saying if it happened, it's because something within me consented to it, regardless if I'm aware of it or not. And I also know that I have the power to change it. Now, you may call that supernatural. I'm not going to call it supernatural. I'm going to say this is the laws of the universe. This is the laws of mind. This is the laws of the world. This, everything starts in the mind.
That's where my contention comes in, because that was, I think, the sort of title I discovered you on was literally spirituality and religion is two sides of the same coin. That's what you had titled your live. My contention, and I just that's something I could agree with. I just agree to throw the metaphysicists in there with it. So my contention comes in with even this is sort of, I don't know if it's quite describing it well, but I'm gonna just use this for the time being, for argument's sake or conversation's sake. If I'm agreeing with this metaphysical manifestation thing, I could agree with it for like 90%. It's like 10%. I cannot take credit for what's happening. I think that's like sort of the best way I could sort of explain it. Mm-hmm. I could get with the I'm in control and I'm manifested and I'm the God of my reality until like the 90% mark. Mm-hmm. And it's 10% of this I don't have any control over. And I think I don't know your position on that. Like, you think it's 100%, we just controlling everything.
Oh, I get what you're saying. So I think we agree with the same thing, because when I say I'm the cause of it, I never said I control it. Not the same. I don't control outcomes. Which means I don't get to say how it's going to show up. No one really knows that, right? So if I say that, yeah, I expect to be a multimillionaire, and then I can decide that, yes, this I'm gonna lean into being being a rock star, right? And I'm gonna be a rock star, and that's where I'm gonna get my millions, and that's how it's gonna manifest, right? But you also have to have the lived experience of accumulating the wealth, right? And so a lot of times people think they know what the journey is going to look like, but no one never fully knows the journey. You thought that, oh, I read about this particular person that did it, and this was the lane they did. My lane should replicate theirs. Now you may have similar experiences, but no two people is ever going to live the life exactly the same, right? Because no two people are ever viewing reality from the same perspective. So even though you know that it's going to take you practice, dedication, consistency, and the reason why some people are really great in that area and why some people are not, because some people don't let circumstances keep them from their desired goal, right? Some people get caught up on, well, the first time I dropped the album, nobody really bought it. Nobody was really into it. Maybe this isn't for me. Maybe I'm just not meant to be a star. Another person would be like, they're going to keep doing it, and they're going to change their perspective, and they're going to let that one experience sway them from realizing their dreams.
Okay, so if there's an element of quote unquote unpredictability or chaos or randomness, wouldn't that contradict your stance that we are dictating our own reality at a 100% rate? Or
it's perspective, because what you're calling chaos and whatever all those terms you use, I could just say these experiences, and I'm not going to judge it. On the outside looking in, you could be saying, oh my God, that's a horrible thing. Oh my God, I can't believe that happened to them. Oh, that was so negative. And I'm going to be saying, oh, that's just that's just a blip in the system. That's just a mountain that has to be removed. That's just something that happened. I'm not going to judge it as wrong or right, but I'm not going to say it's something that's going to deter me. I'm not going to say something that's going to deter me.
Whatever you label it as, okay. I'm saying your assertion that, quote unquote, unless you could correct me, everything is manifesting from within. Meaning, and again, if that's at 100% clip, meaning 100% of things that I'm experiencing throughout my day, throughout my week, throughout my life, are coming, they're only happening, absolutely only, because of something inside of myself.
Okay.
Is that your assertion?
Yes.
Okay, so if 100% of things are only happening because of 100% rate because of something within me, that doesn't leave any room for, well, that just happened, and I'm going to label it this way. It is you. And
I mean, yes, what I call it is what I call it. Perception builds reality. I mean, yes, we could argue over semantics. We can, but here's the thing. Is how I'm perceiving the experience is all that matters. It doesn't matter how someone else is perceiving my experience. That ain't none of my business what you think about what I'm experiencing. The only thing is what I think about what I'm experiencing. Because I'm the only thinker in my reality. No one else is creating in my reality, only me.
But it doesn't matter until it does. When you live in a society with other people, when you have a family with other people, when you have children, nobody lives off the basis of only the thoughts in my brain have any consequences in real life. No, that's not.
How do you know? Have you lived it? How do you know? You're saying something that you have not decided to experience, because you're saying that the reason why things happen in your life is because of external circumstances, because that's, you think that's what's happening. But I'm telling you, you don't even have to believe what I'm saying. You can test it. It's testable. It's testable. You can test it.
If a hurricane comes down here right now, the hurricane only came because I imagined it in my brain. Is that what you're saying?
Don't we agree that hurricanes happen? We all agree to a hurricane, but everyone is not going to be affected by it.
I guess. Hold on. Now I don't even know. It might just be in my brain. So I agree hurricanes happen. Do you agree they happen to everyone else outside of me?
But again, you're wanting to generalize a personal thing. You're wanting to say, well, since the world experiencing,
I didn't say I was sad about something. I said a huge event like a hurricane.
I didn't say that you were sad. I said you're personalizing a general thing. So if I end up getting, so if someone ends up experiencing something from a hurricane, if someone ends up experiencing something from a hurricane, what I do know, and I'm gonna die on this hill, is that the outer reflects the inner. The outer reflects the inner. So if there's some tumultuous stuff happening on the outside around me, it's because something tumultuous is happening within me. So let me say this, because I live right outside Chicago. We had some very, very stormy weather. Very, very. Some towns and cities were very affected by it. I was thinking like, and I was thinking, and so as I'm listening to the storm, and I'm like, what stormy things are going on in my mind? Because I know as within, so without. What's the cleansing taking place within me? Because again, it's just all perspective. And it's all about recognition. See, here's the thing. Most people aren't aware of what's going on around them because they think the cause is outside of them. So they're like, oh, it's Mother Nature. It's this, it's that. People don't really believe that we have the ability to command the weather.
Okay, so then I would ask you this. Are there no innocent victims in this situation? If my quote unquote inner turmoil has caused a hurricane for all of Houston, what about the innocents that didn't have any inner
You're missing
turmoil?
what I'm saying. I never said that my inner thoughts was affecting the entire of Chicago. I never said that. I said, well, I'm laying in my bed and I'm hearing, but you're saying, oh, if I had these thoughts and my thoughts are affecting Houston. No, your thoughts will only be affecting you. Your thoughts will only be affecting you, not be affecting all of Houston. Like what? Like your thoughts will only be affecting you, not all of Houston.
That's why I put it in a broader scope.
Because I can't put it in a broader scope. I can't put it in. I'm talking. That's the thing. That's the disconnect, because you're trying to generalize a personal experience. That's the difference here. You're trying to make my perspective be representative of all humanity. No, my perspective is just representative of my world. See, I say there's not one world. There are as many worlds as there are people in the world. There are many worlds as there are people in this world. Now, we may share the same plane of existence, but we're not experiencing the same world. Ever. No two people, not even people in the same house. Yeah.
Meaning, if a hurricane happens to all of us, we're all going to have our own personal experience with that hurricane.
Exactly.
Right? Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
But did we each all individually, quote unquote, manifest this hurricane or bad experience or situation? Did we each individually manifest this situation that has befell upon us?
Well, if you're experiencing it, you all had to individually experience it. Yes. If you're all individually experiencing it, then you all individually manifested it.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Miss
I'm
Kitty.
sorry, go ahead.
About the collective experience? I live in Houston, and I've been through several hurricanes. Never experienced anything catastrophic. In my neighborhoods,
Oh, she probably got a phone call again.
the water might rise a little bit. And only one time I made a poor decision, and I went somewhere instead of staying myself at home, and my car got flooded. But it got fixed because I had insurance. But I never lost anything. And then when it was the roads were impassable, my friends, my support system was sending me food. So you can have, like Toyia just said, you can be in the same collective situation, but your consciousness with your personal existence within that situation can keep you, for lack of a better word, protected. You're going to experience what you entertain.
Yep.
I've never been afraid during a hurricane. Never worried about it. Don't watch the news or the weather. I'd be like, oh, we got a hurricane coming. My friends go, you need to be watching the news so you can know if you go ahead. No, because I'm not going to be scared. I refuse. I've had experiences with my health, a common female experience, fibroids. I refuse to get a hysterectomy. I refuse. Guess what? Fibroids gone.
Let's go. Where my cheers at?
I've just experienced different things that the collective has also experienced, but I know the power of, from those past experiences, of making up my mind. I just made up my mind.
That's all it takes, right?
That's all it takes. So even in the experience, even in the collective, we can still make up our mind to experience what it is we desire to experience. You really can, but you have to be resolute, and you have to believe in your own ability to make up your mind. You can't.
This is another contention I have. I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off, and I want you specifically.
Well, but you did cut me off.
Maybe
wait, but you did cut me off. Wait, Queen, you did cut me off. I'm not finished. You cut me off.
Well, I do mean to cut you off, but
So again, within the collective, we have the power. We just do. We just have to surrender. And that's where that word comes in, because I've always been wondering, what's surrender?
That's funny, right? You see how that works?
You just have to surrender to the fact that you are the power. And if you can't fathom it right now, just start practicing and pretending that you're the power until you get the realization. It's just that simple. It really is just that simple.
Where do people who don't have said power fit into the equation?
Everyone has the power. What are you talking about? Everyone has the power. It's whether you recognize you have the power or not. Now, if you live in the country in the hills somewhere where you don't have books and access to the internet and blah, 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 but you got the Bible. So you're just believing in the Bible in a misguided way, not understanding it, then ho-hum, oh well. So
okay, so I'm not sure your name.
You can call
Kitty.
Kitty.
I'm sorry. You believe every living human has the power to manifest their results in life. Is that what you're saying?
Look, Toyia, you're going to be proud of me. God is no respecter of persons. Didn't it say that somewhere?
Yep.
I'm not a religious type person, so whatever God said,
but on this
I don't
platform,
know what God said.
we ascribe to the Bible being a metaphysical book. That's what we ascribe to. So there's not. Wait. So there's not going to be any deviation from that. I'm resting my position on biblical principle as a metaphysical and psychological book. That's where I'm resting at for the rest of my life, because it makes so much sense to me. It resonates inside my soul. So that's where I'm resting at. So anything outside of that, I don't have any answers for you. The only answers I have at this point
didn't answer that question. The Bible didn't answer the question of every living human being, be they on life support, be they in the womb, be they wherever they are, they hold life. Do they, every 100% of living beings have the ability to manifest their reality? Is that dictated in the book, or do you hold some beliefs about that at all, or what?
I hold the belief that yes, I understand where you're coming from. Like if you, the first thing I thought of is an infant in the womb, a fetus in the womb that is experiencing some kind of life-threatening condition inside of that womb. Did that fetus choose that? Maybe it did. I'm not sure. I don't know. I know this. What I know is this, is that there are mysteries and that the universe is vast. Some of it is beyond my understanding. The only thing, as I'm walking on this planet, that I'm taking total responsibility for is me. That's it. Now, I don't have any answers for the outside. All I have answers for is me. That's it. And my life has shown me that that's the only thing I'm responsible for. I can't hear.
Yeah. Are you saying anything, Queen? We can't hear you. I know she said she was in the library, but we can't hear you. Yeah, because that's the thing when you come into this knowledge, the focus is still outward, right? People are still saying, well, what about the children? What about this? What about that? A lot of times, you seek, you should find. If you're looking for examples of people being mistreated and people not being treated equal or someone being subjugated, you're going to get confirmation of that. But my thing is, because we've been conditioned to look for the wrongness, have you ever decided to just really look for the goodness, to look for the beauty, to get confirmation of that instead of always looking for confirmation for the opposite of it? Go ahead, Queen.
And I can say this with full authority, Queen. You have to be careful. You really have to be careful of the things you entertain inside your mind. Because as Toyia just said, you're going to get answers. So I had a teacher tell me one time, a pastor from Unity, because I've been all over the place, say that don't be asking about you driving down the freeway and it's on the other side of the freeway, traffic all blocked up, and you see ambulances. Now here you are asking, I wonder what happened over there. Next thing you know, 2 years from now, you in a car accident, traffic all tied up, ambulances on the scene. Why? Because you was wondering what was happening over on the other side. And you asked yourself sincerely and deeply because you wanted to know. So now you know from your experience. So be careful. I'm telling you, be careful of the things you question.
Man, I mind my business on them expressways. I hate them Gapers delays. I be like, what the hell y'all slowing down on the other side? It's the thing on the other side, and we got a Gapers delay on this side. Could y'all mind your business, please? I be like,
mind your business.
Mind your business. The best thing I can say is I hope everyone is well. I use my mind lovingly again to that everyone is okay. Everyone, and keep going.
But God don't need listen, the divine doesn't need you down here I've been called this as a lightning rod for the dissatisfied.
Damn, I like that. You ate with that one.
In your mind.
A lightning rod for the dissatisfied.
I used to question the inequities and the injustices.
Right. Yeah. Hold on, Charles.
Community.
Hold on, Charles. Queen, did you have anything else you want to say before I go to the next caller? We can't hear you though. I don't know if you want to go down and come back up because we can't hear you at all. Not even a whisper. So I'm gonna go. Yeah, she dropped. Hello, Charles. Welcome.
How are you guys?
Great. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm sorry about my accent. I'm from South Africa. Some of the things that I will express will be on this accent. I hope you can hear me very well.
Yes.
I wanted to ask Kiri there. I heard about the examples that she made, but I just want to ask that, even to you, Prosperous, that is it wrong to be curious or to ask questions about? I believe in my culture, I believe that when you are a kid, you are being told everything is this way. You get what I'm saying? When you grow up, because everyone will tell you according to his household, where he grew up, his culture. I'm talking about my father, or let me just say this like this. My father's culture or the way he grew up may not be my neighbor's. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I may grow up with a friend, yet we do not have the very same culturally sticks way of growing. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So if I see that my friend is not like growing up like me, and when I mature enough, because I believe in this culture, my father told me that when you are a kid, you will be told what to do, and things are like how things are being placed. You get what I'm saying? But when you grow up and mature, you will have to ask questions. Why these things are this way? I believe, Prosperous, if you believe that whatever that is on your philosophy that you were being told was that way, there is a reason you created this life, and you prompt this question. One metaphysician versus Christianity. Revelation, God as man, I am God having a human experience. I don't know what you are saying, but I'm sure that the very same thing that my father talked about, that when you grew up, you ask questions. Surely you wouldn't spend your time here on this life. I'm here in South Africa. You are elsewhere in the world. But we are talking to each other. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That this is why I believe, you are the example why I believe my father was telling the truth, that every time when you grew up, you have to ask questions.
Okay, you said that like several times. I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, you have to ask questions. Do you have a question to ask? Are you about to ask me some questions? Because you said it like five times. Please get to the point, because you've been saying the same point for like 3 minutes, and I still don't know what you're saying. You keep saying your father told you ask questions. So then you read my prompt, and then your father. I mean, like, where is this going?
But now, Prosperous, okay. Let me ask you, the metaphysician versus Christianity. What do you mean about that?
Metaphysician means occultist, mysticism. It means that I can see beyond the physical, which means I don't let circumstances dictate my reality. I don't let the five senses tell me what is possible for me. I go beyond the physical. That's what metaphysician means. Meta, beyond, physician, physical.
All right. And Christianity is
It's limited. They're only talking about
It's
what
limited.
what God would allow to happen. A lot of times He don't allow it to happen except for the evil. He sometimes to give you a blessing, and sometimes He want if He feel it depend on how He feel at the time, and He's always wanting you to give Him glory for the things that you've done, and try to convince you that you're unworthy of the things that are done. That's considered good anyway. You get it, but you're not worthy to have it.
I think for me, Prosperous, I'm actually on your side on this one, because Christianity, the way that it has been programmed, I think there are people who just wanted to mislead people. You get what I'm saying? Like in the world, because I don't have to blame anyone for my decisions. I don't have to blame. I don't. Okay, let me just say this. You see, if you, even in Christianity, in the book of Hosea in the Bible, it says, people perish because of lacking knowledge. You get what I'm saying? And it says, when you read down, it says, because knowledge is out there. This means that people rejected knowledge because they believed that there was someone who told them that, I know you have to be this way, and then in this way you will go to heaven, and you will do this and this and this. And me, I don't believe in that. Yet, I may say that the person who they believed in, which is Christ, I believe in that guy. You get what I'm saying? Because that guy, I believe that he actually coded the blueprint of how things should be done in this world. You get what I'm saying? To achieve anything that you want, anything is here in your head, in you. You get what I'm saying? Because for me, this I don't want anyone to like. This is my philosophy, as I'm saying. Yahusha, Jesus, was actually the way. He wanted every human being to be like him, to know that they can do anything limitless, as you said, in outside Christianity, because even the word Christianity limits many people, and there are people who will never achieve what they should, to what they actually destined to be, because of, they say, I know me, I will achieve everything when I go to heaven. You get what I'm saying? That is what I believe in. For me, I have tested it. You see, even my English is not even that good. But I'm telling you that I have went out of this physical body and achieved more of the things that if I can just explain now, it's gonna take another hour. But let me just stop here. But I'm with you on this one. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for sharing. Yes, and it's just not Christianity, it's all religious organizations that have you looking on the outside as opposed to looking within, And even like the young lady that was up here earlier asking questions, and saying that, the metaphysical, or those who believe in occult sciences, which is just the law of mind, is saying that it's in the same bucket as religion, because she still wants to look and see how your thoughts are affecting other people. What is your thoughts affecting your reality? Yeah, and that does get confusing or misunderstood when all of the questions, it's not about what you're doing with your mind and body in order to experience your reality. It's about, well, what about all the things that's happening in the world? How do you explain all of those things that's happening in the world? Don't you see all those people are experiencing that stuff over there? Do I know? Do you know? Like, someone's telling you that's what's happening, but do you have a personal accounting of what all of the most of the time, and a lot of stuff people are talking about happening in the world is because they're getting it from the news. They haven't personally been over there, and the news sensationalizes every story. And one thing we are certain of, two things for sure: everyone is eventually going to put off this body, right? But you can decide right now today that when you transition, you'll be asleep, and you just won't wake up the next day. Now, science and the medical doctors can say, oh, well, she died of this, or he died of that, or this thing happened, or that thing happened. But you can decide that, you know what? I see myself living to XYZ, and I feel, it's going to be just a beautiful, easy transition. And it's just going to be, I'm going to go to bed, go to sleep in my bed, not going to be activated the next morning. And I'm going to go on my merry way and continue on into other dimensions, or may even decide to come back into this dimension and wear another body. Who knows? You don't have to accept the story that the world tells. You can tell your own story. You can tell your own story. And I get it. That, just like Miss Kitty was saying, that to realize our own power, to realize that we can be accountable for our own personal experience. For some people, that's just a little bit a bridge too far to travel. Accountability is for some people is a big old hard pill to swallow. It doesn't have to be hard. It can be easy, but that's why that's like we're not trying to convince anyone of this. We know that this only makes sense to those who are ready to receive it. But when you're sharing this knowledge on a public platform, yes, you're going to get all kind of people that's going to scroll by and going to question and want to ask and ponder, right? And yes, we can have the conversation, but at the end of the day, this isn't about convincing anyone of anything, because you only know this through lived experience. I can give you umpteen examples of how I used my mind to create my reality, and things happened in such a wonderful, beautiful way. And then you're still not gonna believe it. You're gonna, oh, that's not. I got a reason for that. I have an explanation for that. Or no one can really prove that, or no one can, It's just like, because I'm not trying to convince you. I'm saying prove it to yourself. But if someone tells you that they self-healed themselves by using their mind, and then you doubt it, you question it, well, I get it. It was for them to know their power. It wasn't to impress you. It was for them to know themselves. And I get it. In this world, people are trying to impress others. Why? Because they want to have some type of authority. And you got to just know that when we are listening to other people talk about this truth, really listen carefully to what they say. Are they telling you that you need to follow them, or are they telling you you need to follow you? See, some people come and share this truth only to gain influence over others, to have the power and authority over another. And then others tell it so you can have the power and authority over yourself. And then you got to decide which lane you gonna rock with. Are you going to be a follower or are you going to be a leader? No judgment. Some people are just followers. I come to realize, no, we're here to lead our own damn selves. I ain't here to follow no damn body. I need to come discover my truth. You know, so, but is it wrong for people to follow other people? No, because that's just the experience. That's the experience. And eventually you get tired of listening to other people and you want to know this ish for yourself. You get to a certain point where you just like, you know what? Forget what they talking about. I'm ready to live my life according to how I see fit. Yep, you got to research it yourself. That's it. I thought Pastor Jesse came up to say something he dropped. Go ahead, Miss Kitty, then we'll go to Queen. She came back.
Okay, I was just going to say, of course, agree with you about the conversation that we're having, that no one who agrees with Toyia on the panel or in the group is ever directing you outside of yourself. Ain't nobody saying, follow me. No. You should believe what I believe. You know, it's all about.
They do though. They do.
Wait, here we go.
You have to hold on, Queen. Let her finish her. Queen, you have to let her finish her thought. You cannot interject and unmute because you don't like what's being said. Let her finish her thought. I said, once she's done, I will come to you. I said, once she's done, I will come to you.
And so it's just a matter of daring to believe that you're sovereign and pursuing that for your world, for your life, not to prove anything to us, not to prove anything to those outside of you, family, friends, loved ones, peers, none of that. You want to, the reason why I'm delving deep within is because I want to control the narrative. I don't want to be at the mercy of the whims and the decisions of some mean mystical entity that claims it loves me, but it's shaking me up all the time, whipping me this way, whipping me that way, and then going, now, do you believe? It just doesn't make sense. And it hasn't proven in my life, which fortunately it's been a while I've been here on this planet. It hasn't proven to me to be a fruitful school of thought. It just hasn't. You know, yeah, I've had some really good times. I've had some really challenging times too. And when I look at it, I promise you, when I look at it all, it's because of things that I pondered, thoughts that I had, behaviors that I engaged in that reinforced the thoughts that I was having. And so now I just want total control of my experience. And I know the only way that I can get that, I can't be beseeching some outside entity to help me to make it right. I dare, like we said, that I now am audacious and bold enough to say it's inside of me. Woo! And I'm gonna practice it until I get it, until I prove that to myself. Some days I wake up and my legs are heavy, but guess what? I be like, no, no. I'm just not gonna forget. I'm not gonna go back. That's me. So it's nothing that anybody can say on this panel that would convince me of otherwise. There's no argument you can present. No pseudo facts you can come up with.
I love that, pseudo facts.
that are going to prove me wrong, because this is my world. This is my life.
My life.
Right,
and the sunshine.
My mind. You know, I'm going to walk it until I prove it. 100%. And not even until I prove it, until I'm living it. 2000%. That's it. I land my plane.
Woo. Yes. So I am streaming on YouTube as well. Let me quote Casual Mike. He says, facts. If people want to be poor little old me, let them. But when they ask me, how do I stay happy all the time and never bothered by anything, I tell them, because I know I'm God. What's there to be sad about? Clock it, clock it, clock it.
Tap, tap for the cheek. Tap, 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 tap.
Oh, all right, Queen, you could go ahead. You can unmute.
Okay. I don't want to rain on anyone's parade. Is my mic okay? Can you hear me? And I've heard you say this. Your name's Toyia, right?
Nola, just Toyia.
Nola. Okay, I'm sorry.
Just Toyia.
Toyia. Okay. I've heard you say, well, and a caller called in and say, well, my belief is my belief, and your belief is your belief. And you know what's really, you know, grinding my gears is that so much of what you say I agree with, which is, I don't know if that's weird or not, but 90% of what you say I agree with. And that's what's kind of bothering me, because it's like it seems sort of detrimental that you would say, oh, this is just it, without giving the rest of the story. Meaning, yeah, you can have positive thinking, but all the positive thinking in the world can't control the outside world around you.
Exactly. Booyah. Never claim to. Where did I say you could? Where do I talk about controlling the outside world?
I'm not. You say it in saying everything that's happening to me is a result of what's coming from inside of me. Meaning, if I'm 100% responsible from within of my whatever that's inside of me, and maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Give me an example where you're saying that something that's personally happening to you is a result of something external.
I told you last time we were talking about the babies. If something happens to
wait a minute, that was you had a baby that's happened to?
No, well, if you have a baby.
No. I said personal to you, that is the cause, but the cause is external to you. You're giving me hypotheticals, and these hypotheticals are about other people.
Yeah, I'm saying, let me set it up. Say, which this is the quote unquote scenario I gave, was I have a baby. The baby is born, is a 1 month old. And then people even commented in your comment space, and then the baby is found with a sickness like cancer. And a person said, because of all my bad thoughts, in my opinion, that gave my baby cancer. And so I manifested I manifested the cancer into my baby from quote unquote negative thoughts. That's I don't see how that fits in with what you're saying.
I get it, because you don't want to say that my world is affected by my thoughts, and I'm saying it is, and that's a hard pill for you to swallow, because you don't want to say that your personal world, which will be your baby, will be affected by your thinking and your acceptance about the reality. Because here's the thing, this is what I do know. If you do not accept the diagnoses of your physician, and you decide that your baby is well and is free of this dis-ease, it will be experienced by your baby. You're too caught up in the what happened as opposed to the why. And when you know the why, you can change it. Because you want to come up with the most horrible thing that can happen to a baby is being born with a dis-ease that you want to say it's just a result of what? Why do you think people get cancer? what do you think the reason would be that this baby would get cancer? What would be your explanation? Since my explanation is insufficient, why do you think the baby will be born with cancer?
I'm not saying your explanation is insufficient. I'm saying it's perhaps unexplored, or you haven't went that deep, because you did sort of talk about it, or and this Kitty lady, not Miss Kitty, said too, well, we don't know what babies are thinking or whatever. So
I never said that.
I mean, I'm not quoting you. I'm trying to say it's
But my question is, what do you think the reason is for the dis-ease?
Well, what I'm saying is I don't think it's because the baby's parents were having negative thoughts. Therefore, the baby got cancer. And if I'm going to buy into this manifestation theory, I don't know how my negative thoughts would particularly cause my baby to have cancer.
Do you think your positive thoughts could heal your baby? Do you think if you prayed and you believe that, yes, I'm accepting this diagnosis and I'm going to believe whatever the doctors tell me will be the cure, would you not be thinking positively about the cure? And so what do you think is, so say that the baby didn't get cured, what would be the reason? It just wasn't meant to, it wasn't just supposed to get cured?
It's not. When you say meant to be, that's another.
Well, what would be the reason for the outcome? Okay, what would be the reason for the outcome?
I agree on the quote unquote. We don't know. Notion. Meaning, it's a scientific. We see the child has cancer. We see that the child's dying. They're literally dying. They're
okay, but what's the reason that they would get? So you have no reason for it not happening. What's the reason that they would get cured? It would only be a medical. It would only be because of medical interference. It would because the medical doctors were able to do whatever. What would be the reason for the cure? You would say we wouldn't know there. We wouldn't know either. Like we wouldn't have a reason as for why the baby would the cancer would be.
I see my child dying. The child's dying. It's losing weight. It's passing away by the day.
Well, you didn't say that. You first of all, you just had cancer. Now they're unaliving from cancer. Okay, those are two different things. Okay, but okay. So now they're in the last stage. They're in the last stage.
Right.
Okay.
Diseased. They're
Well, thing is that I know it's not going to be anything that I say because you think words are powerless, that words have no authority, that thoughts have no power. And so I can't convince you that they do. There's nothing that I'm going to be able to say that's going to convince you that your words do have power. Because that's what I'm saying. I'm saying your words have power and you're telling me that's insufficient. I don't believe my words have power. My words don't have power. Things just happen because they happen and there's no other reason for it. And we may not know the reason, and that's okay. And I'm saying, well, actually, we do have the reason. You just don't like the reason. That's okay. That's okay. Go ahead, Queen. If you're saying something, we can't hear you. I'm gonna let Pastor speak because I think she's having issues with her volume. Hey, Pastor Jesse, what's happening, sir?
Hey, Toyia, how you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Fantastic. Yeah, I had to drop down a minute ago because I was conducting some business and they had just gotten in touch with me. I didn't want to interrupt the call. So, I love the topic, physicians versus Christianity, because Christianity think that we're doing the same thing that they're doing. And they don't understand that when we do metaphysics, we're talking about having an experience as God. We're not searching for God. Christianity is searching for God. Like the young lady was just saying, you know, we operate in power. I know the power that I operate in. I had an experience that I had a herniated disc in my back, and I don't do medicine. I've never been on medication. I don't do medicine. I speak over my life. I'm pretty healthy at this point, of my life. And so I didn't want to take any medication or anything like that. So I went into meditation. And I found that if you don't want to meditate, you're going to medicate. So you can take your choice. You can meditate or you can medicate.
I like that.
And so I went into meditation, and I was meditating probably 5 hours a day. And the third day of meditation, I had an experience that is just unreal. All of my thoughts were on love. Every thought that entered in my mind while I was in meditation, I centered it around love. And in that third day of meditation, I felt the power of the universe run through my body. I mean, and I lit up like a Christmas tree my inward man just lit up like a Christmas tree. And I knew what the experience was when I was having it. And so with my mind, I directed that energy to my lower back, and I was walking 5 miles a day the next day. So do we operate in power? Yeah. Christianity give that power to the pastor, and they believe, ain't nobody got this power but God and Jesus. Well, Christ lives in you. The Bible said Christ in you is the hope of glory. The Bible said you are the temple of God. The Bible says in Ephesians 3:20, according to the power that works within us. Christianity is looking outward for that power that is working within us all the time. The kingdom is within you. And when we as us that are studying metaphysics, we understand this power. We understand that we control our own reality, because I'm not searching for God. I'm operating as God.
Say that. Say that.
Does this power have any limitations, or is just you Neo in the Matrix, or what is it limits, or is it limited?
No, it's not limited. Only Christianity limits power. Anything that you see in the Bible that Jesus did, I can do it too. I don't care what it is.
So with it not being limited, at what point does the power kick in? Because the babies don't have the power, right? You got to believe. The babies don't have the power. A lot of people seemingly don't have the power. Brain dead people, whatever.
Can I say something? Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Babies actually come having the power because they are not conditioned or programmed to believe that they don't. The only reason that you don't know that you have the power is because when you were raised, you were taught to believe that you don't. You were taught to believe that it came from somewhere else. But if no one had ever told you anything, you would discover it and come to find that power. Like when you were a baby and I guess the doctor spanked you or whatever, you cried. No one had to tell you that that hurt. Nobody had to tell you that that was pain. You understood it. And you would have gone through life learning and understanding things that you would know is true. You wouldn't have the doubt that you have. You wouldn't have the unbelief. And so you would already know that, just like in the Bible when he says, if you speak to that mountain and you believe that it will be moved, then it will move. And the power is not in, the speaking or anything. It's in the belief. Jesus Christ was just an example of how when you integrate the flesh and your spirit and understand that once they become one,
your belief. You remember the woman with the issue of blood, and everybody preaches that it was the touch. Oh, you reach out and touch Jesus and he will make you whole. No, he told her your faith, your belief made you whole. It's because you believed that when you did this, you were going to be whole. That's what made you whole.
Okay, so my question is, if every human being, be they in the womb, be they on life support, is able to exert their own will of manifestation, how can my will of manifestation overpower someone else's?
Let me answer that for you. Answer that for you. You don't have the power to overpower someone else's will. That's not what it's about. It's about manifesting your own will. And when you get to a point, you understand that we're dealing with energy, we're dealing with frequencies. And it's important that you understand that your mind is only an antenna. And you have to tune in to the right frequency in order for this stuff to work. As long as you believe that you're separate from the source, you're separate from the source. You have to tune your mind into the source, because what happens is what Christianity calls spirits is only energy. And this energy hides behind your thoughts. Now, when the nature of your thought equals the frequency of that energy, you allow that energy to transmute itself through your body. You allow it to manifest through you. But, it's just like if you've got your mind set on 99.2, but the higher energy that you call God is on 108.7, that means you got to tune up the frequency. That means that you have to start initiating more love within yourself so that you can get to that higher frequency, and then you allow the healing energy of the universe to run through you. It can't do it without love. That's the highest frequency there is.
Yeah,
it's up to you.
And see, what I think we're forgetting is that when we come here as babes, we're coming in the land of duality. Remember, we're coming sleeping. We're the sleeping man when we enter into the womb, and we come through the portal of our mother. We're entering into the land. We're falling asleep, Adam. We're falling in consciousness, which means we do suffer from amnesia. We do forget who we are, but the law doesn't change because of ignorance. We're ignorant of the law when we come here in the land of Adam, who is the sleeping man, who is the part of you that forgot is God. And so, yes, the baby is subjected to its environment. And the environment is the womb of the mother and everything around her, which is her thoughts, her negative thoughts, her, oh my goodness, I hope nothing bad happens to my baby. Oh my goodness, I hope, and hearing and watching all the news and hearing, oh, don't you know babies get cancer? Oh, don't you know babies are born with deformities? Oh, don't you know that, you got to do amniocentesis to make sure the baby don't have nothing before it come out. Oh, let's do all this preventative medicine. Let's make sure you do this, make sure you do that. Fear, 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 fear. And then you wonder why a baby couldn't be born with a disease. That's exactly why. Hold on. That's exactly why a baby can come here in disease, because this world is fear-based. This world doesn't know the law of mind. And it's not until the awake mind. Here's the thing. Like I said, just because you're not aware of the law of mind doesn't mean that you can't use it right sometimes. Because some people do use it right sometimes, even though they're not even aware that they're using it. So people start to pray, and they take the word, they take the Bible at his word. Say, God, you said it was healing in those wings. You said this, whatever scriptures that can come to mind regarding healing of the body, they use that Bible to speak that word, and that word produces healing, because in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. And so they use the word, which is the creator in man. And they decide that my baby gonna live, and my baby is gonna have healing, and my baby is gonna, but some babies, most people, when they hear that diagnosis, fear rushes over them. What we gonna do? What we gonna do? Oh my goodness, what we gonna do? And they pray about the problem. And they continue to experience the problem. And they look for the solutions on the outside. Well, what do you suggest, doctor? Well, this is what we do. We do radio. I don't know what they do with babies with the C word. I don't know I know older people have to get radiology and they have to, and whatever those other chemotherapy they have to go through. I don't know if that's something they're doing with babies. I don't know if babies' systems are even strong enough to handle those type of treatments. So whatever they do with babies. But there have been people who have gotten diagnostics or diagnoses about their babies and did not accept it. And their babies went home free of the disease.
Mm-hmm. But Toyia, this is what I'm saying. If you're asserting, I can literally manifest from my quote unquote negative thoughts something within another person, that automatically disqualifies your assertion that everything is manifested within each individual person.
Because you have to accept it. No. You're still doing it because you have to accept it. Because I can suggest a thing, but you have to agree to it. So again, it's you manifesting. So here's the thing. The baby doesn't have the power of reason. We do notice that babes, but I just said that we're coming in sleep. We're coming in sleep. We're coming in sleep.
That means
yes, but that's because you don't know the law of mind, because you're accepting it. You don't know how to reject it.
That they the baby accepts.
Yes, a baby is a sponge. Can a baby reason? Can a baby communicate? I mean, I get what you're saying. It's a hard pill to swallow to say, because yes, we're saying that you're the creator, right? But you're not only the one thinking, you're also receiving thoughts. And most people are just on the receiving end. And you don't even know that you're being programmed. You don't even know that you're being programmed. It's when you come to the realization, again, it's so much more than because I get it. You're trying to know all this from what I said one day, and this knowledge is not told. And hold on. This knowledge is not told and understand.
That's why I say I agree with 100% of what you say. Because I agree with people being programmed. I agree with.
Yeah,
Queen, like if the doctor tells you, not you, I'm sorry. If the doctor tells someone, hey, you have the C word, right? The doctor is the one saying it. The person that is hearing it has to receive it or accept it in order for it to manifest in their life. That's the same situation. The person is not the one saying it. They're just accepting it and agreeing with the prognosis.
Okay, I do believe, Queen. I do believe I did not make a distinguishment between the awakened mind and the sleeping mind. Sleeping mind, you getting everything is hot, is smorgasbord or whatever. The awakened mind, because those are but here's again, you only probably caught me one time. You have to hear me more than just talk about it one time. I've said it's two type of people in this world: those who know their God and those who don't. Those who don't are the sleeping man, and you are subject to the laws of other people. When you awaken on this third dimensional plane as God, then now you know that you don't have to accept what other people are saying. Now you recognize I am the creator of my reality. You were asleep and you don't know that you're sleeping until you awake, and then you can command your reality. But just because you are asleep doesn't mean you can't use this law. You can still use the law. People that are asleep use it all the time. They understand, if I think I can, then I can. And if I think I can't, then I can't. If I think that something is possible for me, if I'm being told that I have a disease and I decide that I don't accept it and I rebuke it and I'm going to think from the place of being healed, people experience that. And they don't even got to know they God. They just have to apply the law. And the law says if you can believe it, if you can accept it, then it'll be your reality. Because that's where God is no respecter of persons. The law does not respect you, regardless if you know it or if you're ignorant to it. Go ahead, Queen.
Very reasonable to me. But it also sounds contradictory to everything is emanating from within yourself. You just admitted that if you're not quote unquote awakened, you're subject to other people's thoughts and consequences.
Because this is what you fail to realize, Queen. This platform are not to the sleeping man. This is not going to resonate with the sleeping man. My platform is not for those who want to still think that the cause is outside of them, that they have no power of their own mind. So yes, you're operating from a place of, well, that doesn't make sense because you're saying one thing, then you're saying something different, and then when I clarify it, but you're still not saying, no, I'm telling you, once you know your God, like this is a game. Life is a game. It really is the matrix. It really is red, blue pill. It is. Do you really want to know the truth, or do you still want to play in the land of illusion and sleep? But here's the thing: the difference between this reality and the matrix. When it's time for you to know, there ain't no choice. It just happens to you. It ain't no Neo. Do you want to take the pill? Or do you want? No. It's none of that. It's a happening. When it's time for you to wake up, no one's going to stop that awakening. When it's time for you to know the truth, it ain't no, I'm taking the blue pill, or I'm not taking the red pill. No, it's a happening. When it's time for you to wake up, you'll wake up. Right now, because you're not work, this stuff don't mean nothing. And this sounds contradictory. Sounds like we trying to play both sides of the fence. Sounds like we trying to have both sides of the field. But no, because there are two types of beings on this plane. Those who know their God and those who don't. So those who don't know their God think that the external world has some power. Those who know that their God decides that I'm the only cause. And if I speak it, that settles it. That's really it. I don't know how else to tell you.
Hey Toyia, can I say something to the sister before I drop off?
And then we'll let God is within her. Go next.
Yeah, my sister, you got to realize that the law of the mind and the law of nature are the exact same thing. And whatever your conscious mind plants into your subconscious mind does not have a choice of if it's right or if it's wrong. The only thing it's going to do is produce it. So if you consciously put negative thoughts into your subconscious mind, you're going to produce negative things. But if you plant a seed, say for instance that you have a disease in your body, well, if you plant a thought in your subconscious mind that you are healed, your mind, the subconscious mind, does not have any other choice than to feed that information to your body. It doesn't even have a choice. You just got to be consistent with it. And so if you tell yourself that I'm healed, and you sit in those thoughts, you plant those seeds into your subconscious mind, well, your subconscious mind must produce what was planted.
I don't disagree with that because we have a thing called the immune system. We have a whole system called the immune system meant to heal our body by way of no outside intervention. It's just our own body healing itself. So the thought of your body can heal yourself is not some wacky foreign concept. So you're being like, if you think it can be healed. Okay, we have an immune system. It's not a big wacky concept.
Well, you know.
Well, then why are you asking me about babies with cancers? Why the immune system didn't just cure them then? Why are we even having this conversation? Since the body automatically heals, which is something we agree to, why do babies have cancer? Why are babies born with cancer then?
Why didn't your God heal them in the first place?
She's not a Christian. She's not a Christian.
I don't.
Because it has to be more than just the immune system. Because here's the thing, this is what I do know. The body follows the mind. But go ahead, God is within her. Then we'll go to Miss Kitty.
No, I just wanted to chime in on that. It's the same way, like, Queen, if you have a conversation with someone, anyone, you ever spoke to someone and No matter what you were saying to them, they just did not understand what you were saying.
No, they understand, but they pretend like they don't understand. So maybe that's what you mean.
Well, sometimes they can pretend, but sometimes they just don't understand. And it's really based on the way that they perceive you. And it's also based on the way that they perceive life, reality. So the way that they see life is the way that they're going to hear what you're saying. The way that they see you is the way that they're going to hear what you're saying. So it doesn't matter what you say, they're going to hear it a certain way no matter what. And that's the same concept. Just like, I can tell anyone, oh my gosh, change is good. Where someone else might say, oh, no, man, I hate change. Change is loss. But to me, change means opportunity. It just depends on the person. So that's what the concept comes from. Like, you create your reality. I'm not going to say I. If there's a person that says, oh my gosh, everybody's out to get me, they're going to perceive everything as an attack, no matter what. That is how the mind works. Do you get what I'm saying?
We're mostly agreeing. I just think it's dangerous to propagate that no one could. There's no true victims. There's no true victims. There's no. You just were doing everything right, and by circumstances outside of your control, someone just did something to you. That's right, I feel like that's a dangerous concept. It is what I think I'm kind of thinking of it right now. Well, I thought of it earlier, but I'm saying it now. It's like, if I'm just going about my life doing everything great and perfect, and I'm just having the best of thoughts, and someone just comes out the...
Yeah, but I have to also believe that I'm the victim and something is happening to me.
Like, I have to believe. I don't agree with that.
I have to believe that things are happening to me and not for me. In order to be a victim, I have to believe that I'm a victim.
No, that's not what the word victim means. I get a little frustrated with people trying to repurpose words. If something happened to me out of no control, absolutely zero control of my own, why?
Okay.
What's the purpose of that?
So when I was young, my mom unalived, right? Okay. I was 7 years old. My mom unalived to no fault of my own, right? Oh my gosh, it really changed the trajectory of my life. When I became an adult, and the same thing that I saw as poor little child that lost their mom, it became a different perspective for me, and I saw it differently. How much less independent I would be, how much less of a free thinker I would be. Mm-hmm. I would be so different. I wouldn't be as oppositional. Certain things, like, I guess I'm kind of realizing I don't think that you want to see it. It really is kind of just based on perspective. Mm-hmm. I just don't think that you want to see it.
Yeah, like Casual Mike said, he said an easier example of this is if you hear a language you don't understand, it doesn't mean anything to you. Right? So it's like we're speaking a foreign language. Right? Because it doesn't resonate, because to them that have ears to hear, let them hear. Right? Right. So it's like, as much as we try to reason that, because I get that, especially, that's why a lot of times I don't like to bring babies and children into this, because when you bring babies and children into this, and those who are not ready to hear it, it's like, well, they're experiencing something that they absolutely did not choose. And they think that when we say, because your thoughts create your reality, that you're purposely wanting or choosing this outcome. And that's exactly what we're not saying. We're saying, because the law is perfect, it does not spare babies, children, or the foolish. Because you know how they say that, oh, God protects that God protects fools and babies, right? That's what we hear. God, but we see that does not happen in this reality, right? Babies are not protected from being harmed. No more than a 90-year-old is protected, no more than a 50-year-old is protected, no more than a 30-year-old is protected, no more than a 20-year-old, right? Everyone comes under this law. And everyone is going to experience the effects of this law because we came to experience this world. But here's the thing. I'm not going to answer your question if you keep coming off mute and you think because you start talking, I'm supposed to stop. That's not how that works. If I'm in the middle of a sentence, because you think you're going to come off mute and just start talking, that means I'm going to stop talking. That's not how that works. You wait till someone finishes their thought and then you ask, oh, can I speak now or can I have a turn or whatever? Because normally if I see someone off mute, once I get through talking, I address them. I do it all the time. Unless I don't see it. But most of the time, if I see someone come off mute and then go back on mute. Now, when I'm done, then I'm like, oh, okay, I think so-and-so, wanted to say something because they came off mute. Go ahead, God is within.
Yeah, I was just saying, I think I have come to a place where I don't even, if you don't, that's kind of like the example that I was just using. When someone is hearing, their perception is going to be, they're going to hear it the way they perceive it. Mm-hmm. And that's just it. So like, we can keep telling you the same thing. And I guess you just have to experience it for yourself. You have to come to know it for yourself. That we just can't explain it any more than we already have. It's not about, repurposing words. It's just about, how you perceive it. That's just it.
Elizabeth is funny. Go ahead, Queen. But I'm like, I don't think we're ever going to see eye to eye. And maybe we're just not supposed to, and that's okay.
Okay, can my personal thoughts within myself have a physical effect on someone outside of myself?
If they accept it to be true, then yes.
And what if they don't have the ability to accept it or not?
What was, I didn't hear what she said.
She's assuming that they don't have the physical capacity or the mental capacity to not accept it. So she's saying, what if they don't have the physical, the mental capability to not accept it?
So you're asking basically the same thing in a different way, and it's going to be the same response. It's just like,
I guess you're trying to say like people with mental challenges, right? But here's the thing: you don't know what the mental person is. Hold on. You don't know what the mental person. You don't know what everybody's thinking. You don't know what everybody's thinking. You could never know what another person's thinking. You know what another person's thinking based on what's happening in their reality. I know you don't like that. You don't like that. Hey, I know it. I'm gonna know you by your fruit. I know you believe a certain thing to be true because I see you experiencing it. That's what a little bit too much accountability for you. You don't like that. You're like, well, wait a minute. Now we're saying there are no victims in this reality. I mean, that's exactly what we're saying. There are no victims in this reality.
It is so awoken and unwoken. You said the unwoken people are subject to other people's manifestations, or I'm not sure if you use that word, but the unwoken are subject to other people's whatever, mental whatever.
Have you ever seen someone go to the doctor and they're just as healthy and happy and, singing and moving around, and they come back and all of a sudden they say, oh my gosh, they said I have 6 months, more. And then all of a sudden you see the decline just happen so rapidly. I mean, almost immediately.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. That's why I already prefaced all my comments by saying a lot of what's being said, I do agree with. And I don't mean to be that as I'm trying to buffer what I'm saying and hide like I really don't agree. A lot of it I do agree with. Like what you're saying, it's like a even if y'all saw that movie Two Can Play That Game, and people the lady was like, you can transfer the energy when the dude is trying to play you, and then you could play him back, and then it's transfer energy. Like you about to play him before he play you.
You can turn the table. Right.
Agreed. It really happens.
Right. So what? But the thing that you're looking for is, put it like this. Yes, if you don't accept or have control over your life, someone else will control it for you. Everybody is subject to the laws of the universe, whether they know they are or whether they don't. So you know how they say ignorance of the law is no excuse? That's just the way it is.
That's it. That's
Okay,
in a
and I feel like
nutshell.
you did answer my question. Like if you, by whatever means, I can't stipulate the means by which this is the case, but there can be avenues to where a person is not 100% in control of what's happening to them.
Do you mind if I address that? Or do I
No, I'm next.
Oh, okay, not a problem.
Yeah, go ahead, Miss Kitty, and then we'll let Bloom go. You know, it's just like we're asking the same question over again, and no matter how many times we try to explain it, I get it. You don't want to accept that babies are the cause in their reality, that babies are not victims, that unsuspecting event occurs in your life that you had no idea was going to happen. How could I ever be the cause of it? Because you believe unsuspecting things can happen to you, and that's why it happens. You believe that something outside of you can hurt you, and that's why it happens. But you don't like that. You don't like that we're telling you, yeah, you can have things that you didn't know about happening to you because you believe that things can happen to you that you didn't know that could happen to you. See how that happens? It happens because you believe in the ability of it happening, which is why it happens. If you didn't really say, I'm not in fear of someone coming into my house. So I cannot lock my doors. I cannot lock my car because I'm not worried about someone taking something from me. But those who do, they lock up. We have a society of living in protection, and we have other societies, they don't lock their doors ever. And even if they say they do get robbed, they're like, well, that means they must have wanted it more. Or they accept the outcome of what took place. Yes, do we miscreate sometime? Do we misapply the law sometime? Of course we do. But we know that even if I have an unwanted experience, guess what I get to do? Change it. Even if something I did not want to happen happens, because I know the law of mind, I don't accept the reality of it. I know I can change it. Go ahead, Miss Kitty.
Okay, I just wanted to introduce this, and it's a little far out. And we didn't really talk about this book, but we talked about this channeled energy. I mentioned it, Ramtha. And this was literally back in the 80s when I was introduced to Ramtha. Jay-Z Knight is the woman's name. I don't know if she's still alive, but she probably is, out of California. And she channeled this energy, again, Ramtha, and this was during the time when Seth was popular and blah, blah, blah. And this is what helped me let go of feeling bad for victims and yada, yada, yada. Because life is eternal. The mind is eternal. We never know why a person winds up, sometimes we don't know why a person can wind up in a circumstance where they're, and I think in the book, she used the example of being robbed or raped or whatever. You don't know what seeds that they planted in their lifetime because it's eternal. So in their consciousness, there are often there can be experiences that were planted through thought that now in this lifetime, because in this incarnation, from their consciousness of a past incarnation, caught up. So the person who was robbed in a dark alley, they may have robbed they may have robbed in the past incarnation. So, and the person that robbed them agreed. I don't know how. I'm just introducing a school of thought. And the person that robbed them agreed with them. I'm 2022. I'm gonna rob your ass in the alley over on 1st Street and 52nd in that dark alley. Don't, you might forget, but you got it coming. My only point is existence, life as we know it, is vast. We're not going to understand all the facts. We're not. However, we have the choice now with this book, because we got to bring it back, because we're all over the place in this conversation, but we're going to bring it back to the metaphysical aspect and the psychological aspects of the Bible. That's what we're talking about living out and experiencing. And we're not gonna not look at the fact that we're gods created by a supreme that wanted to experience itself as human. So we're not gonna have all the answers. We're just not. And I again caution anybody, but especially you, Queen, be careful of the things you ponder. Because you'll get answers. And then you're going to be like, why did this happen to me? Oh, that's right. Back in 2026, when I was on that live, I kept asking about how babies can be born with cancer. Yada, yada, blah, 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 blah. Because the law is not going to change because of this conversation. The law is eternal. And you keep asking and asking and asking, then you'll give that which controls every and all things the opportunity to show you. You say it's only 10% that you don't understand, then start asking, how can you understand the other 10% so you can get the whole full 100%? Stop. I'm just telling you from a person who has lived, I'm assuming, a little bit longer than you. And you got to start asking the most productive and harmonious questions.
Oh, you made me think of Jerry and Abraham Hicks.
Yes.
He had a lot of what about the different diseases?
Yes.
You know how he transitioned. I mean, like, if I'm gonna be curious about something, why do people get rich all the damn time? How do people win the lottery? You know, why are people experiencing all these damn healings and nobody can explain that the doctors call the placebo effect? Why do these things happen that seem to be so miraculous and nobody has an answer for? Let's question the good. We always want to question the shit we don't want to happen. And then wonder why it keeps happening, because you're putting your focus there, because you're putting your attention there. Why not talk about how babies are born, and the amount of babies that are born healthy?
Right.
In percentage to those who are not. Like
we never Galatians 8, whatsoever things
are 4:8. Oh, Philippians 4:8. It's Philippians 4:8.
I'm challenging the logic. I'm not.
Don't challenge the logic. Forget about the logic. You're wasting your time and your energy. You're miscreating. That's what you're doing.
If I'm wasting my time and my energy, how did you get to the point that you got to? Otherwise, from challenging the logic you had before, you have now.
The questions came from within. I didn't go seeking other people for these answers. I answered myself, and then I was led to the answers myself. I wasn't questioning the outer. I was questioning myself within. And then I got the answers. I wasn't asking other people for answers. That didn't happen. I didn't go questioning other people, because to me that just leads to contention and argument, especially if I'm not ready to receive the answer, because you're not coming to understand, you're coming to challenge what we're saying, and that's totally different. That's totally different. You're not coming to understand. You're like, but what about this? But what about this? I still don't see what you're saying, because what about this? But what about this? Nope. I understand 90%, but this 10%, well, then just be okay without understanding the 10%, because it sounds like no matter what we say, it's not going to be enough evidence for you. And just be okay with that. But you keep coming with the same question 10 different ways. You keep coming with the same question. You haven't changed the question not once. You keep asking the same question, the same 10 different ways.
Listen, Toyia, actually some things you have said, I have said, okay, you know what? I thought like this, and now that you said that, I see what you're saying. It's not a one-way street. It's been several things, but I just have said it in the comments. I mean, I've communicated it here now, but it's been several things that you said that I say, okay, I see what you're saying. I'm more, wrinkles in my brain have been created because of you, So don't just think you. So I just want to give you that acknowledgement. Yeah, you have. I have. You're like, oh, change my. Not that you challenging to change anybody's mind, but even the little bit of the time I spent on your live, I was like, okay, yeah, I see what she's saying. And even when other people came in being like, oh, she just being like this, I'm like, nah, she not like that. Y'all gotta listen for a minute to see where she really like going with it.
What she's trying to say is a part of that journey and realizing that you are God experiencing itself. Like it kind of gets to this place where you have peace in knowing what you know and accepting what you accept. And you know that what you are supposed to know is going to come to you, and that what you don't need to know, it won't resonate with you, and you can just, move on from it. Everybody on this journey is going to talk about different things. Oh, you got to fast for 40 days, and that you got to spiritually enlighten, and you got to astral project. And it's like, okay, well, if that's for you, that's for you. But if it's not, don't let anything outside of you make you feel like you don't know what you need and are supposed to know. And you just have peace with that. It's not about right or wrong. Like there's no such thing as right or wrong. What's true for you might not be true for her. What's true for me might not be true for y'all. But it doesn't mean it's not true.
Yeah, and I appreciate the questions, Queen, because this does bring clarity to a lot of things. It just seemed like we were stuck on this one thing, and like we were stuck there, and it's just like, okay, like there's no movement happening, so we should just like probably 30 minutes ago been like, you know what, this is a question this is an answer that's just not going to satisfy, and that's okay. And maybe she'll get the understanding. It won't come from this live. Maybe it'll come, someone will be able better to articulate it than I can. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with, okay, my explanation is unsatisfactory. And that's okay. And that's completely okay. But I don't mind the questions. It's just like we stayed on that one particular question for an exceptional long time, regardless of the many voices we were hearing regarding the question. It just seemed like we wouldn't move past it as just, and somebody has to come to the recognition. You know what? We have talked about this incessantly, and there's no meeting of the minds here. And that is okay. That is completely okay.
No, I think you're very productive in your communication. Oddly, because I think most people are not. I think you're because you literally moved me from, what is this lady talking about, to like, okay, I see what she's talking about. Whether it's an agreement on what you're talking about, I really deeply feel like I understood what you were trying to convey. And I think if people actually listen to your live, and it wasn't even all these people on here, like it's a lot of people on here giving their opinion, like you just was kind of getting with me in the comments, and I was genuinely confused at first, and you genuinely moved me to a place of understanding the message you're trying to convey. So I think you have a productive thing that you got going on here.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, and because I was anticipating a but, and I just want to reiterate that you really know all the answers. You just got to ask yourself, It'll come to light. It'll come up for you. The cream always comes to the top. It always rises to the top.
Yep. As God within her says you wanted to receive it. Because it was nothing I did. It's like I always say, we already know this. And of course, it's here, there, a little. Everything doesn't come all at one time. Right. And so, because sometimes when it does come, I won't even say that because all things are possible. Because sometimes when it does come all at one time, some people can't handle it. Right. And some people say, oh, I feel like I'm losing my mind, or what's going on. My reality has turned upside down, inside out. What is happening? I can't take all the flooding of downloads and information that is coming through. My capacity to understand all this is beyond me. That happens to people where they can't accept. I mean, I'm glad that mine is here a little, there a little, because I'm like, when the floodgates happen and your mind blossoms open and you see the reality you're supposed to see that's specifically curated for you, you want to be able to receive it and enjoy it and not feel like you're losing your mind, but that what? You're opening your mind, that you're finding your mind. That is a beautiful transition. It is a beautiful remembrance of who I am. And I like Casual Mike said, he said, Casual Mike said, I made the mistake of asking a mushroom, how the world works. Them shrooms, boy, they get you. I have yet to try it, but I just heard about it. I still want to try them rooms. I want to try the rooms. I used to say I want to try ayahuasca, but I'm like, I'm good on the plant medicine. I think I just go with the rooms. Let me try them rooms.
I want to try them too. But I just wanted to chime in on that too, what you just said. You definitely do have a way with words and, expression. And I can say, like, I've learned a thing or two from you and, a lot of other people that are on this live. But what Miss Kitty just said about, the answers coming to you, because when I finally deconstructed from Christianity, it came from a question that I remember I asked when I was like 9 years old. And when I asked the question, I asked my grandfather, because he was a pastor. And I said, we worship God, but if we were born in China or somewhere else, who would we worship? And he said, huh? I said, because, the people who worship Buddha, they think that that's, that they're right? And he said, yeah. I said, and the Muslims, they worship Allah, and they think that's right. And the people who worship Confucius, they think they're right. So how does that make us right? And he never answered me with that question. But I remembered asking that question, when I first started deconstructing. And that's what caused me to start, tearing down my old belief systems. So it doesn't have to be today that you get all your answers. And I think that that's what, like the scripture, be still and know. You just have to know who you are and know that you're magnetic. And you know that everything that is supposed to come to you will come to you.
I had a deconstruction too. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good.
It came literally from my belief in God. If I had believed this being is all powerful, all facilitating, all knowing, all everything, all X to the Z to the, my disbelief, my deconstruction, my saying, I don't know about this, is all in the book. It was already foreseen to happen. So let me go on and do what it was already written down to do.
Right. Because why do you need to pray to, a God that already knows what you need?
Yeah. My deconstruction was in the construction.
Yeah. And if you're saying he, then doesn't the limit already exist? Just in the gender? If our God is a he, and he will supply all my needs, then he's not a woman, is he? So that's a limit. It's just, I guess like Miss Kitty said, you stop asking yourself all these questions trying to challenge what you know or, what someone else says, and ask the right questions. Because it's not about asking a bunch of questions. It's about asking the right question.
my deepest question, and I think that's for any believer in supernaturalness, is the purpose of suffering. Why? And you're saying it's self-inflicted. And
what Miss Kitty was trying to tell you, you keep focusing on the negative, like suffering and trials and victimhood. And if you understand, hold on, wait, real quick.
A legitimate question. If you run into my car and you hit me from behind, I'm gonna be like, why'd you just hit my car, bro? What you got going on?
Right, but if listen, so we know the greatest of all things is love, right? The Bible, you don't have to believe in it, but it still has certain wisdoms that you can take. The Ebook, all these books, right? If you focus on, that's what I was talking about with perspective. If I'm always focusing on victimhood, that's what I'm going to see. If I'm always focused on people suffering and people lacking, that's what
you're missing is the focus point. I don't have to be focused on negativity or victimhood for something bad to happen to me. I can be 100% focused on positive stuff. Okay, and something still bad can happen to me.
Right, okay, and that's good. Like, that's what I'm saying. Hear me out real quick before you talk. Listen first, right? Your questions, right, are surrounded in those things, right? If that is your focus, that is what you are going to see. Guess what? In my life, I don't believe that there's a bunch of suffering and a bunch of evil. You know why? Because I don't think about it. I don't give energy to it. I don't give life to it.
All right, let me give you an example, Queen. So you use the example of getting hit by a car, right? So my daughter, she needed insurance money for her car. And she had told herself, I'm going to have it by the due date. I'm going to have this car insurance by the due date, the time she wasn't working. She gets in a car accident. But the car accident is so minor. But someone hits her and they dent the car and they knock off the side view mirror, right? And so the guy gets out the car. He's like, we got to call the police. We got to call the police. My daughter's like, well, no, because my husband's very handy. He actually works on construction equipment. So she's like, oh, no, my dad, he can, he'll be able to fix it. It's like, no, we got to call the police. We got to call the police, right? So they call the police because she's trying to resist this. But here's the thing. This was part of the manifestation of her getting her car insurance because it didn't render the car undrivable, but it did the minor, what we would call fender benders, is a little scratch on the side door and the rear view, the side of the driver's side mirror gets knocked off. She gets a couple of $1,000s for that. And mind you, once he initiated calling the police, she tried to say no. But then when it starts to go through the insurance, now the guy wants to backpedal. Now he doesn't want it to go through the insurance, but it's too late. The ball rolling now. Now it's all in. They come, they check out the car. They say, oh yes, this will require a few $1,000s. She gets a few $1,000s when she only needed probably about a few $100s to pay for her 6 months of insurance. But she ended up getting, so the reason why I'm saying that, and you could end up being in a really bad, a worse accident or whatever. Don't let the incident be the final explanation. Don't let what happened that you're calling negative or bad be the end of the story. We don't always know when we're talking about manifesting things, right? And because this is what this platform is about. It's about manifesting the desired outcome that you want. And sometimes it may appear that what you're calling negative, what you're calling evil, God, source, the law, is going to mean it for your good. That's why you don't get caught up in the circumstance and start fussing and complaining. And even if you do, know that you have the right to change your mind at any time in this story. And you're going to decide that no matter what happens, it all works out for me. I don't care what it is. I don't care what diagnosis I get. I don't care what diagnosis my children get. I don't care what accidents may occur, what wrong may happen. That ain't the end of the story. Because at the end of the story is it always works in my favor. Things always work out for me. I don't care what it is, it benefits me.
That's the fact. That's what.
I can agree on that end result, but
You're caught up in the how it happens as opposed to why, and you don't like the why. You're looking at the how, you're looking at the what. You don't like the why, and guess what? The why is not going to change. You don't like what's happening, you don't like how it's happening, but what the reason is the why, which you don't like. So we're going to move off of it. Because you keep telling me what happened, you keep telling me what happened, and I keep telling you why it happened. You keep telling me how it happened, and I keep telling you why it happens, and you don't like that answer. But that's okay, because that answer is never going to change. But I'm ready. No, I'm going to move. I have a new caller on the panel, so I'm going to go to Tony. But the answer is just not going to change. How, what, there's a why. The why is the spiritual. What we do as humans, we look at the how and the what. You want to tell me what happened? Oh, they got in the car. How did it happen? That person wasn't paying attention. He hit my doggone car. He was arguing on the phone with his mama. But why did it happen? I believe in loss. I believe that something can take me. I don't believe that I can save much money. And guess what? I didn't even pay my car note this month. Or I didn't even pay my car insurance this month. And then somebody had the nerve to hit my doggone car. And now I'm suffering even more loss than I thought I would have. And that's what that is, a snowball effect.
Much darker things. There's way worse things than a car accident happening to people that you can't just justify.
That was the accident. That was the example that you used. You used that example. You keep moving the finish line.
I said diseases. I listed the things, the hurricanes, the tornado, any horrible thing you could think of. I don't care how horrible you want to make it. The principle, like Tony says, doesn't change. Hey, what's up, sir? How you doing?
What's up?
How you doing? The comedians in the house.
I said, oh my goodness, Lord, they talking about that be still and know that I'm God. You know what I'm saying? You got to be still. Now, when everybody goes and charges their phone, does everybody realize that there is a negative charge and a positive charge, which causes your battery to go to 100%? You got to get in all of that. So if you got negative is positive, and if you study science, then you would know that negative is a feminine and positive is a masculine. And they work together. You can't have one without the other. You've got to have negative and positive for you to get your result.
You wouldn't even know one exists. You wouldn't even know the other exists without one.
Exactly. So it all works together. So be still and know. It don't say think, it says know. Now, when you know and shit, you don't be doing a lot of thinking. You just know it. You know what I'm saying? You're like, I need to know this. I know this. And then you just know. It's simple. You know, so we can complicate it. That's just that you just add more creation to your creation. You want to complicate things. Oh, I want to do it this way. I want to go left and right and up and down and under and over here and over there. And God just said, be still. Just sit your ass down right there and be still. Because it's all coming to you. You magnetic.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Of course.
What is anybody's quote unquote definition of quote unquote God?
What's the definition of God?
I am.
Right, I am.
I am that I am.
I mean, like.
No, I know. I mean, like, that's it. I am. That's it.
I don't know you, so that doesn't tell me
much. That's your problem.
You have to know you.
Exactly.
I'm saying something every human or intelligent person can understand, because they can't understand you saying I am. I'm saying besides you.
Oh, you don't know what that means?
I think the thing is you're trying to intellectualize spirituality. You're trying to.
I'm not, because you all are asserting that every person has access to this.
They do.
I mean, from a 5-year-old to a 60-year-old to everybody.
Even in the room.
So if you're explaining to someone who doesn't have a concept of who you are or what I am means, how would you explain the concept or the definition of God to someone who is like a brand new introduction to
So I'll tell you, to keep it simple, I would just say your breath.
Awareness. Your awareness.
Yep. Your consciousness. your mind, your thought. You wake up in the morning, hey, grand rising, good morning, how you doing? That's God. God is he's all things.
The water.
Exactly. It don't matter what it is. Anything that is of substance is the
So
substance of things.
it's ambiguous. Like whatever you
anything. The all in all.
If you have a 401k.
Wait a minute, Queen. How do you describe God? If a child asks you who is God, what would you say, Queen? Somebody asks you who is God, what would you say?
I don't believe any God being exists.
Okay, so what would be so then that's what you would tell them, God doesn't exist, right?
A little kid?
What would you say? Well, okay, so what would you say? I'm saying I'm 5 years old and I'm asking you, who is God? I've been hearing all these people talk about God. Who is God? What is this God? What would you say?
I would say, where did you hear that from, and what impression do you have already?
Well, somebody told me that God made this earth. Somebody told my friend Timmy, he told me God made the trees, he made the sun, he made the grass, but I never heard you talk about God. Does that exist? Did somebody create the grass and the sun and the trees? Who's God?
I would get into a scientific conversation with them about, the origins of the universe.
Hold on. So here's the thing, Queen. Hold on, guys. Hold on, Queen. So, Queen, that's God. That's God.
Okay.
That's who God is. God is science. God is science. God is energy. That's who God is. God is not this supernatural being floating around in the heavens. God ain't no sky daddy. And I think the thing is that even though you said you deconstructed from Christianity, you still view God from a Christian lens. Because God is not some God is not some sky daddy floating around. God is science. Science is God. They're not separate. They're one and the same.
You said before, you're not opposed to giving your own meaning to words.
No. I'm saying when you described it, I said, well, that's God. That's who God is. When you said I would describe it on a scientific way.
I'm not injecting any supernatural attributes.
When did I inject? We had this conversation when you first started. When did I ever said supernatural? When have I ever used that term? Why do you keep saying that when you're talking to me? Because you never heard me say supernatural. I've never used that term ever.
Because you're describing supernatural.
No. You're perceiving supernatural. That's a you thing. Like God is within her saying, because you're hearing supernatural, although I never said it. So you're perceiving it from your own reality. What I'm telling you, you're transmuting and saying, this is what I'm hearing, even though I've never said it. Yes, you just said yourself. You never said supernatural, but what you're saying sounds supernatural.
Right.
Exactly. If we Google right now and look up the word God, it will say supernatural. You can't impose, well, you can, according to you, impose your own definition on it. But if we're talking as how most people understand words to mean, God means a supernatural entity, existed, blah, 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 whatever. It's supernatural. God has nothing to do with the natural origins of trees growing and
yes, he does.
That's because you're taking the religious definition. That's because
it does. You gotta go read it again.
Because you're taking the religious definition, and we live in a Christian
dictionaries
society.
and stuff.
Or
go read the actual book, the Bible, where the nigga actually is.
That means
it gives you a full description.
That means I have to believe the Bible.
No, you just have to read it. Did you ever see the show Game of Thrones? There's a book that goes with that too. But Daenerys Stormborn. You see what I'm saying? The dragons and stuff, but you don't have to believe it. You just saw it.
You said science, though, Queen. You said science, right? Okay, but biology, right? Science, anatomy, right? We know that if God is, right, those things, the trees, where do they come from? Like the plants, where do they come from? Right. Okay. So she said all Toyia said was God is science.
If the word supernatural exists, that is trying to describe something that's outside of basic natural, regular natural.
No, that's another level. You as a woman are supernatural.
The two things together.
Supernatural just means that it can't be explained, right?
Right.
Like
You as a woman are supernatural.
Our awareness.
So clearly, hold on, guys. So clearly, Queen has never looked up God. So I'm gonna give you the definition in the Bible. This is Google. Listen to what it says.
All right.
It has in parentheses. In Christianity and other monotheistic religions, the creator and ruler of the universe and source of all moral authority, the supreme being. Number 2, in certain other religions, a superhuman being or spirit worshipped as having power over nature or human fortunes, a deity. So, your definition for a God is based from a religious lens. And we just told you we don't identify with religion. So when we tell you that God is not born out of religion, hold on. So when we tell you that God is not born out of religion, it's not supernatural. That because I said God for me is an acronym, generator, operating, demonstrator of truth, and you are the truth. When they say I am, we're saying that I am the truth. I am the way. I am the life of my own experience. That's what we're saying who God is. So if a 5-year-old asks me, who is God? I would say your mind. Because your mind is the creator in your reality. That's who your mind is. Because you can imagine anything, baby. When you be thinking that you can, you can fly, you dream if you can fly, or you have a something that you want to draw, and then you get a crayon and then you draw it. That's God imagining things and then bringing it into being by putting it on that piece of paper.
So you're saying God is just your imagination?
Yeah.
That is also true.
Okay.
It says in the Bible, it says John 1:1, it says in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So technically your word, every word that comes out of your mouth is God.
From the time that you were a baby and you formed your first thought.
Everything. And your thoughts, your actions, and your words.
Things that befall you that were never in your mind. You're saying it never.
You're going back to that subject.
To someone that
you're
they
going back to that subject.
Never it occurred in their mind, and
no,
I don't know how you could prove that.
You can't. First, it has to start in the mind. You can't even come up with a word without it developing in your mind first.
I'm talking about the specific person's mind.
Right.
The claim is that if my husband wishes cancer on me because he wished cancer on me in his mind, now I will have cancer.
If you subject yourself to that, then that's what'll happen.
How would I ever know? I don't know his.
You gotta study to show yourself approved.
No.
Okay, Queen. So who's responsible for the good in your life? Hold on, Queen. You keep talking about the stuff. Queen. You keep talking about the stuff you don't want to happen. Say you won the lottery. Say you found a bag of thousands of dollars. Who responsible for that? Say you get the car you always dreamed of. Say you get the house you always desired. Say you get the career you always knew that you could have. Who's responsible for that?
Toyia, can you talk to me when you say that?
Holding it in.
Right. Those particular things, and I thought about that the last time we had a conversation, being like, okay, the manifest thing, right? Meaning, if I'm thinking every day, I want $1 million or a house. I really thought of a house. If I would say I was literally thinking after we got off the live, like, what is she talking about this manifest thing? I was like, if I just think every day I want a house, and then like 50 years later, my mom dies and leaves me her house. That means over the 50 years, then I manifested the house.
Yes, and that 50 years means that you had very little faith.
And I came to the conclusion that the manifestors would say yes. But my question was about
I have a response.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I can speak to that, and I don't talk to a lot of people about this, right? But okay, this is the situation, and I come from a family of drug dealers, and I told Toyia about that last time, right? I was in that lifestyle too, and I ended up going to prison, right? I was not the place I am now when I did that. Long story short, I got sentenced to a specific amount of time, and I ended up coming home before that time. Now listen to why. My grandfather passed away, and then 3 days later, my dad passed away. Those were very, very unfortunate situations. I did love my grandfather. I cared about my dad a little, and my lawyer was able to go and draw up some paperwork for what they call a compassionate release. It was not, the way that I wanted to be able to be free. But I became free because of it, in spite of it. And the trajectory of my life changed after it, because I actually started to ask those right questions that I was talking about earlier. It's very undesirable. I love my grandfather. I miss him. He was my father. But that situation was, what actually allowed me to come home and start a life. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I absolutely understand people taking accountability for their choices. I'm not trying to absolve people.
You heard what you wanted to hear. That was not the point of what I said.
It says, according to your faith, so be it unto you. So whatever it is that you think, that's what's going to happen to you. According to your faith, so be it unto you. So if you think that in 50 years you're going to get a house, then shit, it'll take 50 years. That's a little faith.
In Proverbs, it says, so as a man thinketh,
I'm saying, are there, which it seemingly has already been admitted that there are unwitting participants in this manifestation gamble, to where I can, if someone's unaware, I can manifest on them. If someone's too young to think for themselves, I can manifest on them.
That's right.
That
is correct. That's correct. In the book, there's a book called...
That was my only contention.
Right, there's a book. No, there's a book called Outwitting the Devil, and it tells you about that. If you find yourself in the drift, if you find yourself not focused or just doing whatever anybody tells you to do, then yeah, you are subject. You
so
can
we
fall under that.
I agree that
Toyia said that like an hour ago.
That it's people that they can through no power of their own be manifested upon. So okay,
you chose not to manifest.
Toyia said that an hour ago.
You see?
She told you. She said there are people who are asleep.
Exactly.
And people who are awake.
Keeps being said, then somehow being taken back on. Like, yeah, I said it, but I didn't really mean it. But I'm just keep coming to the conclusion that
what is she talking about?
What are we talking about now? I said Toyia said that an hour ago. Toyia said there are people who are asleep and people who are awake. And
which I said that, right? I brought that back up. I literally brought that back up. I said,
like she don't want
people are awake and asleep. I brought that back up.
All right, Queen. They're booting you off the island because they just like they just move on from this conversation. They just because even when we try to move on, you try to bring us back into it. Tony about to tell us a whole different direction, and then you about to bring us right back to it.
No, I actually think I get it now.
She in that roundabout.
Nah, I think I get it.
You're trying to put us in a loop. We don't want to be in a loop.
I'm literally saying I get it. No, y'all.
Right, but I get it now. When I first got on the live, Toyia actually, she stopped you. She said, I get what you're saying. She said, but okay, you don't come to the live often enough for you to hear me say, there are two separate people in this world. There are people who are awake, and there are people who are sleeping. And yes, if you are sleeping, you are subjected to the thoughts and the, the will of the people that are awake until you wake up.
Okay, so I get it now. Can y'all accept that I get it now?
Okay.
We'll see.
Let's give it 5 minutes and see if she can get back up again.
Can I just say one little thing? I think that Queen is very intelligent. She's a deep thinker, and this is not a judgment, but I think part of this has been an exercise for her to exert her intelligence and her ability to think more than she wants answers. Because we have given answers, and Toyia has given answers and answers and answers. And the discussion, whenever we have a discussion, when it's time for me to go, okay, Uncle, I surrender, because I've got a misunderstanding here. And then I have to go, even when I really don't totally agree, but I know I've got to think about it, within inside myself. So now we're getting into just wheel spinning, and it's been good conversation, productive conversation, but enough. It's just enough now, Queen. You got it.
No. That wasn't asking for you to give a rebuttal. No. That was not an invitation to continue the conversation. Let's not get. That's the invitation to end. We are commiserating. This is the commencement. Like, it's over. It's over now. It's over now.
You gotta accept what you know for what you know. You gotta accept what you know for what you know. You just gotta.
I can appreciate it, because that's how smart people, they fuck with people's heads like that. I do that all the time. So I thoroughly, and I like, to a certain extent, the circling back around, because there's some things you miss. So I get it. You want to be thorough. You want to ask questions. You want to do. But it's very simple. It's not as difficult. These church people, they be putting spells on you, trying to make the shit more difficult than what it is. It just is what it is. You God. You are God. You did.
And Tony, I was like that too. And it wasn't in a good way. I got to the point where I had to see myself for who I really was. And I actually asked, when I was a Christian, I asked, God, I said, show me who I really am. Like, not the person that I see myself as, not the person that other people see me as. Like, I want to see who I really am. And sometimes it becomes redundant. Like, sometimes I used to find people who felt like they were so spiritually advanced and holier than thou. And I used to love to challenge them, like, what's this scripture? Well, what does this mean? Oh, well, I thought it says this and that and that. Right. And I had to come to realize, like, that's no way to be. Like, be okay with who you are. Their walk is their walk. You're responsible for your walk. You're responsible for your life. You got to be accountable for it. And when I started deconstructing, like I told Toyia, it was so much information everywhere. I was reading, listening, trying to hear this person, that person. And it kind of became overwhelming to the point where I had to get off social media, stop reading information, and stop ordering books. And I finally, the universe finally spoke to me. And it was like, everything that you're supposed to know, you will know. And you just be okay with knowing what you know. And that's it. Yeah.
The Lord gave you everything. When you was born, he gave it all to you.
That's what the universe said. You are who you've been looking for everything. In everything that you've been looking for. You are it. That's it.
Michael Jackson told you that. He said, this is it, nigga.
This is
the
it.
Man in the mirror.
This
the man
is
in the mirror.
Yeah, right, the man in the mirror.
The man in the mirror.
And you are a mirror, because you be reflecting other people when you get in their presence. And then they be acting, you be matching energy and shit. They be like, yo, don't start no shit, and it won't be no nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo.
Right. And even then, like, matching energy, it's like, no, you have that energy, I'm gonna have mine. You're not gonna take me out of a place I don't want to be. You're not gonna take me there.
Now, see, me personally, I love to go there with him. You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't girl. I don't be fearing no evil in the shadow of death. Nah, nigga, fuck that. We can go there.
But if it's fun to you, then that's the thing. Then you're still in control. But if it's something where it's like somebody's triggering you or, taking you to that place, then you relinquish that control.
I enjoy watching them try. They be trying. You see, they try to ask you questions and then antagonize you and say the opposite of what you just said, and then they try to roast you and all kinds of stuff. And it's just fun. You feel what I'm saying? That's them antagonists. They call the dark brothers. They're the dark brothers. They just darkness. Darkness, everybody, darkness is spreading.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, that was one of my favorite episodes.
Right there.
So he talking about Charlie Murphy talking about Rick James on Dave Chappelle.
Oh no, I'm not familiar with it.
Oh,
that's the Chappelle show.
Oh no, I didn't watch the Chappelle show. I didn't watch the Chappelle show.
Rick James, just look up the Rick James. That's the funniest. Oh, it's funny.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. I mean, we had our wheels going around and up and down, round and round, up and down, and the wheels on the bus go up and go round and round all through the town. Cause that's all we was doing. We was just spinning our wheels like Miss Kitty said. We was spinning the wheels, boy. We just, woo. We should have hopped off that bus like 2 hours ago.
The bus kept coming to pick us up again.
I'm sorry.
When somebody keeps moving the finish line to, you give them an answer to their question, and it's like, okay, no, but such and such. Well, what if you add this element, or what if you take away this element? It's like
the answer not changing.
Yeah, are you really looking for an answer? Are you really wanting the answer?
Well, I think the most positive thing that I got out of this discussion was the questions. The questions that we have to ask not that we have to, that I want to start asking myself. Well, what if, like you said one time, Toyia, what if I do hit the lottery?
That part.
Yes.
Why am I so fortunate and so highly favored? Why is everything always working out for me?
Yes.
What? How did I get this brand new car and didn't have no money? What? So it's
them the questions, because I don't them other questions. I'm like, what the hell?
I'm so healthy.
It's the focus.
Yes. Why am I so healthy? Why am I so lucky? Man, I'm the luckiest sign I know. Sagittarius rise up. You damn Skippy. You damn Skippy. I'm real lucky. I'm a lucky son of a gun. Why am I so lucky?
My rising sign is Sagittarius. Look.
So is mine.
Yeah. So come on now. Why I be eating whatever I want and I still am a size 10? What? Come on. Why am I so healthy?
I love the positive energy here. I love it. I'm here for it.
Yes. Yeah. So we have Arlene. Welcome, Arlene. Hello. How are you?
How you doing?
Doing great. Thank you.
I mean, the girl had me really laughing. I found out that some people are, instead of optimistic, they are pessimistic in things. And when we're trying to figure it out, we sometimes drag other people into our mess and don't understand that. And so her conversation it's like a cat trying to chase his tail. No, they'll never find it. You'll never get it, right? No matter how many times you scramble to get that tail, it will fail every time. And so I just feel like that she is young, and sometimes they have to go and figure it out, because no matter how much we say a thing to a person, they would not get it, because it's not their time for them. They got to sit in their stew and their mess for a little longer to come out and say, aha, because I'm going to say this to you. I had a cousin, very smart, and I couldn't understand because I was young at the time. My grandma said, "You so smart that you stupid." And I didn't understand why she said that until I got in my 30s. I was like, ooh, because some smart people got the intellectual part, but they don't have the common sense part. And I see that some things, listen, common sense is not so common no more, because people know more about technology stuff. But if I say something to them in simplicity form, they would not get it.
Oh my goodness.
true, Miss Arlene.
And I say that is because right now I stay to myself because I like to ask questions about my own divinity, right? And I get the answers. And then when I get in the presence with other people, they be like, "But Darren, how you know so much?" Because I'm studying me. See, the problem is that we don't weigh ourselves. We go in school and that's an A to F, right? Them same letters are on the xylophone. Okay. Right?
You got to study.
And that is how much I sit back with myself, right? And so in doing so, we fail to grade our own self. Because I said this to a friend of mine who was doing my house a while ago. And I said, 80% of myself I know, but the 20% is so scary because that weighs more than the 80% because I already know the 80. It is the 20 of myself that I don't recollect at this point. And that's how we should do ourselves. And she is arguing. She don't understand that each one of us are a segment of her. And she is arguing with her damn self.
That's the fact right there. That's what it's the realization that everything that you create as an obstacle is exactly what I just said. Is something you create as an obstacle or that you perceive as an obstacle. It's just a battle within yourself. Because when you're trying to learn all these things and gain this knowledge, by what standard are you trying to gain it? Because initially, somebody had to decide that the value of one is singular, right? Someone had to decide that that energy is energy. Or do you get what I'm saying?
I get exactly.
Someone had to decide that. So whose standard are you using?
It starts with your own, because first you just had to tell yourself that you need to learn something that you already know.
Exactly. Right. And
that's what I'm saying.
The answer from the beginning.
Exactly.
She
just went around Robin Hood Road to come back to the very singular thing.
And you know what's funny, because I felt that before when how when you ask yourself a question and then the answer shows up and you don't believe that the answer just showed. All I had to do was ask and then I would receive.
Yeah,
and then
that's the point,
it makes so much sense
in her own self.
You try to intellectualize everything.
Exactly. She's intellectualing everything. And the reason why I could say that because I used to do that.
Yeah. I knew exactly where she was going. I was like, I used to do this shit.
Yes.
Let me see where we're going with this.
And that's because what she was saying, the young lady that's here right now who's hosting us, you said some things that I came to conclusion with. We look at all of the negative things, but don't see the outcome of them. They turned out to be a prosperous thing for us. And promise up, I can contest to that to you right now. Something happened. I went to go because I have a twin sister, and she had called me on this phone, y'all. Y'all gonna laugh. She said, "I got all this good credit in my mind." I told her, I said, "That shit is mine." How the hell?
That's funny.
Literally, and listen, I didn't have to go get no credit card to look at it. When she called the names, I was like, "That's my shit. How the hell you get it?" Right? And so we found out that our credit was condensed together. And so everything that we were debating about that we thought was so bad, I got paid. I'm still getting paid to the day. Okay. And so when she said what she said, I said, "Damn, she don't understand that she is speaking about me right now because it's still going." You know what the attorney said to me the other day? He said, "You're gonna be a revolving door." But I realized that back 10 years ago, I had an elder come up and say, "You're gonna receive double in your life," and I took it and I ran with it. So anytime something happened, I knew it was for the benefit of me, right? But we sometimes want to know the how. I always want to to know the 5 whys. I stopped saying the 5 whys. And I don't know what made me think like that, right? Because I didn't think like that at first. But I realized that certain people, we have to clear our energy on a regular basis. So at the end of the night, we should be clearing, sending everybody back their energetic cord and bringing ours back to ourselves, because we are fragmented through conversations, events, environments, or whatever it may be.
And the power of suggestion.
Exactly. And so this young lady was just playing. She was really playing, and I could see it. And I was like, this girl, she knows what she's doing, because you don't ask a question and then answer it all at the same breath, and then come back and contradict it in the same breath.
Right, you caught that. You caught that shit too. Okay, because I was like, I know I ain't the only one hearing this shit.
You guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that she was genuine. I just think that like she really can't see because she does not want to right now. And it's not necessarily, okay, I'm saying she doesn't want to. I just think that she's at war with herself.
Yeah,
I think she was genuine.
Wait, is she still here?
I think she was, I don't know.
She's gone.
But let me tell y'all some real shit.
I think that she really
I'm gifting y'all an imaginary $400 million right now. Everybody.
All right, cha-ching.
400 million for everybody. Figure out what to do with it. You see what I'm saying? All your problems are solved.
Exactly. But
I don't have problems.
But you know what?
We'll go buy some problems.
I also came to the
Keep telling me go buy some problems.
I also came to the conclusion that everything that's around us is a distraction from us understanding our own selves.
Yes.
And because she has
no facts, nothing distracts me. I don't agree with that. I'm the cause of my own creation. Everything brings clarity. Everything brings clarity.
Well,
I'm deciding everything brings clarity. Everything I created, and so because I created it, it all benefits me. There's no distractions for me.
Distractions too, but I also
duh. I'm the creator of all things. Did you not know this? And all creations benefit me. All creations benefit me because all things work together for my good.
Good.
For my good.
I heard what she said. She was trying to distract her.
Miss Arlene, you talking about religion and stuff like that? It's like
yes, I'm talking about all of that stuff is a distraction from the self. And we get it, we think we have to belong to something in order to be important, but we don't understand the fact that you're already important, whether you're with something or not. And so just like in the Bible that so-called Jesus said, I'm gonna make you fishermen as a man, right? And so the church is a fisherman of men. The church is fishing for men. The church tried to tell me, oh, you got church because you think it. I met a guy in the Uber the other day, and I was like, he lost his fucking, man. Trying to come to me, telling me something, oh, you got some church. No, Negro.
Right.
I know listen, I was at the top up over there, and they was afraid of me because I told the truth. And so
once you sorry.
Go ahead.
I said, like, people don't realize, even like the Bible, all these books, they're good books for guidance and wisdom, but Jesus Christ was just an allegoric expression of who we are. And when we like tear down all the stuff in the temple, and it was representative of tearing down all the old belief systems and all the things that you have, and tearing down all those principles. And the marriage was allegoric, saying becoming one, like with your mind, your awareness, becoming one with your mind, and realizing who you are, that I am. I am that I am. That's why you have to be very careful.
That's one thing that people are afraid of. That's why they have to have somebody to lead them. And that very person that's leading them to a place of bull crap.
Well, that's because nobody knows what that means.
Exactly.
Y'all know what I am means, but what is that? What is that? What is that?
I am. Okay,
what
so
is that?
That leaves the open expression to understand I am that which is whatever. That which is, period.
You see how scary that is?
Right,
and that's the fear that people have.
scary, but it's only scary if you don't understand what attaching to that is. You cannot attach any and everything to that. When you say I am, like somebody saying that they are depressed in those words, right? They're accepting and walking in that. They're attaching that and labeling that on themselves. But if I say I am walking in abundance, I am worthy, I am loved, I am, magnetic to all good things, I am,
those things.
wise, then you're attaching those things to yourself. So
now you become that.
Exactly.
Which is whatever you say that you are.
I already am that. I'm just making it visible. I'm already that I am.
Right.
And there's never, God is never becoming, God is. That's why it's I am, not I will be. I know some people say, well, that's the original translation, I will be, but not I will as though it's not, is non-existence. The I will for me is the power to express that divinity of whatever I'm claiming to be. That's it. It's the power to do it. It's the ability to bring it forth.
I am that which already is, exactly.
And it's amazing that y'all said that, because I draw, and I drew this picture that shows the Big Bang and how you the spark and what created you right now. And so I was talking to a person, and so what I did was I drew the spark, and I drew the cell, and then I drew inside the cell the fetus. Right. And so we are from the spark. And it's kind of, I'm sitting down here going through by myself in my mind about, okay, you are the spark of the spark that created in matter.
Right. The light.
You're just trying to get back to that spark because you already in matter. So you don't see yourself from that spark because you are in the form of matter right now. Right. And I was sitting there, and I actually drew it just like that, right? And so I'm not finished with it because I had to go get me another tab because the other tablet had died. But it was just the factor that we are going around in circles about our own divinity.
But people don't even know that there's a spark of light that happens upon conception.
Right.
Like people they're not aware of that you are already the light. That's what the way, the truth, and the light. Like you are already the light. They don't understand because they don't see that in themselves.
Exactly.
That's because niggas don't know science. You got to know kinesiology. If you know kinesiology, you know that is the body's movement of anything. You can move, you atmokinetic, you can control the atmosphere. You are pyrokinetic, you can control fire. You are hydrokinetic, which means you can control water anywhere.
Right. They don't want to know, though. They only want to know. They don't see. It's interesting that even a Christian can say, "Oh, we don't believe in science. We believe in the Word of God." When it all actually aligns with science. It aligns with science.
And science go together.
It's all the same.
It's all the same thing.
Right, but they didn't get that. They didn't read the book. Niggas ain't paying attention in third grade. Are you smarter than a fifth grader? This is basic science stuff. We are talking about Adam. Adam. What is Adam? Adam is a cell. It's a simple cell with what's the shit? Molecules and all that kind of breaks down.
Right.
They use different words to express different things.
Or the 7 movements of light that are is creation. The 7 movements of light, and they only believe in the 7 days of creation.
Exactly. That's shit. That's why I can't mess with that. Yo, they be talking stuff. They be like, "Oh, I only believe in the 7 days a week." Well, what about the 7 chakras?
Exactly.
What about the 7? What about? It's a lot of 7s all through the whole thing. That's a prominent number. Like there's a lot going on with that, but they ignore that part. This is what gets me.
Okay, but let me explain because I was there. You got to understand that those who are theologians, they are taught the very thing that we know, but they are told not to tell the people. You know how I know that? Because I was in one of their houses, and all of the books that we are talking about right now, that lady had them. And I was like, "Oh, let me tell y'all something.
Even when it comes to hell and the origination of it.
That's because they are warlocks.
Yeah.
They're called
Exactly.
warlocks.
Listen, listen. Let me tell you this. I had an idea that I wanted to go to Israel, right? And so I made it. It manifested itself. So I went on it and went there 3 months before going to Israel. Everything opened up. When I said open up, I got to see things that if I said them to y'all be like, whoa, wait a minute. Me, I was like, wow, why is the hell is this? I couldn't say nothing to nobody because I didn't know who to say anything to because I didn't trust nobody because what was happening to me, right? And so when I got to Israel, I got to see the Black Madonna. Mm-hmm. And the man that was sitting in the chair, he was black as black. He was African. And things started to happen. And when I got back home, because I stayed there for 2 weeks. And by the time I got back home, the things were continued to happen. But when I met that lady and I saw all the books, now before I went there, I was seeing these symbols, the symbols that I see now, right? That I saw then. And that was like 20 years ago, right? So when I saw all those symbols and I went to her, she's like, oh, leave that alone. So then I started reading the book of Enoch and I had people give me stuff, right? And I was like, why are people giving me stuff? So I started to read it, right? And so when I went to that lady and said something to her and got to know her, I went into her house and she had every freaking book that you could think of right here that we are talking about. Books I got in my room right now. She had them.
Yep.
They know.
Exactly.
They know. They are asking the women. And this is why I tell women that it's important you know your own divinity. Because somebody else will take it if you give it to them or if you allow them to, if you surrender. They expect you to surrender your gifts unto them. Your gifts belongs only to you.
Now you brought up the Black Madonna, right?
Yeah.
Now would that be considered?
Say it again now.
Would the Black Madonna be considered religious?
No, because it's not. It's really okay. I'm gonna say this from my perspective. I can't say for nobody else's perspective, but from my perspective, it is not a child. It's a man sitting on her lap.
Right. It's a little boy.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
It's a boy, but it's a man.
Right.
Right.
But
So
what's
funny about that? They got. So you went to Israel to see the Black Madonna, right? Now
no,
they have.
I didn't go to just to see the Black Madonna. I wanted to see Israel.
You went right, but you saw it there. So they got that in DC and in Philly, but it's in the art museum. It's not in like the Bible museum. It's in the art museum where you see the Black Madonna, and they have a whole section dedicated to her. And they put.
But what does that mean?
Right, that's why I was asking. Does she think it's a religious thing or is it an art thing?
I mean, what does it mean? I mean, how does this help us with our life? How does this benefit life?
The Mother Mary story. It doesn't help with anything for my perspective. It is just a metaphor of whatever someone may consider it to be, but everybody got a different perspective of what that Madonna thing is, right? Because because when I went there, it was hitting. And even though he was blacker than black, okay, it was hitting behind something, and I was able to peek behind there and see it, right?
But Miss Arlene, can I ask you a question? Do you okay, so we talking about, Black Madonna, white Madonna, Chinese Madonna, South American Madonna, right? All those things, right? Texture, all those things, we're still looking at the flesh and not the inward, like the spirit.
Well, see, I'm aware of that, but what I was saying,
I was asking, do you feel like that matters like that because the Madonna is black, that it holds more weight than if it was a white Madonna or a gold Madonna or a purple Madonna?
Well, it doesn't. To me, at the time when I was looking at the Madonna, it was something for me to learn about myself. It wasn't really about someone else, because I was the one that recognized it. And even if I said anything to somebody else, it wouldn't even matter. it was.
So you
something for
attach
me.
yourself to a specific race, or like, you know, like I'm asking this
Well,
because
it was really not about a specific race for me at that time.
well,
That
you
time-
specified it. That's why I asked. You specified the black mother.
I specified
Well,
it's
that's what
because,
it's called.
because
Right.
of what people had called it.
Uh-huh.
At that,
I know that,
didn't
but
know.
she said, and it was blacker than black. So that's why I said you.
No, she said the nigga that was sitting there was black.
Okay.
But she
So
is
maybe
black. She black.
Okay,
She
so
dark
maybe I
skinned.
missed. Okay, so
Yeah.
I stand down. I digress. Maybe I misunderstood what was being said.
Yeah, it's
And
not
I
about
just-
race.
Okay, so that's what my question was, and maybe I misunderstood what was being said.
But she is black.
She blackity black.
Yeah, I just misunderstood. Because I noticed that you say like I understand and things like that, and I guess I'm kind of wondering like at some point in spirituality, it's like we kind of get caught up in, oh, you got to say things this way, you got to do things this way, and oh, black people are the chosen ones, and it's kind of still putting you back into a dogmatic or indoctrinated, way of thinking or way of life. And so I was asking, like, does that
right, like this YouTuber saying he's someone that comes to my channel quite often. He supports the channel. He says, was Kanye West right when he said slavery was a choice? Because if you say you have the power to manifest yourself as that I am God, then why it take another man's hand to free you from bondage? Was I born into slavery? I don't. Were you born in slavery? I was born in slavery.
Me neither.
No,
and then you know that, and then you know that not every black person on this landmass experienced enslavement. Like y'all only want to talk about United States from the Southern perspective.
If we come to
why are we always bringing that up? It's just like y'all do know. Go ahead.
If you meet, Sarah, John, Billy, and Sam are in a place, right? And one thing happens, they eat ice cream, but they say, "Hold, you know what? We're gonna go tell everybody that we went to South America," and that's what they go tell everybody, right? Once those people tell that story, stick to that story, and other people accept it as true, it becomes true for them.
What Michael Jackson say? Mama always told me, be careful what you do. Be careful who you love, because the lie becomes the truth. Hey, the killing dream is not my love.
Right. The story was accepted as true. And so that became their truth.
Exactly.
And it's amazing that you said that.
That doesn't make it true.
It's amazing. It's amazing. And I always say that. It's amazing that you said that, because in 2014, I had this gentleman bring me the Jim Crow book. And he gave me this other book on, I think, slavery under another name, right? And so it was really about indentured servitude, right?
Having a job.
And so, and I was like saying to myself, I was sitting down having a contemplating about the fact that is y'all found everything else, but y'all couldn't so happily find this boat. Y'all created it in the movie called Amistad.
Amistad.
Keep us free. And listen, and this is another thing, because I say this to people and I say, I want to hear that bull crap. Okay? Because I heard Maya Angelou said this before she transitioned. She said, oh, they had periods, they puke, and they did. I said, well, if they did all of that, why are they just, so you tell me that they lived through all of that defecating and all them fumes and toxins, and you tell me
you listen to Ron Hayes.
All of that, you trying to tell me that they lived through all of that to say that I said, I said, just because somebody says something.
Yeah, I don't really want to talk. I know I mentioned it, but I don't really want to talk about that. I could care less. I just don't want to talk about that. Like, I can't. I can't. I don't want to talk about it. I just don't want to talk about it. I'm being honest. I'm really being honest. I know I'm sounding funny, but I really don't want to talk about it. I know I mentioned what he said, but I really don't want to talk about it. I don't mean this to become a great conversation about it, because it does not apply to us. It has nothing to do with this current reality. Absolutely nothing. You know, let's talk more about the life we want to manifest and not so much about, you know, the things we
Trying
don't
to be
want
on
to
the ship.
manifest.
Now, me personally, I would like, there's a Ritz-Carlton ship that I would love to go take a 7-day cruise on. That is so luxurious. You know what I'm saying?
That part. Wisconsin got a ship. All right.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. They got a whole yacht club. I think it's called the Ambassador 2 or something like. It's some crazy.
Oh, I gotta look into that. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Leveling up. Let's level up.
So where did you hear that from? Because this is my first time hearing it. So you said ambassadorship. Is this something someone had created?
I'm not. Let me see. Hold up, because I was watching it. They have several different ones, and they have like levels of it. But one, I think it's called Ambassador 2 or something like that. And I think that's like the most luxurious one. Mm-hmm. But then all of them are, you know, like top. You know, like when you said, I watched the YouTube video of it, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is not Carnival.
You're right. This ain't Carnival, huh?
Like, wait a minute, now I gotta step my game up.
I know, right? Like, say, hey, we gotta take a voyage.
It's called Explorer 2. Yeah, Explorer.
Okay. I'm here
I
for
took
it.
some notes. It said, life happens through you. Study a place, then travel to it. Persistence is the bridge between imagination and reality. I have more than enough time, energy, and money. I am rich, radiant, and real. I was made for greatness. I'm a magnet for wealth. I am worthy. My success is third.
Hey, how you gonna cut off on the good stuff? How you cutting off on the good stuff? Yo, you glitching on the good stuff. What you glitching on the good stuff? I need you to reread that. Cause what? You was glitching. We need to hear that.
I didn't even know I was glitching.
You were glitching. Yes.
This a little piece of, piece of little insight, you know what I'm saying? So I was sitting there watching this luxurious cruise, and then all these notes came up. So life happens through you. Study a place, then travel to it. Persistence is the bridge between imagination and reality. I have more than enough time, energy, and money. I am rich. I am radiant. I am real. I was made for greatness. Or I am made for greatness. I am a magnet for wealth. I am worthy.
Yeah, it's like focusing on all these things, like letting people make you.
Well, wait a minute. Was he finished? Why y'all gonna interrupt him? Was he done? Calm down. Let him finish. We want to hear it.
I'm sorry.
He was done. Wait a minute. Start from where? Wait a minute. Start from I am rich. I am radiant.
I am rich. I am radiant, and I am real. I am made for greatness. I am a magnet for wealth. I am worthy. My success is certain and unstoppable. My energy creates impact. So that's just one page. I got a whole notebook of shit here. But, you know what I'm saying?
Keep going. Keep going, everybody. Keep going.
That's
we got
what I'm
episode after episode. I am in partnership with the universe. I am magnetic. Wow. I am magnetic to miracles. My abundance is always expanding. My ideas become millions. Peace, power, prosperity. Money arrives from every direction. Every path leads to love, money, and happiness. Gratitude and wealth. I live in overflow. Money celebrates me. I'm a bad mother. You know what I'm saying? Every cell in my body hums with success. I am divinely guided.
I love homes for success. And see, we gonna end on that. We're not even gonna let our tongues even touch that. We're not even gonna allow nothing else. We're gonna end on that. We're gonna end there. Good night, y'all. Y'all have a great time. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.